Chapitre 151. Ah. Bon. Chapitre 151. Chapitre 151. Ah. Bon. Mo Jingchun looked at Zhou Yaling, who was already daydreaming about her routine at work and preparing to earn some pocket money, and said bluntly, "Don't get too excited too soon. The front desk job isn't that easy. You have to say the right things to the right people. In front of uncle and auntie, I'm giving you fair warning. Don't be fooled by my usual calm demeanor." Zhou Yaling, pulled out of her daydream by Mo Jingchun, pouted but didn't talk back. The reason was simple. Mo Jingchun was speaking the plain truth. In Zhou Yaling's memory from childhood till now, Mo Jingchun had been angry only a handful of times, but each time was especially frightening. The most memorable time was when Grandma passed away. Just because Mo Jingchun didn't cry, a distant uncle, who was drunk, scolded Mo Jingchun. That time, Mo Jingchun was like a cat with its fur standing on end, almost getting into a fight with that uncle if not for others holding him back. Mind you, Mo Jingchun was already 15 years old at the time and mature enough to understand things. It was just that the uncle's words were too infuriating. The next day, after that uncle sobered up, feeling ashamed under the scrutiny of the neighbors, he left with a face full of embarrassment. Since then, whenever they met, there was a lot of tension between them. Though it never came to blows, there was never a friendly look exchanged. Auntie, seeing her daughter silent, hurriedly spoke up. Even though she knew it herself, hearing it from her mom made Zhou Yaling feel a bit uncomfortable, even a bit resentful. Auntie said with a smile to Mo Jingchun, "Xiaochun, you know Ling Ling's temper." The little one, full and satisfied, disliked the constant chatter and pulled Zhou Yaling's hand, taking her to play. Whether Peppa Pig was fun or not, Zhou Yaling didn't know, but she did know that Candy really wanted to watch Peppa Pig. Coincidentally, Zhou Yaling didn't want to stay there either. If she stayed, her mom might ask her to wash the dishes. Zhou Yaling took Candy and made a swift escape. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, before Mo Jingchun got up, he heard Uncle riding away on his motorcycle somewhere unknown. Awakened by the sound of the motorcycle, Mo Jingchun instinctively felt the area next to him, only to find it empty. Startled, Mo Jingchun sat up suddenly. In the next moment, he sighed and rubbed his head. How did this happen? Fell asleep forgetting that Candy didn't sleep with him last night. The little one had run off to sleep with Zhou Yaling. Seeing that it wasn't fully light outside, Mo Jingchun covered himself with the quilt and went back to sleep. Anyway, he was at Uncle's house, and waking up late wouldn't matter. Besides, knowing Zhou Yaling's sleeping habits, she wouldn't be up before 10. As for breakfast, Mo Jingchun wasn't very hungry. After all, Auntie's cooking is hard to describe. At 9:30 in the morning, when Mo Jingchun came downstairs, only Auntie and Grandpa were there. Uncle, who had left early, wasn't back yet. Mo Jingchun squeezed toothpaste while asking Grandpa, "Your uncle went to the job site. Montak Yingchun nutted. Are you hungry? There's some porridge cooked by Auntie in the rice cooker. No stir-fried dishes, though." Inside the house, Auntie was busy cleaning up, and Mo Jingchun had no idea what exactly she was tidying up. Seeing Auntie so busy, Mo Jingchun felt a bit relieved that Auntie didn't raise pigs, or else she might be reluctant to part with a well-fed one. After washing up and brushing his teeth, Mo Jingchun took a bowl of porridge and sat on the bench in the corridor, happily sipping the porridge. Just then, his phone in his pocket started vibrating incessantly. With a chopstick in his mouth, Mo Jingchun freed a hand to grab the phone. Seeing a call from Li Wanning pop up, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Could it be something happened at the office? It shouldn't be. If something had happened, Su Pengfei would have called right away. On this, Mo Jingchun had no doubt. "Hey, didn't I tell you to take a break today?" On the other end, Li Wanning, looking worriedly at Bun who lay in the corner refusing to eat, spoke anxiously to Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun furrowed his brows even more. "Gun, huh, and he's still alive." Soon enough, Li Wanning called again on WeChat video. In the apartment, Li Wanning pointed the phone right at Bun's face. Hearing Mo Jingchuan's voice, Bun immediately opened his eyes, reaching out his paw towards the phone. Meow, meow, meow. I heard some fat cat is going on a hunger strike. Just then, Candy, hair disheveled, tiptoed and peeked over to look. Did you miss Waha? On the other end of the call, Li Wanning looked on in astonishment as Bun, who just refused to eat her cat food moments ago, now shoved her whole head into the bowl, eating the cat food as if she were a pig at home. Li Wanning, I'll be back this afternoon. Meow, meow, meow. P.S. Thanks to grabbing your lollipop and drunk, Stranger Lin for the support. Noong, noong, la la la. Chapter 152. Interviewees. Chapter Osudachindichidoi. Chapter Osudachindichidoi. Interviewees Momavavivangivul. Hearing this, Kenny quickly ran to the kitchen to find her sister, who had just come downstairs with her. Zhou Yaling, who was still yawning, nodded and mumbled a sleepy response. As expected, Grandpa was right. The uncle who left early in the morning was still having lunch with the host family. After lunch, Mo Jingchun and the others had nothing else to do. Everything they needed to bring was already packed in the trunk, just waiting for the uncle to return before they could set off. If they hadn't called, Mo Jingchun and the others would have suspected that something happened to the uncle on the way. They waited and waited until almost 1:30, and finally, the uncle came back riding a motorcycle under the hot sun. Seeing the uncle's flushed face, Mo Jingchun didn't need to ask to know that he drank too much at lunch. Luckily, he got home safely on the bike. If something had happened on the way, who knows how many people would have been worried. Didn't you know you needed to go to the county in the afternoon? The aunt scolded while helping the uncle with a cup of iced tea. What do you know? You're just a woman. Drink, drink. All you know is drink. Aunt, let the uncle sleep for a while. At 3 in the afternoon, after sleeping for an hour, Zhou Xing felt much better. Although he still smelled of alcohol, the redness on his face had disappeared. I'll sit in the front. In the back seat, Zhou Yaling held Candy, and the 4 sitting in a row felt a bit cramped. Fortunately, the small county doesn't do many car checks. Otherwise, if they were caught, they wouldn't escape a fine and point deduction. Mo Jingchun didn't mind the fine that much, but absolutely couldn't afford to have points deducted. After arriving at the county past 6 in the evening, Mo Jingchun drove straight to the hotel for dinner. As for Bun, they would get Bun back from Li Wanning after eating. Zhou Yaling, without hesitating, ate heartily, ignoring any ladylike demeanor. Having a sheep slaughtered is not something that happens often. She had to eat a lot to not waste the opportunity. Zhou Xing, who didn't drink that evening, frowned at her daughter, advising, "Your brother, in this county, is quite a notable figure now." Zhou Yaling paused and then adjusted her posture, eating more elegantly. If it hadn't been for her father's words, she wouldn't have considered this aspect at all. Zhou Yaling certainly didn't want her brother being labeled as nouveau riche. Suddenly, Zhou Yaling realized that having money doesn't necessarily mean living a happy life. Even eating requires considering others' perceptions. What a burden. In the evening, after settling the uncle's family, Mo Jingchun took Candy to the employee dormitory to find Li Wanning. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Li Wanning opened the door, Bun, already familiar with the scent, darted out and jumped onto Mo Jingchun's shoulder. Meow, meow, meow. Mo Jingchun patted Bun's head and smiled, nodding at Li Wanning's greeting. Li Wanning akardli srach had fingers. Almost starving the cat. Hearing the boss say this made Li Wanning feel quite embarrassed. Temporarily staying in the same apartment building, Mo Jingchun lived on a different floor than Li Wanning, on the 6th floor, together with Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan. Under the moonlight, Wang Huihui stood by the window of the hotel, gazing at the bright moon with a sense of confusion. Having just graduated with a degree in software engineering from a second-tier university, Wang Huihui had interviewed with 16 companies in less than a month, with Candy Technology being the 17th scheduled for tomorrow. Among those companies she interviewed with either offered salaries below her minimum expectation or turned out to be outsourcing firms. Candy Technology's job posting was seen in her class group chat, posted by her advisor, and the offered salary was enticing but Wang Huihui felt unsure about passing the interview. She had researched Candy Technologies information. Due to this, she nervously submitted her resume through the advisor. Unexpectedly, she passed the initial screening and was invited for an interview. Initially puzzled, she later figured out through the advisor to the group that Candy Technology was hiring massively from local universities, hinting at some agreement with the province. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why they would recruit graduates from second-tier universities. Just like Wang Huihui, many others were also waiting for the Candy Technology interview. Suddenly, the business and county hotels boomed so much that some rooms were even booked a week in advance. The impact of Candy Technology on this small county was visibly growing. The leadership team of the county, seeing the rapidly changing data every day, was thrilled. Some are even starting to anticipate the day when Hua County might upgrade from county to city. The next day, Wang Huihui arrived at the Candy Technology building half an hour early. Looking at the buildings in front of her, she almost felt like she was in a big city. Seeing the crowd of interviewees in the parking lot, her heart pounded with nervousness. With so many people, could she really secure a position? Even though the advisor mentioned Candy Technology was planning to hire 10,000 employees in a year, Wang Huihui thought they wouldn't just hire anyone too casually to fill the numbers. On the top floor, Mo Jingchun stood by the window, looking at the crowd of ant-sized people below. As the sun became more intense, he called the receptionist, Zhou Yaling. Chapter 153, A Salary Beyond Expectations. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. A Salary Beyond Expectations. Even though Zhou Yaling was a bit perfunctory with her brother Mo Jingchun, her actions were honest, obediently carrying out Mo Jingchun's instructions. After all, how much pocket money she could earn was determined by Mo Jingchun. If she didn't perform well, how could she feel good about taking the money later? But speaking of it, Zhou Yaling had thought that the front desk would be a comfortable job. In reality, Zhou Yaling realized she was still too young. From morning till now, people had been asking questions, making Zhou Yaling's voice hoarse from replying. At the front desk, Zhou Yaling took a handheld speaker from the cabinet and walked toward the lobby. The sunlight in the parking lot grew stronger as the sun rose. Interviewees with umbrellas were a bit better off, having a place to hide from the sun. Most interviewees without umbrellas had already started sweating. If this continued, they might be drenched in sweat before the interview even started. As the glaring sun hit her eyes, Zhou Yaling couldn't help but squint. After a few seconds of adjustment, Zhou Yaling fully opened her eyes. Looking at the group of interviewees in front of her, Zhou Yaling cleared her throat, aiming at the speaker. If anything can attract people's attention the most, it's definitely the sound of coughing. Hearing Zhou Yaling's cough, everyone in the parking lot turned their attention. Good morning, interviewees. Our boss at Candy Technology has considered the hot weather and issued a directive just now. Please head to the 6th floor conference hall to rest. After Zhou Yaling finished speaking, interviewees began heading towards the 6th floor conference hall as she directed. Returning to the 1st floor lobby, Zhou Yaling printed a few A4 sheets with "Please proceed to the 6th floor conference hall" written on them. When Zhou Yaling reached the security booth, her dad was sitting upright, intently watching the monitors. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why aren't you staying at the front desk?" After glancing at the content on the paper, Zhou Xing took it, nodding. "It's your first day at work." "Oh, Dad, stop worrying about me." "I hope so. Anyway, remember, your brother brought us here to help us." Zhou Yaling waved her hand and dashed off. If she didn't, who knows how long her old man would keep nagging. On the other side, Wang Huihui took the elevator with the crowd to the 6th floor and entered the large conference hall, immediately feeling the temperature drop several degrees. Seeing someone distributing mineral water at the entrance, a parched Wang Huihui also queued up for a bottle. In the conference room, Wang Huihui casually picked a spot to sit and wait for further arrangement from Candy Technology. What the interviewees who came to the conference hall one after another didn't know was that Candy Technology's boss, Missouri Jingchun, was in the office watching their every move through several surveillance cameras with no blind spots. In Mo Jingchuan's penthouse office, Candy sat on his lap, eagerly looking at Mo Jingchun. Her brother had been watching for a long time, but it wasn't entertaining at all. Sitting in the front row, Wang Hui was momentarily stunned. Realizing what's happening, she quickly got up with the other interviewees to proceed. Once out of the conference hall, with each step, Wang Hui felt her heart rate accelerate to a point where she almost felt it might jump out. Wang Hui thought it was due to nervousness, but later, after Candy Technology's annual health checkup, she discovered that her heart rate had been abnormal for a while. Any significant emotional fluctuations could lead to sinus arrhythmia. In the small conference room, HR sat in a row, with each candidate seated across them in order. After handing her resume to HR, Wang Hui anxiously watched them. No need to be nervous. Saying so, HR cross-checked Wang Hui's ID number with the resume she submitted earlier. Seeing the information was accurate and that she passed the preliminary selection, HR smiled and started the Q&A. Following the questions provided by the boss, HR asked Wang Hui various questions on her professional knowledge. Confirming she met the hiring criteria, HR asked, "So, you're doing well on your basics?" Nervously playing with her fingers, Wang Hui tentatively quoted a figure. 12K is the common unit for salaries in the internet sector, with 1K equating to 1,000 renminbi. 12K, therefore, signifies a salary of 12,000 renminbi. For a new graduate from an unknown second-tier college, getting a 12,000 renminbi salary offer in a small town right after graduation is quite impressive. Wang Hui originally thought they might frown and try to cut the salary. Unexpectedly, they nodded and agreed right away. These aren't exams, it's just that, during your daily work, your performance will be automatically graded by our data center. Oh, by the way, do you have any other questions? Chapter 154. 200 yuan each, just show up. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. 200 yuan each, just show up. Yes, getting paid for overtime work is acceptable. And most importantly, if you work a lot of overtime, your monthly salary might exceed 30,000. Wow. Wang Hui was startled by her own thought. In an unknown small town, if not for Candy Technology being here, she would have never thought of coming to this unfamiliar little town. Yet, because Candy Technology settled here, Wang Hui felt a surge of motivation. With the opportunity to earn more money, how could Wang Hui possibly refuse? After years of studying day and night, wasn't it all to have a better life? Miss, are you not able to accept overtime work? Overtime is completely voluntary. That's what HR told Wang Hui, but in reality, when you see others getting double or even more wages than you because of overtime, you'll be conflicted whether to work overtime or not. Especially those guys in the tech development department. Someone started the trend of developing software to calculate daily wages based on hours worked, and people kept checking it daily. Not doing overtime made everyone feel uneasy. Wang Hui nodded affirmatively. Salaries are disbursed in advance, and since overtime pay is incurred only with extra work, paying in the next month is just normal. If possible, the sooner you can start, the better. Among a row of interviewees, Wang Hui was the quickest one. Just as she prepared to leave and pack her things, HR called her back. Hey. Seeing the 200 renminbi in HR's hand left Wang Hui stunned. What does this mean? Take it quickly. Wang Hui was already numb. More than good, this is practically the pinnacle for a private company. Although 200 renminbi isn't much, it's very heartwarming. Moreover, for a fresh graduate like Wang Hui, 200 renminbi is quite significant. At the very least, it covers the travel costs. Feeling quite pleased, Wang Hui happily signed her name on the form. Very soon, Wang Hui, who was leaving the building, followed the instructions to download the Candy app. Looking at the assigned dormitory, she headed toward the apartment building to check out the dorm. On the 5th floor, she located the correct door number, lightly swiped the employee card, and the door opened with a click. Upon entering, she saw a built-in cabinet. On the left was the bathroom, 2 beds were placed forward, and neither was occupied. Continuing ahead, there was a small balcony. Except for not seeing a washing machine, Wang Hui was more than satisfied with this environment. A short while later, after purchasing a load of items at the supermarket below the apartment, she returned to the dorm with her hands full. In that short span, over 500 RMB was spent. On the other hand, Candy Technology happily credited over 500 RMB. Despite Mo Jingchun generously giving 200 renminbi to all interviewees who passed the initial round, he actually didn't incur losses. He even profited quite a bit. For those who stay, never mind everything else. Won't you need a 4-piece bedding set for the bed? Isn't 2 towels a must? Toothpaste, toothbrush, slippers. Whatever employees need, the basement supermarket stocks it. Plus, the prices in the supermarket are just a tad higher than outside. A week later, the number of new hires reached an astonishing 10,086 people. Though as time went by, fewer and fewer people were showing up for interviews daily. Nevertheless, 20 to 30 people were still coming in for interviews every day. At the front desk lobby, Candy was happily playing with the ladies. Meanwhile, as Candy's guardian, Mo Jingchun was in the lab at the experimental building, crafting prescription glasses by hand. Ha ha, it tickles. Giggling and squirming, Candy ran around in laughter. Just then, someone entered the lobby and approached the front desk with a smile. Upon hearing a stranger's voice, Candy immediately ran to Zhou Yaling's side, hugging her leg and peeking out carefully. With a smile, Zhou Yaling mechanically said to the newcomer, "One moment, could you tell me which HR is handling your case?" Zhou Yaling picked up the phone and dialed Huang Xiaohui's line. "Huang, this is Zhou at the front desk." "Got it, I'll be right there." After the newcomer stepped aside to wait, Zhou Yaling picked up Candy and placed her on the chair. The moment she was lifted, Candy wriggled around, refusing to sit. Once she was let down, the little one dashed outside the lobby. The veteran stationed at the entrance heard Zhou Yaling's announcement over the intercom. His eyes turned sharp. Candy's importance is evident from the company's and building's naming. However, the well-behaved Candy didn't have any intention of leaving the complex. She simply made her way, with little steps, to the experimental building. The elevator to the top floor was only accessible by Mo Jingchun. But this didn't pose a problem for the clever Candy. Candy spoke into her smartwatch to contact her brother. Chapter 155, How Many is a Few? Chapter 155. Chapter 155. How many is a few? Blah blah blah. Ding. As they were chatting, the elevator had already come down from the top floor. Candy heard the ding, swinging her little braids, eagerly waiting for the doors to open. Soon, the elevator didn't keep the adorable Candy waiting. The doors opened right away. In the elevator lobby, Candy kept her distance from the elevator doors and only cautiously took a small step forward after the doors closed. At the top floor, Mo Jingchun was already waiting by the elevator doors. In about 10 seconds, the elevator reached the top floor. As soon as the doors opened, Candy sweetly called out for her brother. Once the elevators were fully opened, Candy bounced happily into Mo Jingchun's arms. Mo Jingchun lifted Candy up and playfully tapped her nose. "Oh!" After Mo Jingchun carried Candy into the lab, he placed her on a chair and continued crafting the frames for eyeglasses. While injecting materials into the model, Mo Jingchun asked Candy behind him, "Isn't Guogua playing with sister?" Sitting on the chair with her chin in her hands, Candy tilted her head, thought for a moment, then cheerfully said, "Indeed, Candy truly lives up to her name, as sweet as it implies." Unsurprisingly, Candy's words warmed Mo Jingchun's heart for several days. Mo Jingchun felt that he might even dream of it at night and wake up smiling. However, Candy started feeling bored after less than 20 minutes in the lab and became a bit restless. The restless Candy slid off the chair and walked to Mo Jingchun's feet. Candy gently poked Mo Jingchun's leg with her right index finger. Wearing safety goggles, Mo Jingchun looked down at the little one standing by his feet. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Well," with the phone in hand, Candy climbed onto the sofa against the lab wall and lay there watching Peppa Pig. Seeing the little one wasn't playing with anything else, Mo Jingchun felt relieved and continued with his experiment. An hour later, after taking the completed glasses from the mold, Mo Jingchun was quite pleased. Before he could personally try them on, he glanced back at Candy and was surprised to find that, at some point, she had fallen asleep on the sofa while Peppa Pig continued to play on the phone. Mo Jingchun looked at the glasses in his hand and then at Candy sleeping on the sofa. He silently slipped the glasses into his shirt pocket. With everything set, Mo Jingchun carefully picked up Candy. Candy was deeply asleep and didn't wake up. Passing through the first-floor lobby of Candy Technology, Zhou Yaling and others were about to greet Mo Jingchun, but he shook his head, signaling them to stay quiet. Mo Jingchun didn't stop in the ground-floor lobby, but instead took the elevator directly to the top-floor office. After tucking Candy in, Mo Jingchun adjusted the air conditioner in the bedroom to a comfortable temperature. Then he quietly and softly exited the room and gently closed the door. Back in his office, Mo Jingchun sat in his comfortable office chair and picked up the eyeglasses to study them. Once he put on the glasses, Mo Jingchun blinked several times, only to find that nothing had changed. The next second, Mo Jingchun amused himself with a silly laugh. Turned out, he hadn't installed the button batteries yet. Not thinking much of it, Mo Jingchun directly called Zhou Yaling again. At the first-floor reception, where conversation was in full swing, Zhou Yaling saw the call from Mo Jingchun and immediately felt a headache. Zhou Yaling realized that working at the reception was indeed an easy job, but her good brother didn't want to let it be that simple for her. Yet, Zhou Yaling was unable to do anything about Mo Jingchun, unless she didn't want to earn pocket money here anymore. With a forced smile, Zhou Yaling warmly greeted Mo Jingchun on the other end of the line. Completely unfazed by Zhou Yaling's sarcastic tone, Mo Jingchun wasn't even a little surprised. However many get 3 or 5 won't. That do. Looking at the hung-up call, Zhou Yaling pouted. She didn't really want to go out under the sun, but her body was honest. Go ahead, Li Haiyan smiled, urging Zhou Yaling to hurry. She heard the boss's voice earlier. Moreover, Zhou Yaling was the boss's cousin, so even if Zhou Yaling didn't say anything, Li Haiyan wouldn't dare to comment. Finding a job with such a high salary at home, Li Haiyan felt extremely fortunate. Lucky she happened upon the recruitment sign for Candy Technology while shopping that day. After getting the button batteries, Zhou Yaling quickly delivered them to Mo Jingchun's office. Once at the office with no one else around, Zhou Yaling let her true self show. Zhou Yaling spoke to Mo Jingchun, who was watching the view by the window. As she spoke, Zhou Yaling's gaze switched, and she sat down in Mo Jingchun's office chair. The moment she sat, Zhou Yaling's eyes lit up. Mo Jingchun glanced at Zhou Yaling and said, while picking up a button battery, "This chair costs over 10,000. P.S. Special thanks to Dudu Emperor, future rising star, reader 20190328215706789. A glass of unlucky bear, Old Yang, Devilish Day Yin, Hillbilly returns a blank one for their reward support. Disa, Nung, Wa. Chapter 156, Nearsighted Glasses, You Deserve to Have Them. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Nearsighted Glasses, You Deserve to Have Them. Zhou Yaling pursed her lips, her eyes full of grievance. After installing the button battery, she gave Zhou Yaling a sidelong glance. Zhou Yaling looked at the ugly glasses Mo Jingchun handed over and shook her head furiously. Mo Jingchun looked at the nearsighted glasses in his hand. Are they really as ugly as Zhou Yaling said? Maybe not. How could it be so ugly? Zhou Yaling was about to refute, but hearing that it was handmade by Mo Jingchun, she swallowed her words and smiled while saying, "Well, it's all right, not? If it's all right, give it a try." Zhou Yaling looked at the shabby glasses for a long time, but couldn't tell where the smart part was. And with just a button battery installed, how smart could it be? Isn't it just a failed research product? Bro, aren't we an internet company? Zhou Yaling said reluctantly. Fine, I'll wear it. Zhou Yaling looking all aggrieved, took off her glasses and put on the ugly pair. "What's so good about wearing these?" Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Yaling's eyes widened. Zhou Yaling could hardly believe her eyes. In just a moment, she felt the whole world became clear. It was as if Zhou Yaling discovered a new world. So, human eyes can see so clearly. Mo Jingchun was very pleased with Zhou Yaling's feedback. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaling froze. With these glasses, seeing a clearer world, who would want to use their old nearsighted glasses? Although these glasses are quite ugly. But does it matter? Anyway, Zhou Yaling doesn't care about others' opinions. Mo Jingchun pushed Zhou Yaling's hand away. "Take them off." Most people are aware of how high the profit margins in the glasses industry are without Mo Jingchun saying. Others sell regular glasses for several thousand. Why can't Mo Jingchun sell smart nearsighted glasses for a bit more? Zhou Yaling muttered cheapskate, but still took off the glasses and returned them to Mo Jingchun. After saying that, Zhou Yaling put on her glasses and went downstairs. Occasionally being idle is nothing, but over time it's not good. The employees won't say anything in front of you, but who knows what they'll say behind your back. As a girl, Zhou Yaling deeply understands and empathizes with this. Not to mention further, there were only 4 people in Zhou Yaling's college dorm room. Yet, their dorm group had 5 members. Just asking you, is that scary or what? After Zhou Yaling left, Mo Jingchun ran his fingers against the fur on Bun's back, making the cat meow frantically and attempting to bite him. Meow, meow, meow. Bun was furious. He couldn't bite, making the cat furious. After teasing Bun, Mo Jingchun took the smart nearsighted glasses that Zhou Yaling had placed on the desk and left his office, heading to Su Pengfei's office on the same floor. Su Wenyan is no longer the president's assistant. She was promoted, and Su Pengfei's secretary is a newly hired employee. Several secretaries, commonly known as the executive office. That's right, Su Pengfei finally fulfilled his wish of becoming the president. Although doing the same job, with the title change, Su Pengfei felt more motivated. To Su Pengfei, there's a big difference between being a general manager and a president. Answering, "I'm the president of Candy Technology," versus, "I'm the general manager of Candy Technology," is not the same. Not the same at all, okay. Unlike Mo Jingchun's office, Su Pengfei's office had a transparent tempered glass door. Mo Jingchun approached, scanned his iris on the access control, and the tempered glass door automatically opened with a sound prompt. Su Pengfei stood up and walked towards Mo Jingchun. It's not that Su Pengfei didn't have better tea, it's just that the boss likes melon seeds. Hearing the girl's lisp, Mo Jingchun got goosebumps all over. He wondered how Su Pengfei could stand it. "Aren't you afraid of making Li wanting? Angry? He truly is a real man." Anyway, Mo Jingchun personally can't stand that voice. After handing the glasses to Su Pengfei, Mo Jingchun sat on the sofa and addressed Su Pengfei, who was examining the nearsighted glasses. "Put them on? Could the secret only be discovered by wearing them?" The boss wouldn't just bring something to mess with him. Without much thought, Su Pengfei took off the glasses on his nose and put on the ones the boss gave him. The first feeling was blur and a bit dizzy, but soon, Su Pengfei noticed his vision was becoming clear at a visible speed. In the end, Su Pengfei was so shocked his mouth opened. How was this done? Smart glasses? But it doesn't seem like it. There wasn't even a display screen. The answer was probably only known by the boss. Mo Jingchun took a sip of tea, raised his hand to stop Su Pengfei's question. "These glasses are my latest research achievement. This thing is called smart glasses." Chapter 157, The Correct Way to Unlock. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. The correct way to unlock. Su Pengfei suddenly shouted, startling the ladies in the office, especially the girl with the nasal voice, who shrieked in awe in surprise. The ah instantly made the atmosphere in the office become odd. The office became exceptionally silent, yet the silence spoke volumes. Mo Jingchun didn't look back, but Su Pengfei saw the frozen smile on Mo Jingchun's face. It was truly awkward. Yet, the girl didn't seem to realize anything was wrong. Mo Jing-chun was silent for a moment, then suddenly said to Su Pengfei, "Old Su, your office is pretty spacious." Su Pengfei smiled awkwardly but said nothing. Mo Jing-chun shook his head, then confirmed, "In Mo Jing-chun's view, anything that involves the military gains an extra layer of invisible protection. At the very least, when it comes to keeping new material formulas secret, there's certainly an additional level of security." The next moment, Su Pengfei and Mo Jing-chun simultaneously blurted out. Mo Jing-chun and Su Pengfei exchanged smiles. Yes, Mo Jing-chun suddenly felt this might be the right approach for smart myopia glasses. When it comes to selecting pilots, the process is notoriously stringent in any country, especially regarding the physical requirements for pilots. And for fighter pilots, the requirements are even stricter. During the pilot selection process, it's no exaggeration to say that vision issues alone eliminate 99% of candidates, leaving them unable to fulfill their dream of becoming a pilot. But if in terms of vision selection they only needed to filter out those with color weakness, color blindness, etc., then it's foreseeable that our country would have no shortage of pilots or backup pilots. Mo Jing-chun tapped the coffee table, thinking about another application beyond pilots, that being the satellite lenses thousands of meters in the sky. Ideas should really be brainstormed together with others. What one person can think of is ultimately quite limited. After finishing his tea, Mo Jing-chun stood up and said to the standing Su Pengfei, "All right then, reach out to me if there's a problem." Hearing this, Su Pengfei shyly smiled. After Mo Jing-chun left, the smile on Su Pengfei's face gradually disappeared. With sharp eyes, Su Pengfei sternly looked at the secretaries who had been sneakily eavesdropping on his conversation with the boss, and calmly warned, "You'd best keep today's conversation to yourselves. That's far more serious than leaking commercial secrets." Having said that, Su Pengfei didn't look at them any longer, but returned to his desk to continue handling unfinished paperwork. On the other side, Mo Jing-chun didn't return to his office, but headed to Li Wanning's downstairs office. Knock, knock, knock. Mo Jing-chun knocked on Li Wanning's desk. Focusing on her work, Li Wanning looked up upon hearing the knock, and hurriedly stood up when she saw it was Mo Jing-chun. Judging by how frugally Wanning lives, it's clear she's spending her money elsewhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working so relentlessly. Before Li Wanning could react, still in a dazed state, Mo Jing-chun turned around and left with flair. P.S. Thanks to book friends 20200217152648499. Falling leaves are still emotions. Little People Chronicle. Ghostly Sunbirds. Book friend 151214205835549. Marquee 8310 for their support and donations. Chapter 158. Afraid I'll Run Away. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. Afraid I'll Run Away? Today is a great day. Everything you wish for will come true. Another good thing happened, and Mo Jing-chun felt so delighted. Mo Jing-chun hummed a little tune all the way back to the office. On the way, the employees heard the boss singing and had to hold back their laughter. It was only when Mo Jing-chun walked farther away that they dared to cover their mouths and laugh. It's really nice to have a young boss in the company, making the atmosphere much more relaxed, unlike those companies where there's always a leadership vibe. Every day, they're thinking about how to develop the company, rather than forcing newcomers to choose sides. Back in the office, Mo Jing-chun abruptly stopped singing. Mo Jing-chun saw Candy wearing his oversized size 42 slippers, wandering around in diapers and rubbing his eyes, and was stunned. "Lil guy, why didn't you wear pants before running out here? And the little one hasn't even slept for long. Why did he wake up so early?" "Just woken up." Candy's eyes were still a bit sleepy, looking like he hadn't slept well. Mo Jing-chun walked toward Candy, picked him up, and held the pair of size 42 slippers in his hand. Mo Jing-chun carried Candy back to the bedroom, put down the slippers, and helped Candy put on his pants. Candy swallowed, licked his lips dry by the air conditioner, and said to Mo Jingchun, praised. Candy happily nodded. Candy's sweet words were like honey, touching Mo Jingchun's heart. What a scene it would be to have his little sister cook one day. Needless to say, Mo Jingchun was beginning to look forward to it. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Mo Jingchun's uncle received the message from him, he went upstairs without a word to move Li Wanning's desk and a pile of files to the top-floor office where no one usually had access. Carrying a box of files, Li Wanning looked at the enthusiastic Su Pengfei, still bewildered. Ever since the boss spoke, Li Wanning had been wondering why her desk was suddenly moved upstairs, but even now, she still couldn't figure it out. Looking at the overzealous Su Pengfei, or rather, the current president. How's that possible? But Su Pengfei's next sentence left Li Wanning speechless. Taking him seriously, Li Wanning honestly believed this was why her workspace was suddenly moved upstairs. Other than this reason, Li Wanning really couldn't think of any other explanation. Thinking of this, Li Wanning smiled helplessly. As long as Candy Technology hasn't gone bankrupt, how could she leave? Studying for certification is just about not wanting the knowledge she's worked hard to learn over the past year to go to waste. Moreover, Li Wanning knows she can't leave Candy Technology. Because without Candy Technology, there's no money. Without money, there's... With this thought, a hint of gloom dimmed Li Wanning's eyes. After joining Candy Technology, life had gradually improved. Why does fate always like to toy with the unfortunate? What's wrong? Seeing Li Wanning tidying up her desk alone, Su Pengfei grew even more worried. Her expression earlier revealed that there was something weighing on her mind. But Su Pengfei didn't know how to bring it up, so he ended up just going back to his workspace, occasionally stealing glances at Li Wanning. After Li Wanning arrived, Su Pengfei's secretary team also became more restrained. Li Wanning herself didn't know, but the secretaries who overheard conversations between President Su and the boss understood quite clearly. As for the TV drama scenarios, it's better just to fantasize about them at night in dreams. In reality, everyone still has to behave. No one can be a fool as a presidential secretary. Even if they manage to get the president, there's no getting past the boss. If things go south, the boss might fire them all. If Mo Jingchun knew what Su Pengfei's few secretaries thought, he'd definitely give them a stern reprimand. Getting paid and enjoying benefits from the company, yet trying to act out a TV drama in the office? They might as well dream of flying to heaven. The presidential office and Mo Jingchun's office were only separated by the finance office. In Mo Jingchun's office, Candy lay on Mo Jingchun's comfy leather office chair, watching a cartoon playing on the computer. Meanwhile, Mo Jingchun stood by the window, looking at the bustling river not far away, and dialed Qin Yuju's phone number. Every time you call me Qin Yuju, it means there's nothing good. Watching the cartoon, Candy heard his brother exclaiming and looked over curiously, tilting his head. But he only took a glance. Watching any longer would mean missing out on part of the cartoon. This time it's really good news. My company has developed something new, and it's working amazingly well. Chapter 159. Someone can't sleep at night, sets out immediately. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Someone can't sleep at night, sets out immediately. Qin Yuju on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, unable to make up her mind. After all, Mo Jingchun could indeed produce some good stuff, but sometimes he could be a bit tricky and unpredictable. Not to mention the issue with the leukemia miracle drug that already caused quite a headache for Qin Yuju. Experiments with too long a time span naturally require greater costs. Yet every single thing Mo Jingchun brings out is always something good. Do you want or not? If not, I'll hang up. Hearing this, Qin Yuju twitched the corner of her mouth. How much can a call cost for just a little chat? Moreover, all the calls made to her mobile number are free of charge. Even if it were charged as the boss of a big company, could you be sure this bit of phone bill? If you're going to find an excuse, at least make it plausible. On the other end, sitting in her office, Qin Yuju felt a headache coming on. Talking with kids really gives you wrinkles. Qin Yuju seriously suspected if she was actually getting old, as she's been having trouble keeping up with the younger generation's pace lately. Thinking of this, Qin Yuju began to complain to Mo Jingchun. Why on earth did you move the company to Hua County? Hearing Qin Yuju's complaint, Mo Jingchun lightly coughed. I'm back to develop my hometown. Is there a problem? For a moment, Qin Yuju was left speechless by Mo Jingchun again. Finishing her words, Qin Yuju hung up Mo Jingchun's call and sat in her office rubbing her temples. Lately, the Research Institute's experimental funds have exceeded the budget again, headache. On the other side, Mo Jingchun looked at the disconnected call and pouted. Women's mouths full of lies. Previously, she said to find Sister Qin if there was anything, but now how it's changed so quickly. Candy is still the cutest. Mo Jingchun happily ran over to watch cartoons with Candy. The summer night was filled with beautiful, twinkling little stars. Though not as splendid as the sun or as clear as the moon, they cast a dreamy glow upon the world, filling it with an air of mystery, inducing a desire to explore the starry sky. Like most cities, Hua County's nights were also brightly lit. Meanwhile, the few buildings housing Candy Technology by the riverside were equally lit up. Although it was already past 10 at night, there was still technical development personnel tirelessly laying bricks around the framework provided by Mo Jingchun. At 11 o'clock precisely, music soothing enough to relax, everyone started playing in the office building. A colleague, who was patted on the shoulder, yawned and nodded. One by one, the technical developers began to leave the scene. It can be seen that none of the departing developers turned off their computers. It wasn't that they forgot to shut them down, it was intentional. Because each time they shut down, starting up the various development and testing environments the next day requires wasting a lot of time. By this time, Mo Jingchun had already fallen asleep with Candy. Far away in Jing City, Qin Yuju, having finished her day's work, was now lying on her bed trying to fall asleep. However, Qin Yuju couldn't fall asleep. To be precise, she had insomnia. While lying on her bed, all Qin Yuju could think about was what earth-shattering thing Mo Jingchun was messing with this time. She even fantasized if Mo Jingchun had figured out a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. To be honest, even if Mo Jingchun really brought out the technology for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, Qin Yuju felt it seemed plausible. For a moment, Qin Yuju started to doubt if something was wrong with her brain. This is something that, even with the collective efforts of the entire country, can only run stably for a very short time. If Mo Jingchun really brought out controllable nuclear fusion, that would indeed be a problem. The more she thought, the more Qin Yuju pondered. The more she thought, the more she couldn't sleep. The more she thought, the more she wanted to set off for Hua County right now to see what new gadget Mo Jingchun had researched this time. Something that managed to make Mo Jingchun so pleased with himself. An hour later, at the capital Jing City Airport, Qin Yuju boarded a plane bound for Luzhou. Sitting on the plane, Qin Yuju finally had a good sleep, sleeping all the way to Luzhou Airport. A sleeping Qin Yuju was woken up by the flight attendant. Standing at the airport exit, Qin Yuju squinted at her watch. In no time, a military vehicle came driving toward her. It's a 2-hour drive from Luzhou to Hua County, and after getting in the car, Qin Yuju took another nap. In the early morning, as the sky was just getting light, the damp air left dew on the lawn. As people were preparing to change shifts, a military vehicle pulled up at the gate. Seeing the military vehicle, Zhou Xing was at a loss, not sure whether to open the gate and let the vehicle in. The honest Zhou Xing had just approached when Qin Yuju got off the car. Having researched Mo Jingchun's background information, Qin Yuju naturally recognized Zhou Xing. You better get in touch with Mo Jingchun. Zhou Xing seemed to think the suggestion was good and quickly pulled out his phone to call Mo Jingchun. In the apartment building, Mo Jingchun was fast asleep with Candy. Woken up by the phone ringing, Mo Jingchun's temper rose immediately. So early, who's calling? Just as he was about to curse, he saw the caller ID and swallowed his words. Luckily, the sleeping Candy on the bed was a deep sleeper who simply turned over and continued to sleep. Mo Jingchun walked to the balcony and took the call from his uncle. Xiaochun, you need to come over to the south gate. A military vehicle has arrived, and a female officer got out. Chapter 160. The smile gradually fades. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. The smile gradually fades. Outside the south gate, Zhou Xing still used an old-fashioned phone with an incredibly loud speaker, so Qin Yuzhu heard every word of the conversation. When they arrived in the lobby, Zhou Xing poured a cup of tea for Qin Yuzhu at the reception desk and then waited for Mo Jingchun to arrive. Watching Zhou Xing nervously rubbing his hands, Qin Yuzhu smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle, don't be nervous. Have a seat." But after sitting down, Zhou Xing felt even more uncomfortable, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. In his heart, Zhou Xing silently prayed for Mo Jingchun to come quickly so he could go back to monitor the surveillance cameras. In the apartment building, after washing his face and brushing his teeth, Mo Jingchun hurriedly ran over from the apartment building. Seeing Mo Jingchun arrive, Zhou Xing immediately felt relieved and his mood brightened. After speaking, Zhou Xing strode away quickly. Mo Jingchun turned around and looked at Qin Yuzhu sitting on the sofa and bluntly asked, "It's not even 6 o'clock now." The only reason Qin Yuzhu could be sitting here was because she set off last night. What other possibilities could there be? Looking at Mo Jingchun, Qin Yuzhu wondered why this guy was full of grievances. Had she been able to sleep, Qin Yuzhu wouldn't risk gaining another wrinkle by traveling overnight from Jing City to this small county. Ignoring Mo Jingchun's grievances, Qin Yuzhu rubbed her empty stomach and asked, "Is there breakfast?" Mo Jingchun stared seriously at Qin Yuzhu for a while before covering his forehead, saying helplessly, "Luckily, both Mo Jingchun and Qin Yuzhu were fortunate, as the buns and porridge were ready in the cafeteria." Taking a bite of a meat bun and a sip of porridge, Qin Yuzhu asked Mo Jingchun. Qin Yuzhu looked around and found that all the cafeteria aunties were watching her and Mo Jingchun. Eavesdropping would be effortlessly easy. Imagining the aunties' formidable information-gathering skills, Qin Yuzhu silently shut her mouth, focusing on filling her stomach. Mo Jingchun was right. This was indeed not the place for a conversation. Otherwise, it wouldn't take 2 days for the contents of their discussion to be known by every employee at Candy Technology Company. Never underestimate the auntie's capabilities. They really can achieve that. After breakfast, as Mo Jingchun and Qin Yuzhu left the cafeteria, they found that it was already fully bright outside. Mo Jingchun took Qin Yuzhu to the top-floor office, first feeding Bun a bowl of cat food. Don't doubt it, it was a bowl. As a standout among felines, Bun's meals always come in a bowl. Bun, being utterly uninformed about why today was especially early, hardly minded nonetheless. "Meow, this fellow must be your lucky cat, right? Otherwise, how could it be so?" Ignoring Qin Yuzhu's prattle about Bun, Mo Jingchun directly went to the desk and took the smart myopic glasses from the drawer, handing them to Qin Yuzhu. Looking at the shabby glasses Mo Jingchun handed her, Qin Yuzhu was quite puzzled. Qin Yuzhu's smile gradually stiffened. For a pair of shabby glasses, Qin Yuzhu rushed overnight from Jing City to Hua County. Only for this? It's like going from high expectations to instant deep disappointment. Qin Yuzhu's mood felt like a roller coaster. It was hard to say if she was happy or sad. "Try them on and see." Qin Yuzhu nodded seriously, but she still followed Mo Jingchun's suggestion and put the glasses on. Since she was already there, why not give it a try? Though Qin Yuzhu held a little hope in her heart. After a dozen seconds, the smile on Qin Yuzhu's face completely disappeared. A minute later, Qin Yuzhu stood by the window where Mo Jingchun usually stood, looking at the scene outside, silent. 2 minutes later, she was still standing there. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuzhu finally took off the smart myopic glasses. After a comparison, she immediately put the smart myopic glasses back on. At this point, Qin Yuzhu finally looked at Mo Jingchun, leaning against the office table, with surprise. In response, Mo Jingchun grinned. Qin Yuzhu looked at Mo Jingchun like he was a monster, genuinely unsure how his mind worked. In fact, as Mo Jingchun said, Qin Yuzhu had thought of more applications, mostly involving weaponry. Touching the lens that felt a bit like resin, Qin Yuzhu raised her brows and asked Mo Jingchun, "Currently, they're all handcrafted by Mo Jingchun. How could the cost not be high? After all, Mo Jingchun was someone who could earn a lot of minutes. If truly calculated, the lens materials cost is frightfully high. Of course, if only counting the material cost, then it's quite cheap. No rush. Take these glasses back first and study them. P.S. Thanks to Demonic Wanderer Re and Unchanging Heart HG for the rewards and support. Chapter 161, Famous Double Standards. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Famous Double Standards. Looking at Mo Jingchun, who seemed indifferent, Qin Yuzhu found that she really couldn't understand him more and more. People say Mo Jingchun doesn't care about money, but this guy values money more than anyone. It's not because Mo Jingchun is desperately greedy for money. It's purely because he scrambles for it all for his sister. Yet, looking at him now, he doesn't seem like a businessman at all. The glasses in his hand, which can adjust their prescription, are unique. More importantly, once marketed, they'll definitely be warmly received by both nearsighted and farsighted people. Considering such a huge market, it's clear that the material value of the lenses is invaluable. If Mo Jingchun knew Qin Yuzhu's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely smile broadly. This new composite material, if it were so easy to decipher, countries wouldn't have to block these synthetic materials from each other. The reason for the block is precisely because they don't know the formula and production steps and the necessary production environment, which makes it impossible to produce the same synthetic materials. And even if the materials were deciphered, Mo Jingchun would still be as steady as a mountain and won't lose his composure. There are control methods for changing the shape of the lenses too. I'll give you these glasses for free. Of course, what Mo Jingchun didn't say is that the lens of these smart nearsighted glasses originally had some irrelevant raw materials added. Hearing Mo Jingchun mention people with ulterior motives and thinking about the stuff researched at Candy Technology, whether it's algorithms, medicines, or the current new materials, all these are very important to the country and need to be prevented from falling into the hands of bad guys. Thinking of this, Qin Yuzhu felt that just veterans might be insufficient. After all, no matter how strong one's fitness is, without weapons in hand, fighting bad guys empty-handed would be very disadvantageous. Directly protecting Candy Technology was worrisome, concerned about what Mo Jingchun might think. Just when Mo Jingchun mentioned it, Qin Yuzhu took the chance to ask, "I see that the area surrounding your company is quite open. Swat, the kind that goes pew-pew-pew?" Mo Jingchun became interested. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Mo Jingchun asked, "I remember SWAT isn't part of the military, right?" Why does it feel like Mo Jingchun's speaking style is getting more like his? As Mo Jingchun got more enthusiastic as he spoke, Qin Yuzhu suddenly felt her worries were completely unnecessary. It seemed like Mo Jingchun couldn't be happier with the idea of the state moving an army base into his park. If this treatment were real, Mo Jingchun might wake up laughing from his dreams. Stop, stop, stop. With Qin around, there's definitely no problem. Goodness, here we go again with the flattery. Qin Yuzhu shook her head and stood up. Are there any other matters? Mo Jingchun thought for a moment, realizing there wasn't anything else. At the south gate entrance, Mo Jingchun watched as the military vehicle disappeared at the road's end, then turned to head back to the dormitory for a bit more sleep. As soon as he turned, he was startled by his uncle, who was standing very close behind him. Zhou Xing didn't immediately answer Mo Jingchun's question, but instead looked at the road where the military vehicle could no longer be seen, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Uncle, true to form, is legendary and always has surprising words." Mo Jingchun was given a shiver by his uncle's surprising words. Fortunately, Qin Yuzhu was already far enough not to hear. Otherwise, Mo Jingchun would have been embarrassed to seek a hole to crawl into. Not Just Mo Jingchun. Even the two security personnel standing at the gate twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing the elder's words. Zhou Xing chuckled coldly, still saying, "You're 19? You're pretending to be young in front of your uncle?" Zhou Xing pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled. However, he inhaled too aggressively, failed to act cool, and instead choked on the smoke. "Cough, cough, cough. You say you're in your early 20s and still unmarried. Come on, rounding off numbers should not be like this. They said 20, and now suddenly it's 20-something. At this rate, it'd end up calculating him as a centenarian." Mo Jingchun sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Uncle, I'm not even at the legal marriage age yet. No hurry to get married." Zhou Xing glanced at Mo Jingchun, letting out another cold chuckle. "Does that affect your marriage? Besides, so what if you're not at the legal marriage age? You can still get married anyways." Mo Jingchun, unable to argue with his uncle, resorted to the big guns. "Oh really? How about I introduce a few excellent classmates to my cousin?" Mo Jingchun figured it was pointless to continue this discussion. Wasn't this blatant double standard? The cousin is just a few months younger, yet the treatment is entirely different. P.S. Thanks to the readers 202109120644267707, Juff Suff, Future Star, Hee reading for their rewards and support. Thank you. Chapter 162. Where's Your Brother? Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Where's Your Brother? In the apartment building, Zhou Yaling was enjoying her dorm room alone, sleeping soundly. The next second, Zhou Yaling, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed twice in a row, leaving her completely bewildered. Woken up by a sneeze while asleep. Is there anyone else? Who else could this happen to? Coming back to her senses, Zhou Yaling opened her mouth with a slew of colorful language. Well, now she couldn't go back to sleep, but it was still too early to get up for work. With work starting at 9, there were still 2 hours to go. Isn't this just torture? On the other side, Mo Jingchun yawned, patted his mouth, and slowly headed back to his dorm to continue sleeping. After all, there was no concept of being late for him. Everything in the lab was done. Other than possibly signing some documents every day, there was basically nothing else to do. Of course, Mo Jingchun could never really be idle. There were too many books and too much knowledge waiting for him to learn. Plus, he needed to optimize the code submitted by the technical development staff. As the company grew, Mo Jingchun felt more and more the need for a smart assistant to help manage the company. Back in the dorm, Mo Jingchun lifted the quilt, revealing a little one with her little bottom sticking out, sound asleep. Feeling the chill when the quilt was lifted, the little one wriggled further inward on the bed. Once Mo Jingchun lay down and slept, feeling the warm body returning, Candy turned over and nestled under Mo Jingchun's arm. Looking at the cute little one, Mo Jingchun smiled and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Of course, before sleeping, Mo Jingchun didn't forget to put his phone on silent mode. Mo Jingchun slept again until after 10, being woken up by Candy. Opening his eyes, Mo Jingchun saw Candy in oversized slippers, holding an empty baby bottle. Feeling a bit of a headache, Mo Jingchun also realized his nose was clogged. Could it be a cold? Mo Jingchun shook his head and got out of bed to make a bottle of milk for the hungry Candy. As Candy drank her bottle, she watched her brother sitting on the bed, head down and silent, her big, beautiful eyes blinking. Releasing the bottle, Candy asked cutely. Mo Jingchun touched his forehead, unsure if he had a fever. Hearing Candy's question, Mo Jingchun weakly lifted his head and smiled. What to do? Hearing that her brother wasn't feeling well, Candy worriedly started pacing around the bedroom, not finding the milk bottle in her hand appealing anymore. What to do? Seeing the little one's eyes full of worry, Mo Jingchun felt all his efforts were worth it. Candy nodded obediently, cutely. Picking up his phone, Mo Jingchun found Zhou Yaling's number in the phone book and called her. At the time, Zhou Yaling was the only one at the front desk, while others had gone upstairs for something. Seeing Mo Jingchun's call, Zhou Yaling answered and said sweetly, "Already feeling weak. Mo Jingchun didn't have the strength to counter Zhou Yaling's sarcastic tone. With that, Mo Jingchun hung up immediately, not wanting to waste any more energy saying another word. Being hung up on like that, Zhou Yaling found Mo Jingchun somewhat puzzling. It was almost noon, and he still hadn't shown up at work. Zhou Yaling pouted, left a note at the front desk, and then got up to head to Mo Jingchun's dorm. As she opened the door, ready to habitually tease Mo Jingchun, she saw his pale face and was startled. After entering, Zhou Yaling saw little Candy standing behind Mo Jingchun. Seeing Candy's clueless face with tear stains at the corners of her eyes, Zhou Yaling's heart ached. Picking up Candy, Zhou Yaling touched the bottle, finding it still warm. Candy looked at the bottle in her hand and shook her little head. It's not that Mo Jingchun didn't want to take cold medicine, but that since he was a child, whenever he had a cold, he would get in 4, so cold medicine didn't really work for him now. But after in 4, the effect was immediate. Candy pouted her little lips, and tears fell immediately. Hearing this, Candy instantly stopped crying and even wiped her tears dry. Candy's skilled movements made her look like a little actress. The county hospital wasn't far from the company park, just under 3 kilometers away. In about 10 minutes, Mo Jingchun drove with Zhou Yaling and Candy to the hospital. They waited in line for about half an hour before it was Mo Jingchun's turn. After checking his temperature and symptoms, the female doctor said to Mo Jingchun, "It's not a big deal, just caught a cold with mild fever." Montak Yingchun nodded. Sighing, the doctor deleted the cold medicine she had originally prescribed and re-entered something else. Just then, Candy in Zhou Yaling's arms suddenly spoke to the doctor. Candy furrowed her brow and said, "Ah, this little one is too cute. Not only bragging, but also provoking." Candy smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 163. Girls turn on you faster than flipping a page. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Girls turn on you faster than flipping a page. In the hospital's 4-room, a needle was inserted in Mo Jingchun's right hand, and the medicine dripped drop by drop into his body through the transparent tube. Candy tilted her head, curiously watching Mo Jingchun, seemingly thinking she also wanted to try it. But there was a feeling that told Candy that injections could hurt a lot. Mo Jingchun patted Candy's little head, smiled, and said, "Eh." Candy retreated into Zhou Yaling's arms, laughed loudly, and shouted. Mo Jingchun slightly raised the corners of his lips, and with a faint smile said, "Oh." Candy, hiding in Zhou Yaling's arms, looked at her brother and hummed twice, arrogantly saying, Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling exchanged a glance, smiled, and didn't say anything. Mo Jingchun knew that perhaps over the past 2 years, Candy had some vague memories of getting multiple vaccinations. Though very unclear, Candy herself wasn't quite sure. Maybe because Mo Jingchun was sick, Candy was particularly well-behaved and sensible today. During the 2+ hours Mo Jingchun was having the 4, the little one was so considerate that she didn't crawl over him at all. Even after noon, when the little one was hungry and collapsed on a Zhou Yaling, she didn't speak up to say she was hungry. Of course, Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling couldn't let the little one wait on an empty stomach. Seeing the lackluster Candy, Mo Jingchun asked Zhou Yaling to take Candy out to eat and to bring back a portion for him. Mo Jingchun thought for a moment and said, Mo Jingchun wasn't really hungry. He felt he couldn't eat much either. After Zhou Yaling left with Candy, Mo Jingchun leaned back on the worn long iron chair, dazedly. Humans are fragile. Without caution, we get sick, and even an ordinary little cold can escalate to a life-threatening situation. More frightening is that these days, the number of people contracting cancer, one of the top 5 terminal diseases, keeps increasing. Shaking his head, casting aside these unrelated worries, Mo Jingchun closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Across the street from the hospital, inside a village-style restaurant, Candy frowned and asked. Zhou Yaling scooped another piece of braised pork into Candy's bowl, squinted her eyes slightly, and smiled. Candy used a spoon to stuff the braised pork in her mouth, took a bite, and even licked the sweet juice on her lips. If Mo Jingchun were here, he'd definitely retort to Zhou Yaling. Mo Jingchun. Oh, thanks a lot, but not next time. A place like a hospital. Who would willingly go without reason? At least Mo Jingchun had a resistance to hospitals, especially the county hospital where he was currently hooked up for 4. Returning to the hospital with the box meal, Zhou Yaling held Candy's little hand, usually hopping and jumping. When Candy saw her brother asleep on the chair, tears instantly flowed down. Zhou Yaling crouched down, hugging Candy, soothing softly. If she remembered correctly, Zhou Yaling recalled her aunt passing away in this hospital. Hearing from her dad and grandpa, Mo Jingchun looked like a different person when leaving the hospital. Still sniffling, Candy nodded vigorously. Mo Jingchun woke up because he needed to pee. Perhaps the medicine was working. Mo Jingchun felt a lot better, even had an appetite to eat. Glancing at the adult and child swiping short videos, Mo Jingchun quietly wiped away the tear stains at the corner of his eye. Seeing there wasn't much medicine left, Mo Jingchun waited another 10 minutes for the 4 to finish before going to the bathroom. Sitting in the car, after eating the still warm food, Mo Jingchun instantly felt revived. Mo Jingchun glanced at the emergency entrance, then drove Zhou Yaling and Candy back to the company. In the afternoon, Mo Jingchun sat in the office, barely moving. The air conditioning, usually on, was also turned off by Mo Jingchun. The heat, unbearable for Candy, made her flee after. Not even 10 minutes in the office post-nap in the air-conditioned bedroom. Candy first went to the CEO's office on the same floor, found nothing tasty, and then wandered into Su Wenyan's office on the same floor. Looking at the fruit tray filled with her favorite fruits and snacks, Candy bit her finger, looking at Su Wenyan sweetly asking. Usually, Su Wenyan would have put down her work and chatted with the adorable Candy. But these days, Su Wenyan was extremely busy, overseeing the entire production and sales process of nearsighted glasses. Yet Candy wasn't greedy. Facing the full tray of treats, Candy only took a candy stick and a sugar mandarin. Looking at the busy Sue with no time to play with her, Candy pouted and left. Over an hour later, Candy, tired from playing with Zhou Yaling in the first-floor lobby, sat alone on the sofa, dangling her slippers, bored watching the people coming and going in the lobby. At this time, Zhou Yaling, who was registering visitor information, was startled by Candy's cries. When she looked up, she saw Candy, who had been sitting nicely on the sofa, glaring angrily at Bun, looking blank-faced a short distance away. Between Bun and Candy was a bag of half-eaten bread. Getting more upset the more she thought about it, tears welled up again in Candy's eyes. In an instant, when she got the candy from Zhou Yaling, Candy stopped crying abruptly. P.S. Thanks to the human swordsmith for your generous support. Chapter 164. Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. Chamber of Commerce? Candy, with a candy in her mouth, snorted softly before picking up the bread from the ground and walking toward Bun, who was shivering in the corner. No wonder Bun was scared. He was quite aware of his family status. Candy is greater than Bun, who is greater than the human servant. It scared the cat. Candy actually cried out of anger just now. Candy pushed the bread to Bun's mouth, pursing her lips, and said, watching Candy and Bun reconcile, Zhou Yaling shrugged helplessly and returned to the reception desk. When Mo Jingchun went downstairs after work to invite Candy to dinner, he was surprised to find that usually domineering Bun was actually wilted today. Coming from a distance, Candy was bouncing over on her little legs, excitedly running towards him. In the sunset, Mo Jingchun held Candy's small hand, the two of them walking through the park. Under the sunset glow, their shadows stretched very long. In the sunset, Mo Jingchun smiled slightly and said softly. Candy giggled and bounced around, laughing out loud. Pinky promise, hang oneself, not allowed to change for 100 years. Looking at the lively and adorable Candy, Mo Jingchun's lips curled into a slight smile. Like everyone else, Mo Jingchun used to take his own food. There wasn't any special treatment. At most, the amount of food Mo Jingchun took might just be a bit more than others. The yogurt was bought with Mo Jingchun's money, and for others, eating something from their own house doesn't require thanks. Over 3 consecutive days, after Mo Jingchun went to the hospital for 3 days of 4 drips, his cold was completely cured. Mo Jingchun was full of energy once again. In Mo Jingchun's office, Su Wenyan was reporting on the selection of sites and budget costs for the production of nearsighted lenses and eyeglass production lines. Looking at the plant construction areas recommended by the county, Mo Jingchun opened the satellite map of the surrounding area on his computer and frowned. Placing the plan in the town could indeed solve many people's employment problems, but the problem is if the plan is truly placed in this location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, once a mountain flood breaks out, there would be mudslides. If the plant is damaged, it's just damaged, but if it happens when workers are on site, the consequences are unimaginable. To put it bluntly, if it isn't handled well, Canny Technology can forget about surviving in Hua County. Even if they leave, with such a stigma, Canny Technology wouldn't prosper anywhere. Don't say that there hasn't been any mudslides for so many years. Being a native of Hua County, I'm very aware that in Daby Mountain, praised as a natural reservoir, any mountaintop could have a mudslide during heavy rains. The more Mo Jingchun thought about it, the more he felt that the factory couldn't be built in this town surrounded by mountains. Rather than taking the risk, it would be better to buy some buses and regularly transport workers between the factory and the town. Mo Jingchun considers himself not a risk-taker. After realizing all this, Mo Jingchun tapped the documents on the table, looked sternly at Su Wenyan, and asked, "That's one of the main reasons the construction costs of the park far exceeded the budget by 30 million. After sitting down, Mo Jingchun pondered for a while. This time, let it go, as you haven't stayed in the mountains and have no experience. With her face turning red from being chastised by Mo Jingchun, Su Wenyan nodded. After exiting Mo Jingchun's office, Su Wenyan took a deep breath. Meanwhile, after Su Wenyan left, Mo Jingchun in the office also fell into deep thought. If Mo Jingchun can see that building the factory there is unsuitable, others can too. Moreover, the factory will inevitably be targeted by illegal elements in the future, and being surrounded by mountains on 3 sides only provides convenience. For them, Candy stuffed a small bun into Mo Jingchun's mouth. Before he tasted its flavor, Mo Jingchun swallowed the small bun and nodded in agreement. Delicious, right? Candy used her small hand to grab a handful of small buns and handed them to Mo Jingchun's big hand. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Mo Jingchun and Candy turned their heads toward the door simultaneously. Mo Jingchun saw Su Pengfei handing over a red invitation with a frown on his face. Upon receiving the red invitation, Mo Jingchun asked Su Pengfei in surprise. Business associations typically offer entrepreneurs a sense of belonging and a platform for networking. Under the same roof, everyone would naturally prioritize supporting each other, offering encouragement, and sharing information. Aside from that, there might be charity events to attend as well. Looking at the festive invitation, Mo Jingchun's mind was flooded with thoughts. No one knows what crossed Mo Jingchun's mind during that short time. Mo Jingchun looked up to Su Pengfei, appeared calm, and acted as if nothing unusual had occurred. P.S. Thanks to raindrops falling and forgotten honor for their support with rewards. Chapter 165 gone. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Gone. Mo Jingchun quickly tapped on the table and said, "Why don't you ask Li Wanning if she's free?" The two exchanged glances. Mo Jingchun blinked, but Su Pengfei's face turned red instantly. Seeing Su Pengfei's blushing face, Mo Jingchun smiled and said, thinking of something, Mo Jingchun reminded Su Pengfei again. Usually, such events involve charity. Mo Jingchun said seriously to Su Pengfei, "Remember one thing, stay low-key if possible. As the 2 major groups in Hua County, they are very powerful. Mo Jingchun doesn't want to provoke them for no reason." especially when one of them is a semi-military enterprise group. After Su Pengfei left, Mo Jingchun stood by the riverside window for a long time, lost in thought. He shook his head and returned to his desk to continue reading the unfinished book. Mo Jingchun, who was studying, just glanced over quickly. Carrot brother, you're so... Candy scratched her head, thinking for a long time before finding the word. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun chuckled, but said nothing, continuing to read. After saying this, the little one hopped away. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and Candy happily ran out holding flowers. Candy's height didn't even reach the reception desk. When Candy ran from the elevator hall, Zhou Yaling didn't notice the little one coming. It wasn't until the little one ran behind the reception desk that Zhou Yaling saw this little radish head, Candy. Oh, didn't Candy just go to find your brother? Near noon, Candy was almost asleep on the couch in the first-floor lobby. At this moment, Bun strolled leisurely from outside into the lobby. Bun didn't wander around. His destination was clear, right to the couch where Candy was about to doze off. About to fall asleep, Candy wasn't paying attention to the floor, and Bun quietly approached without making a sound. Under the couch, Bun lightly leaped onto the couch. Bun bit Candy's pant leg and tugged at it. Meow, 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 meow. Candy rubbed her eyes and then patted the ginger-furred Bun. Bun walked ahead, and Candy followed behind. This unique pairing made everyone passing by Candy burst into laughter. Meow, meow, meow. Under the apartment building, Candy asked curiously. Meow, meow, meow. Bun kept walking forward, and Candy had no choice but to follow. There were no security personnel in the apartment building, only surveillance. In the surveillance room, Zhou Xing put down the intercom and got up to walk toward the apartment building. The person and the cat looked at the empty cat bowl. Candy shook her head and said, Meow, meow, meow. Bun stared blankly at Candy for a moment, then walked to the cabinet and skillfully pried open the second drawer. Then he took out a can from the drawer, tore open the packaging. You're amazing. The small fish snacks were almost in Bun's mouth, but he didn't eat them directly. Instead, he went to Candy's feet, rubbing against her short legs repeatedly. Meow, meow, meow. Candy didn't say a word, picked up the can, and lavishly poured all the small fish snacks into Bun's cat bowl. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing the cat bowl full of small fish snacks, Bun was so happy he could fly, grinning widely. Even though Bun knew where the small fish snacks were and could open it himself, he still wandered around to find Candy, brought her back to let her feed him before he would eat. You could say Bun was silly, but he opened it and didn't eat until Candy fed him. Zhou Xing pushed open the ajar door and saw Candy lying on the floor with her chin propped up, watching the orange cat in the corner eat something. Candy turned her head and, seeing that it was her uncle, sweetly greeted him. Candy blinked and replied with a grin. Looking at the chubby orange cat, Zhou Xing shook his head and sighed. Hearing Zhou Xing call him fat, an angry Bun turned his backside to Zhou Xing in silent protest. Oh! After Bun had his fill and left, Candy was finally willing to follow Zhou Xing downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhou Xing squatted down to tidy Candy's clothes and then cautioned her. It's almost time to get off work. Candy nodded and replied. Seeing Candy run over to his daughter, Zhou Xing felt relieved and returned to the surveillance room. Over half an hour later, employees began coming downstairs for lunch. When it was time for lunch, Mo Jingchun also came down the stairs on time. At the front desk, Mo Jingchun tapped on the counter. P.S. Thanks to Dong Jiqing, squatting with a black gun selling teammates, and roadside pebbles for their rewards and support. Chapter 166, Lusting After My Body. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Lusting After My Body. Candy jumped up and poked her head out. Only then did Mo Jingchun see Candy inside the front desk. Mo Jingchun waved at Candy inside the front desk and said with a smile. Candy ran out, and Mo Jingchun patted the little one's head. Instantly, Zhou Yaling's face fell, and she looked at Mo Jingchun angrily. Candy looked up at her brother, then at her sister, and said somewhat uncertainly. After saying this, Candy puffed out her cheeks like Zhou Yaling. looking just like Zhou Yaling when she was angry. Seeing Candy's perfect mimicry, Mo Jingchun and others were directly amused by her. Only Zhou Yaling stood there with a look of despair on her face. After lunch, Mo Jingchun held Candy's small hand and returned to the dormitory to prepare for a nap. In the dorm, Mo Jingchun was just about to fill Bun's bowl with cat food, when suddenly he remembered the cat food was finished, and he'd forgotten to buy more. Fortunately, there were still a few cans of small fish snacks, which could make do for now. Mo Jingchun picked up a can of small fish snacks and was about to pour it into the cat bowl when he noticed there were already fish snacks in the bowl. Montak Yingchun. What did I already feed the fish snacks? At this moment, Mo Jingchun suddenly realized that usually by this time, Bun should be waiting outside the door, but today it was nowhere to be seen. Mo Jingchun, feeling dazed, gave an "oh" in response. Candy, already lying in bed, saw her brother holding the small fish snacks Bun loved, and puzzled asked Mo Jingchun, surprised. Candy nodded and said matter-of-factly. Mo Jingchun looked at the fish snacks in his hand and then at the cat bowl, his mouth twitching. This cat was about to become a genius. No wonder Bun wasn't at the door waiting for lunch today. Turns out, this guy was already stuffed. In the park, under a large osmanthus tree, Bun stretched its tongue out, enjoying the shade. At this time every day, hiding here is the only way to avoid countless hands trying to pet it. Meow. The sound of a cat meow startled Bun, and it looked cautiously in the direction of the sound. A dirty cat was standing at a distance, staring at Bun with glowing eyes. Meow. Bun felt a shiver all over, and the next second, it took off running. Damn it, hiding here to avoid being petted and still meeting a filthy cat lusting after it. Rather die than be humiliated. In the park, Bun ran in front, and a thin, black and white cat chased behind. Perhaps seeing Bun run into the hall unchallenged, the thin cat let its desires cloud its judgment. The dirty thin cat took a big step and rushed in as well. Meow, meow, meow. Bun kept wailing miserably as it ran. But Bun successfully caught the attention of the employees returning from lunch. Seeing Bun being chased, everyone quickly moved forward to drive away the wildcat running around. Bun leaped onto the front desk, then jumped onto Zhou Yaling's shoulder. On Zhou Yaling's shoulder, Bun, with lingering fears, watched the wildcat being driven away. It was terrifying, damn it. Look at you, such a coward. Zhou Yaling lifted Bun by the scruff and held it up. Putting down the heavy Bun, Zhou Yaling shook her sore arm. No matter what Zhou Yaling said, Bun clung tightly to her leg, unwilling to let go. Usually, Bun would have long fled far away. In the afternoon, when Mo Jingchun returned to work with Candy, he nearly laughed to tears after hearing Zhou Yaling recount the story. In the following days, Bun was almost inseparable from Mo Jingchun. Even when Mo Jingchun went to the bathroom, Bun scratched at the door outside. End of August, continuous rain for days. The temperature dropped, but it was still unbearably muggy. End of August the 31st. Mo Jingchun was sitting in the office signing documents. Bean-sized raindrops hit the glass, then trickled down due to gravity. Outside, thunder roared, but in Mo Jingchun's office, it was quiet except for the sound of him signing papers. In the bedroom, Candy was at peace sleeping. By the bed, Bun snored on Mo Jingchun's slippers. Occasionally, Bun's yars tweaked rapidly. The ringtone sounded, and Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Seeing Qin Yuju's call, Mo Jingchun's face lit up with joy. On the other end, Qin Yuju scoffed. Ah, there's a storm in Hua County today. Mo Jingchun's heart raced, pounding away. Qin Yuju paused for a while, making Mo Jingchun think the application had failed. Instantly, Mo Jingchun was overjoyed, as if he was about to fly. Great, great. Chapter 167, Armed Police Stationed. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Armed Police Station. Qin Yuju only told Mo Jingchun that the armed police would be stationed in the park soon, but didn't mention when exactly. Mo Jingchun thought there should still be some time before that happens. But it turned out to be much sooner than he expected. After hanging up the phone, Mo Jingchun immediately notified Su Pengfei to come to the office. Wearing a black suit, his hair styled so bright it reflected light. As soon as Su Pengfei sat opposite Mo Jingchun's desk, a wave of perfume scent wafted towards Mo Jingchun. Achoo! The pungent perfume scent was unbearable, causing Mo Jingchun to sneeze. Mo Jingchun fanned the air in front of his nose while pinching it with the other hand and said, "Who taught you this?" Instead of feeling anything was wrong, Su Pengfei sat up straighter and proudly said, "Boss, isn't it fragrant?" Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched, even calling her wanting and receiving perfume. It seems his previous concerns were completely unnecessary. What's infuriating is Su Pengfei even came running to flaunt his relationship. It's really exasperating. Mo Jingchun leaned back in the leather office chair and said helplessly. Su Pengfei was very surprised. What else? Su Pengfei thought about it and realized it's true. Aside from the initial success with the smart anti-shake spoon, everything else is important. Su Pengfei nodded in agreement. On the highway from Jing City to Hua County, 3 black armed police vehicles sped along the same lane. Private cars initially in front of the black armed police vehicles moved aside to other lanes. Inside one of the police vehicles sandwiched in the middle, a large black dog lay bored at the feet of a police officer, panting with its tongue out. Inside the vehicle, there were 6 people, but 5 of them kept their eyes on one armed police officer near the door. After saying this, Wang Bing closed his eyes again, his tone returning to calm. After a moment of silence, Wang Bing quietly said, "For a moment, the atmosphere in the vehicle turned a bit heavy. Even the police dog lying inside sensed it and stood up." Hua County Armed Police Detachment. Knock, knock, knock. Yao Hongyu looked at the person entering and said with a smile, "It's Li, is there something?" The person addressed, as Li shook his head, looking puzzled, and handed a document with a red header to the director. Yao Hongyu paused, then read the document word by word, his expression serious. The content was brief, but like Li, Yao Hongyu had many questions in his heart, especially about this impending armed police unit stationed in the county, yet directly under Jing City's jurisdiction. Such a situation was a first for Yao Hongyu. After some careful thought, Yao Hongyu smiled at Li, who hadn't left yet, and said, "You can go now." After Li left, Yao Hongyu got up and locked the office door from the inside. Looking at the document on the desk, Yao Hongyu made a call to superiors. Before Yao Hongyu could finish, his superior interrupted him. Standing by the window, Yao Hongyu furrowed his eyebrows. At Candy Technology Park, in the lobby of the laboratory building's first floor, over 20 workers were working overtime on renovations. The dust and noise on the construction site didn't affect Li Wanning, who was wearing a white safety helmet and directing the work. Although the uncle said so, Li Wanning still looked worriedly at him, standing on the scaffolding. After all, it's a mobile scaffolding. The next day, the lobby's renovation continued. The whole lobby was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. For security and confidentiality, all walls and doors were made of sound-insulating materials. That morning, Mo Jingchun got up and was having breakfast with Candy in the cafeteria. Seeing a call from his uncle, Mo Jingchun, wearing a Bluetooth headset, answered it directly. 3 black police cars have arrived, saying they're here to station. "Xiaochu, maybe you should come have a look?" Just as Mo Jingchun was about to take another bite of the fried dough stick, he stopped in shock. What? The armed police he applied for have arrived? Didn't the call yesterday say they'd come later? Did I hear it wrong? Hello? 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 You there, Xiao? Mo Jingchun put down the fried dough stick and smiled at Candy. "Brother needs to go to the gate for a bit. Guowa, can you finish eating here first?" When Mo Jingchun arrived at the gate, the armed police had already gotten off from their vehicles and stood in 2 orderly lines, standing tall with heads held high. "Hello." Wang Bing saluted Montag Yingchun. As Mo Jingchun invited the armed police into the park, his eyes lingered a bit longer on the police dog with a formidable scar on its forehead. P.S. Thanks to South Seaching, Hermit 224, Field Chicken, Hermit 224, and Future Grow Star for their support and rewards. Chapter 168. Sweat in the Morning Light. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Sweat in the Morning Light. Wang Bing followed Mo Jingchuan's gaze to the dagger. Hearing this ever-stern captain speak up for the dagger, everyone's hearts warmed. To outsiders, it's a scar, but as teammates of the dagger, everyone always considered it the dagger's badge of honor. It seems this cold-faced captain isn't that difficult to get along with after all. In the parking lot of the park, after 3 cars parked, the doors were locked. Mo Jingchun just glanced but clearly saw a large sniper rifle, though Mo Jingchun didn't know which type, as he had little knowledge in this area. Even so, Mo Jingchuan's hands itched to hold it. Guns, huh? What man wouldn't like them? Especially a sniper rifle, the king of guns. In the conference room, Mo Jingchun felt uncomfortable looking at a group of handsome guys sitting still with buzz cuts. It was as if he was an outlier, not fitting in. Luckily, besides Mo Jingchun, there were Su Pengfei, Su Wenyan, and Li Wanning in the room. One could say the true top brass of the company was all here. Mo Jingchun awkwardly smiled at Captain Wang Bing. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes lit up instead. Boss Missouri, we brought some weapons for safety, and we have certain requirements for the storage place. After more than half an hour of friendly exchanges, Wang Bing made another request. Mo Jingchun didn't have these, but Li Wanning probably did. Wang Bing nodded. A free security consultant should not go wasted. Previously, how could Mo Jingchun notice any shortcomings in the company's surveillance? Not just Mo Jingchun. Probably no one in the entire company noticed, right? Unless someone with ulterior motives infiltrated the company. After the meeting, everyone went to the dormitory. After arranging the dormitory, except for those watching the cars, all the armed police ran into the laboratory's first-floor lobby to help. After stating the requirements for the weapons equipment room, Wang Bing went to the dormitory to study the blueprints. In the park, under the osmanthus tree, the dagger and Bun stared at each other. The next second, the dagger swaggered to the base of the osmanthus tree and lifted its dog leg. Meow, meow, meow. Bun looked disdainful, cursed under his breath, and retreated from the shade of the osmanthus tree. In all his years, he'd never seen such a dog-like behavior, especially the guy who suddenly barged in, sticking out his tongue and laughing. The armed police watching the car took a glance and, seeing the dagger not chasing the orange cat, didn't pay much attention. At noon break time, everyone was fascinated by the armed police in the park, especially the ones standing guard with what seemed to be either submachine guns or rifles. The girls watched with stars in their eyes. In the canteen, the uninformed Zhou Yaling, pulling candy, sat opposite Mo Jingchun, like curious babies, pointing to the armed police eating in the distance, asking. Zhou Yaling blinked in the direction of the armed police. Mo Jingchun didn't lift his head, responding indifferently. Armed police, haven't you seen them before? Of course I know, they're armed police. Mo Jingchun glanced at Zhou Yaling, saying, correction, it's my company, not our company. Candy's last comment dealt Zhou Yaling a critical hit. The armed police who had worked all day went to rest early. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, most people in the apartment were still in deep sleep. Already freshened up, Wang Bing knocked on doors to wake up his teammates to start the new day. As Zhou Shuren well said, a good start to the day depends on the morning. Exercise, naturally, should begin early. Downstairs of the apartment, the park's streetlights hadn't automatically turned off yet. Wang Bing held a stopwatch, timing. 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Teammates gradually ran down from their dorms. After the last teammate arrived and stood in line, Wang Bing stopped the stopwatch. Also starting. Tomorrow, I won't knock to wake you up anymore. Watching the team run off, Wang Bing's lips subtly curled up. Previously, he was the one being trained by the squad leader, and now it's finally his turn. There's no denying it. This feeling is great. Seeing their defiant expressions, the more they resisted, the more excited Wang Bing felt. Hearing the familiar running chant, those standing guard, and patrolling the shifts showed envious expressions. This was their youth once, too. In the monitoring room, Zhou Xing sipped wolfberry tea from a stainless steel cup, watching the young men sweating, with the same envious look in his eyes. Upstairs, Mo Jingchun, watching the running adolescents, yawned and closed the window tightly. Looks like he can't sleep with the window open at night anymore. Everyone jerked their lips. With another 5 kilometers, they'll definitely sleep well tonight, no doubt. Chapter 169, Sharing. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Sharing. Mo Jingchun, who went back to bed for another nap, got up with Candy after 9 and found that Wang Bing and the others were still training. Candy, brushing his teeth with a children's toothbrush and dressed in pajamas, curiously asked his brother, standing by the window. Mo Jingchun picked up Candy, and they looked together at the armed police downstairs working with tires. But on second thought, while others work out with iron, Wang Bing and his team work out with tires. It's really tough for them. Suddenly, Candy swallowed the toothpaste in his mouth, and with the toothbrush still in his tiny hand, pointed towards the osmanthus tree by the cafeteria. Brother, look! Watching the chubby Bun move swiftly and climb up the tree within moments. And Mo Jingchun wasn't worried about Bun's safety at all. On the osmanthus tree, Bun was meowing furiously. His fur bristled in a rage. Meanwhile, below the osmanthus tree, the dog was happily running around in circles. After 10 minutes, Mo Jingchun took Candy by the hand and went downstairs to eat. Seeing Wang Bing and the others still sweating it out, Mo Jingchun smiled and shouted to Wang Bing. In the cafeteria, Mo Jingchun and Candy were enjoying their soy milk and buns, when suddenly, the armed police lined up and walked in. Seeing the incoming armed police, the cafeteria aunties, under Mo Jingchun's astonished gaze, placed 4 cages of buns each on the tables, while another auntie brought in a pot of white rice porridge. Watching the armed police devour the buns one by one, Mo Jingchun swallowed silently and immediately felt he could eat another bun. Wow! Mo Jingchun nodded and said, "Indeed, they are amazing." Upon hearing this, Candy looked at the buns on his plate, then at the armed police. After some thinking, with his brows furrowed, Candy decided against it. On the way to the office after breakfast, Bun, still in the osmanthus tree, leaped down and rushed towards Mo Jingchun, jumping on his shoulder in no time. Meow, meow, meow. Bun poured out his grievances, but to his despair, Mo Jingchun and Candy were laughing and petting the police dog that had followed them. Cute Candy gestured to the dog by his back, blinking his adorable big eyes. The dog, newly named Big Black, was still wagging its tail. Mo Jingchun laughed and said, "You really need to eat more to grow taller then." Feeling the weight of Bun on his shoulder, Mo Jingchun lifted Bun down. He carried Bun to the lobby on the first floor before putting him down. "Why are you cowering when you meet Big Black?" Too bad Bun can't speak, or he would probably argue with Mo Jingchun. He's in training every day with a system. How can it be compared? A week later, the entire first-floor lobby of the laboratory building was renovated and was inspected by Li Wanning. On the day of completion, Wang Bing moved in with his team. After placing all the weapons in the weapons room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now, they no longer need to assign people to take turns watching the car at night. With this, the laboratory building has become both the safest and the most dangerous place in the Candy Technology Park. Fortunately, at this stage, apart from Mo Jingchun, only Candy could enter the laboratory. After a week of chasing and playing, Bun and the dog were well acquainted. Walking in the park, if you see an orange figure and a black figure blurring past your eyes, don't be surprised. It's definitely Bun playing with the dog. Woof, woof, woof. The dog pushed the food bowl towards Bun with its mouth, letting Bun taste the beef. Honestly, Mo Jingchun thought the food he gave Bun was pretty decent until he saw the dog's food. Now he never boasts about Bun's food in front of anyone. Under the peripheral vision of the dog's keeper, Bun swallowed hard, bit a piece of beef, and ran off. The keeper and the dog were used to this by now. The armed police realized that as the mascot of Candy Technology, Bun was a chubby, cowardly, playful, and gluttonous creature. Anything tasty, Bun would want to try, not fearing anyone poisoning the food. On the top floor, in Mo Jingchun's office, Candy and Bun were playing on the sofa while Mo Jingchun was reviewing the report submitted by Su Wenyin. After looking over the report and calculating the costs required for factory building and production lines, Mo Jingchun approved it. At this moment, Mo Jingchun suddenly thought it might be time to hire a secretary. Otherwise, calling finance from the next room was quite a hassle. Promoted to financial director, Chao Mingxin walked over from the next room with a smile and asked. Chao Mingxin found the most satisfying thing was making payments. Not for anything else, just because the company accounts were never short of money, always having sufficient funds. Thinking back to previous companies where he managed finance, reimbursement processes were a hassle, making him a target of employee grievances. Now, thinking about it, he realized he used to be out of his mind. Why take the blame for the boss? Open an account? Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. The concern was that opening an account in a small town would lead to various issues when large financial transactions were needed. On the other hand, Chao Mingxin, leaving the office, also let out a breath of relief, fearing the boss might decide to open an account. If problems arose, someone would have to take the fall. And the one to take the fall besides him, the newly appointed financial director. Who else could it be? P.S. Thanks to Tian Yumeng for the reward and support. Thank you. Tisa. Nung. Wa. Chapter 170. With a wave of a small hand, homeless. With a grab of a small hand, home everywhere. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. With a wave of a small hand, homeless. With a grab of a small hand, home everywhere. Mo Jingchun took a sip of the milk tea he brought from the cafeteria, feeling in a great mood as he continued to write the core code for the smart housekeeper. On the sofa, Bun lay hopelessly on its back with all four legs up on the sofa cushion. Originally, Bun's sleek orange fur was now in a sorry state after being plucked by Candy. Meow, 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 stop it. I'll scratch. Bun, who was ready to put its paw down, thought for a moment and gave up. Sci, forget it. Ugh, she's just a little kid. If I scratch her, I'd be the one in trouble. Ugh, it's really unbearable. Drinks milk every day. How can her hands be so strong? Bun, devoid of hope, could only wag its tail, expressing its helplessness. What's that saying again? A wave of the small hand, homeless everywhere. A grasp of a small hand, home is everywhere. A bite with the small mouth, life and death in a foreign land. Cats, they're creatures well aware of their limitations. The only thing Bun couldn't figure out was other cats were worshipped by elders, loved by the young, and could scratch anyone in between. But here, Bun couldn't scratch anyone. Scratch the poop cleaner? Bun shuddered at the thought. At around 4 in the afternoon, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning, dressed in evening wear, knocked on the door and walked in. Mo Jingchun casually locked the screen, looked up towards the door. Li Wanning, who walked into the office, looked at Bun, who now had little braids, and covered her mouth with a smile. Mo Jingchun asked, confused as he looked at their outfits. Mo Jingchun fumbled in his pocket and placed a car key on the desk, raising an eyebrow at Su Pengfei. Neither of you have a car, right? Though Mo Jingchun was half joking, if someone really intended to make things difficult, it wouldn't be impossible. Hearing Wanning in front of the boss, Li Wanning's face flushed red, and she pinched Su Pengfei hard. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched, thinking to himself how you could be caught up in love dramas even while at home. Considering the situation Su Pengfei described, Mo Jingchun's expression gradually turned cold. With a faint smile, he said, "How to handle it?" Mo Jingchun stood up, walked to Su Pengfei, and looked sharply into his eyes. Mo Jingchun waved his hand. In the underground garage, Su Pengfei, sitting in Mo Jingchun's Audi, hadn't started the car. Su Pengfei reached out to touch his back and showed his hand to Li Wanning. Li Wanning thought for a moment and nodded. Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed before. There was one more thing Su Pengfei didn't tell Li Wanning, that back in Jing City, he didn't know what the boss was researching in the lab, yet nothing ever came about later. But is that even possible? Su Pengfei speculated that perhaps the product the boss was working on was too important to the country, so he chose not to sell it in the market. Hua County wasn't big. The gathering wasn't at some upscale hotel, but in a detached villa in the suburbs. It's not that the business association didn't want to hold the gathering at an upscale hotel. It's just that Hua County didn't have a 5-star hotel. Even the so-called 4-star ones, people felt that being 3-star was already the limit. In about 20 minutes, Su Pengfei drove along the ring road and reached the destination. Outside the villa, many cars were already parked. After parking the car, Li Wanning took Su Pengfei's arm, and the two of them walked towards the door with smiles on their faces. Although a bit surprised, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning still entered naturally. On the second floor of the villa, 2 men in their 50s and a woman in a Chong Sam, who looked about 30, were there. All three held wine glasses, swirling the red wine inside. "What's the matter?" A man in a suit, his face marked by the passage of time, looked at the Candy Technology president and female companion downstairs and laughed. However, looking at the people from Candy Technology downstairs, Liu Youqi couldn't deny she didn't dare make a move. Liu Youqi never imagined that just by attempting a probe, she would receive warnings from multiple parties. These few days, Liu Youqi hadn't slept well. She thought it was just some novice, but it turned out to be a hornet's nest. While she could understand the other warnings, the baffling one was the warning from Jing City's Li Group. Chapter 171, A Painting Worth a Million. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. A Painting Worth a Million. It's terrifying. Liu Youqi has been afraid these past few nights that she won't see the sun the next day. Liu Youqi doesn't dare to offend anyone from Candy Technology anymore. Moreover, everyone in the circle knows one thing, which is that a unit of armed police is stationed within the Candy Technology Park, patrolling 24/7. In addition, Liu Youqi knows something more than others, that all the surveillance inside Candy Technology has been reconfigured, achieving seamless surveillance coverage. With such an arrangement, whoever messes with Candy Technology is an idiot. Definitely has some screws loose. Watching as Candy Technology's CEO, Su Pengfei, entered the living room, Liu Youqi shook the wine glass in her hand, lifted her dress, and turned to go downstairs. Liu Youqi had made up her mind to latch onto this big, thick leg of Candy Technology. Once she does, anyone who wants to trouble her would certainly think twice. After Liu Youqi left, Chen Huaman looked at the crowd downstairs and asked Du Junjie, "What do I think?" Du Junjie gulped down the red wine from his glass, shook his head, and sighed. "Candy Technology hasn't blocked our financial paths." Chen Huaman frowned, somewhat uncertain, and said, "Almost for sure." Chen Huaman was silent. He had to admit, what Du Junjie said was very realistic. Don't ask, don't investigate, don't know. Plus the stationing of armed police units. The only reasonable explanation is that Candy Technology is developing or has already developed something very important to the country, listed as a state secret. Chen Huamin speculated that Candy Technology must have developed something remarkable. Given that Candy Technology's origin is in algorithms, it's likely that the young person has made another remarkable algorithm breakthrough. But then, the armed police stationing doesn't quite make sense either. Casting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chen Huamin sighed. As his friend said, Candy Technology isn't blocking anyone's financial path, so why make trouble for oneself by opposing them? In the living room, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning were somewhat uneasy. It was the first time either of them attended such a banquet, and, being the first time, they lacked experience. Seeing others holding glasses of red wine, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning also each took a glass in imitation. Yet compared to others, they looked somewhat unnatural. Liu Youqi raised a glass in her hand and smiled at Su Pengfei and Li Wanning. Su Pengfei was momentarily stunned, then raised his glass, not noticing that Li Wanning's expression was a bit unnatural. But the next second, Su Pengfei understood. As he raised his glass, he felt a pinch at his waist. It hurt sharply. Regarding the famous character of Hua County, the Black Widow, Li Wanning had heard of her and met her a few times. Liu Youqi saw Li Wanning's small actions and smiled. "Miss Li, there's no need to be so guarded against me. I wouldn't dare lay a finger on anyone from your candy technology. By the way, why didn't I see Mister with her arm wrapped around Su Pengfei's? Li Wanning forced a wry smile. Though Lu Youqi wanted to ask about the project, just thinking of those warnings made her shiver. Lu Youqi smiled and proactively explained to the two. Su Pengfei and Li Wanning exchanged glances, both thinking, so that's how it is. More than an hour later, Su Pengfei successfully bought a painting for 1 million yuan under Mo Jingchuan's remote instructions. The auctioneer praised it to the skies, but in the end, Mo Jingchun hadn't even heard of the painter. Even Baidu couldn't find it. When Su Pengfei and Li Wanning came back with empty stomachs. In the cafeteria, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning were eating voraciously. Meanwhile, Mo Jingchun was admiring the so-called million yuan ink painting. Anyway, Mo Jingchun couldn't see anything special about it. To be honest, it looked much like those ink paintings you could buy online. Isn't it supposed to be a banquet? The little one, Candy, nestled in Mo Jingchuan's arms with a bottle, drowsily opened her eyes out of curiosity. Su Pengfei swallowed the rice in his mouth, shook his head, and said, "Don't even mention it." Hearing this, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Has she been scared by the armed police, or there must be some reason why this woman, Lu Youqi, has concerns. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. Beside him, Li Wanning, who had been eating, said somewhat angrily, "Boss, you must be on guard against Lu Youqi." Mo Jingchun looked up, sniffing with some amusement. Where's that vinegary smell coming from? The little one in his arms, hearing her brother mention a vinegar smell, thought there really was one. She sniffed for a while and asked curiously, "Brother, Chapter 172, really? Really? Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Really? Really?" Candy's words made Mo Jingchun laugh out loud. Fortunately, he wasn't eating or drinking anything, or he might have sprayed Su Pengfei and Li Wanning all over their faces. Li Wanning was also blushing from Candy's retort. Mo Jingchun smiled and handed the painting in his hand to Su Pengfei. After Mo Jingchun left with Candy, Su Pengfei looked at the blushing Li Wanning. Just as Li Wanning was blushing and closing her eyes, and Su Pengfei was about to kiss her, Li Wanning's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Hearing the ringtone, Li Wanning quickly pulled her head back. She was about to explain to Su Pengfei that she wasn't ready, but when she saw it was a call from her mom, she panicked. A bad feeling rose in her heart. When you're away from home, what's the most fearful thing? A call from home in the middle of the night. Thinking about her family situation, Li Wanning became flustered, her face turning pale. If not for Su Pengfei's quick reflexes, Li Wanning would have ended up weakly slipping under the table. Su Pengfei asked anxiously. Li Wanning took a deep breath and mustered the courage to answer her mother's call. There was some silence on the other side of the call. Her mom didn't speak for a while, and Li Wanning didn't dare make sound. After a long time, a somewhat hoarse voice came from her mom on the other end. From her mother's tone, Li Wanning heard exhaustion, sadness, and relief, but not comfort. Li Wanning trembled all over. Even her voice was shaking. After hanging up, tears flowed uncontrollably from Li Wanning's eyes, like a breached dam. Su Pengfei, who didn't know how to comfort people, could only hold Li Wanning tightly. No one dared to approach the leader who was crying uncontrollably among the evening employees having supper around them. After Li Wanning calmed down for a moment, Su Pengfei called boss Missouri Jingchun. In the apartment, Mo Jingchun had just lain down on the bed and turned off the lights. He was about to go to sleep. If he hadn't been holding his phone, which was already on silent, Mo Jingchun might not have seen the call from Su Pengfei. "No problem, you haven't rested for a long time." That night, Li Wanning and Su Pengfei took nothing with them and booked a car to Bashu overnight. The sedan was cruising on the highway, and the driver was happy to have a big order tonight. But in the back seat, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning remained silent the entire way. A sense of sadness lingered around Li Wanning. In the early morning, Mo Jingchun lay wide awake. Something had happened at Li Wanning's house, and she suddenly went home. Mo Jingshun could roughly guess that someone in her family was about to die, or most likely, had already died. This inevitably reminded Mo Jingshun of his mom and dad. When his mother passed away, at least he got to see her one last time. But when his father died, Mo Jingshun rushed back from school only to find his father cold, lifeless, pale, as if he was merely sleeping. Mo Jingshun knew that this was after he had been cleaned up. Later, Mo Jingshun found out that under the cover, his father's body was already a bloody mess. Li Wanning's brother had died. After a long journey using various modes of transportation, by the next afternoon, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning finally arrived in a rural area of a small county in Bashu. Upon arriving home, Li Wanning saw that most of the relatives who usually came to gather were already there. Her father was sitting alone on a rock at the doorway, smoking a cigarette. At his feet lay a pile of cigarette butts. Li Wanning, who could barely stand, somehow found the strength to run into her brother's room inside the house. The largest room in the house was filled with people. As she rushed in, Li Wanning saw her mother holding a basin to catch her brother's vomit. As she approached, she collapsed to the ground. It wasn't vomit at all. It was bright red blood. Looking at her daughter, Lu Lanfan could no longer cry. Over the past year, Lu Lanfan couldn't count the tears she'd shed. Now, faced with her devastated daughter and her son waiting to die in misery, Lu Lanfan felt too overwhelmed to speak. Even so, she couldn't cry anymore. Cough, cough. In the room, everyone watching the sibling bond between the two tearful siblings couldn't help but cry. None could hold back their sorrow. Li Wenbo looked at the strange man who came in with his sister, his pale face showing a smile as he said, "Blarg." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wenbo coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. Li Wenbo tried to reach out and wipe the tears off his sister's face, but his hand had long lost its strength. Seeing this, Li Wanning quickly grabbed her brother's hand and placed it on her face. Li Wenbo's strength gradually faded. He couldn't even lift his eyelids. "Sis, I'm so tired." The skeletal hand slipped from Li Wanning's hold onto the bed, and Li Wanning stood there dazed. In the small village, the sound of firecrackers endlessly echoed through the valley. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly tickets. Chapter 173, A True Farewell. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. A True Farewell. In the early morning, the small village in the valley was shrouded in mist. As the sun rose, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the houses in the valley. The clansmen who had come to help in recent days had already dispersed, each busy with their own affairs. Only at the large stone in front of Li Wanning's house, there was an extra person sitting in a daze. In the kitchen, Su Pengfei helped Li Wanning's mother, Lu Lanfan, with the fire, listening to Li Wanning's mother's words. Su Pengfei listened attentively, because he knew very well that Wanning's mother had been suppressing her emotions for too long, and if she didn't slowly release this suppression in time, over time, she would inevitably fall ill. And once she became ill, she might never recover. This is definitely not an alarmist talk, as there are truly too many people who become seriously ill after suppressing their emotions for too long. A year ago, Wenbo often had nosebleeds at school. It wasn't until this moment that Su Pengfei learned the reason for Wanning's brother's death. Outside the house, Li Wanning remained silent, but tears occasionally fell from the corners of her eyes. Li Wanning couldn't understand why, when a miner passed away, the funeral couldn't be elaborate. Her poor brother had just passed, and, after only being at home for a day, he was sent up the mountain the next day. There were no drumming and gongs as in memory, and the clansmen wouldn't even allow her parents to accompany her brother on his final journey. Before dawn broke, a group of people secretly took her brother up the mountain. The elderly clan elder, leaning on a cane, repeatedly reminded everyone not to talk on the way. This made Wanning, on the journey to see her brother off, dare only to cry silently, without making a sound. Li Peng looked at the cigarette but remaining in his hand and sighed. With Wenbo gone, life suddenly seemed to have lost its direction, and everything felt exhausting. It was as if he had lost his life's goal, confused, lost, still lost. Su Pengfei came out of the kitchen holding 2 bowls of noodles, delivering them to the father and daughter by the large stone. At the kitchen door, Lu Lanfin leaned sideways against the door, watching the 3 outside. Li Peng, holding the bowl, saw his daughter still in a daze, not taking the bowl and chopsticks, and urged. Li Peng looked toward the mountain to the east, his bloodshot eyes filled with melancholy as he said. Upon hearing these words, Li Wanning couldn't hold back her tears once more. But this time, she accepted the noodles Su Pengfei handed over. The reason why Li Wanning and her father sat together on the large stone at the doorway was precisely because from there they could just see the lonely new grave. You should go back to work tomorrow. If you don't go back, it'll delay your job, Li Peng advised while eating noodles. Li Wanning opened her mouth to say something, but what her father said was very realistic. The company had just moved to Hua County not long ago, and Su Pengfei, as the company president, was very busy. No need to say much. If the time is short, it's okay because the boss is there. But if it takes too long, it won't work. The boss is not in the company to manage a pile of miscellaneous affairs below, but to do research and development. After breakfast, Su Pengfei walked some distance away to call the boss and report the situation. In the apartment building, just waking up, and Mo Jingshun was silent for a while before asking, "That's good." Su Pengfei glanced at Wanning, still in a daze in the distance, and responded with a hum. It was Wanning's brother. Leukemia. When the 3 words left Su Pengfei's mouth, and Mo Jingshun's heart tightened suddenly. Leukemia. And Mo Jingshun almost screamed at Su Pengfei. "What did you say?" Standing in the vegetable garden, Su Pengfei was so startled by the boss's sudden shouting that he almost didn't hold onto his phone, nearly dropping it. In the apartment building, Mo Jingshun fell silent directly. Without Mo Jingshun speaking, Su Pengfei on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Leukemia, leukemia. Why did that fool Wanning stay silent in the company, not even mentioning it in passing? If the word had reached Mo Jingshun's ears, Wanning's brother probably wouldn't have died. Although the special medicine for leukemia hadn't been approved for market release yet, by putting in a word and earning the consent of Wanning's family, they could have used the medicine for her brother first. It was not likely that those above would make it difficult. After a long while, Mo Jingshun sighed. "Old Su, do you know? In fact, Mo Jingshun was being reserved. According to the records, the cure rate for the special leukemia medicine was as high as 95%. Leukemia was like a common cold. As long as you take medicine and treat it in time, it's not a terminal illness. Perhaps this is destiny. Human fate is like this. Everything is preordained." The Su Pengfei on the other end of the phone was already too shocked to speak. After the call ended, standing in the vegetable garden, Su Pengfei for a moment didn't know how to talk to Wanning. On the other hand, in the apartment building, Mo Jingshun shook his head. True goodbyes do not happen on ancient tracks with pavilions, nor with exhortations to drink another cup, but simply on a morning like any other, when someone remains in yesterday. Looking at Candy, still sound asleep on the bed, Mo Jingshun felt he must live well, to cherish life, to watch Candy grow up, until his own old age. Life is but a passage like grass and trees in spring, a fleeting moment in the wind and rain. Life is short, coming and going in haste. A hand suddenly waved in front of Su Pengfei, who was spacing out. Seeing Su Pengfei's appearance, Li Wanning looked worried. P.S. Thanks to book friend 20180310223859215 for their reward and support. Chapter 174. The Bun and Dagger Competing for Attention. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. The Bun and Dagger Competing for Attention. Su Pengfei stared blankly at Wanning, who looked exhausted. He wanted to speak several times, but felt it would be too hurtful for Wanning, unable to find the words. Halfway through Su Pengfei's words, Li Wanning thought something had happened at the company. Otherwise, why would Su Pengfei be like this? Su Pengfei shook his head. Wanning, my mind is really messed up right now. I don't know how to tell you. Something had happened at home. And if the company had issues because Su Pengfei followed her back, Li Wanning really wouldn't know what to do. Does heaven still think it hasn't tortured her family enough? Being urged by Li Wanning like this, Su Pengfei, with an already chaotic mind, blurted out what the boss had just said in a burst of emotion. The company developed a special leukemia drug when we were in Jing City. Wanning was completely stunned, her mind buzzing, feeling like the world was spinning. Compared to her brother's death, Wanning found it even harder to accept this fact. Unable to grasp it for a moment, Wanning rolled her eyes and fainted. Fortunately, Su Pengfei caught Wanning in time. Otherwise, if she fell to the ground, how could Li Peng and Lu Lanfen, who just lost their son, survive? Uncle! Hearing Su Pengfei shout, Li Peng and Lu Lanfen hurriedly ran over. Li Peng stumbled and fell and crawled over. In Li Wanning's bedroom, after listening to Su Pengfei explain the whole situation, Li Peng and Lu Lanfen trembled all over. Li Wanning fainted for over an hour before slowly waking up. As soon as she opened her eyes, seeing her mother by her bedside, tears instantly flowed from Wanning's eyes, her tone filled with guilt and sorrow. Why am I so strong-willed? Lu Lanfen held her daughter's hand, covered her mouth with the other, shook her head, and sighed, "Don't blame yourself." The next morning, Li Wanning boarded the bus, not daring to look back, afraid that if she looked back, she would cry and worry her parents. After Wanning and Su Pengfei left, Lu Lanfen and Li Peng closed the door and took some paper to Wenba's grave. "Your sister set out for the company today." Lu Lanfen laughed through her tears and said. On the high-speed train, Li Wanning stared blankly at the scenery retreating rapidly outside the window. Passing through a tunnel, she suddenly turned to Su Pengfei, sitting next to her. "If..." Su Pengfei held Wanning's hand and nodded sincerely, "Of course." Returning to normalcy in their work, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning gradually regained their vigor, though Wanning sometimes dazed off during quiet moments. The large osmanthus tree at the park canteen entrance became the base for Bun and Dagger. Every time Dagger was taken for training, Bun would always come punctually to watch. When Dagger finished its exhausting training and enjoyed the trainer's massage, Bun would go up and sometimes receive the same treatment. In summer, the weather is always unpredictable in the landlocked County. It could be clear skies in the morning and torrential rain by afternoon. In the armed police hall, Bun and Dagger crowded behind Candy. Though the food in Candy's hand was tempting, neither Bun nor Dagger would snatch it directly from her hand. Even so, Dagger's keeper kept his eyes on them. Candy climbed onto the sofa, found a comfortable spot to sit, and looked at the two little ones wagging their tails earnestly. Candy divided the food in her hand into 3 parts. First, Candy split it evenly into 2 parts. Then she divided one of those parts again into 2 smaller parts. Looking at the one big piece and one small piece, Candy furrowed her brows in frustration. Glancing at the 2 little ones, Candy closed her eyes and dropped the food on the ground. Whoever got the big piece first would get it. The keeper, watching from a distance, showed a surprised look when Dagger only got 1 piece and the other was snatched by Bun. Is this the power of food? Otherwise, with Bun's size, how could it run so fast? Such a small piece of food, both Bun and Dagger swallowed in 1 bite, probably without tasting anything. Seeing Candy still had some, the cat and dog sat in front of Candy again, wagging their tails. Dagger tilted its head at Candy, using the legendary head tilt trick. As more AI core code was written, Immo Jingchun, feeling the office building's security was insufficient, moved his computer to the lab directly. This way, if someone tried to steal the computer, they'd first have to get past the armed police. And to reach the top floor, they'd have to take the elevator. Even if there was a hacker, they'd first have to breach Immo Jingchun's firewall. But triggering the firewall would automatically set off alarms in the entire lab building, locking onto the intruder with surveillance. To be completely foolproof, if the computer was stolen, Immo Jingchun backed up the data daily into a storage device hidden within the wall as he wrote code. Coming down from the top floor by elevator, Immo Jingchun habitually walked into the armed police hall to check if Candy was there. At this hour, Candy was likely waiting for him to finish work and eat dinner here. Sure enough, Candy was lounging on the sofa, swinging its little legs. Chapter 175, Don't Treat Kids Like They're Not Grown-Ups. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. Don't treat kids like they're not grown-ups. The summer vacation always seems short for students who still have to attend school. At the end of August, Zhou Yaling was a bit reluctant after finishing her last day at work. Not for any other reason, mainly because Mo Jingchun paid her too much. Although she didn't work until the last day of August, the finance department still paid her full salary in advance on the 15th. In less than 2 months, Zhou Yaling managed to earn more than 10,000 yuan in pocket money, and the key was she didn't spend any of it, saving it all instead. Of course, Zhou Yaling knew that earning more than 10,000 yuan was purely because of her elder brother Mo Jingchun's care. If it were someone else, her brother probably wouldn't even look. After getting off work today, Zhou Yaling didn't go to the cafeteria for dinner as usual. Instead, she sat in the monitoring room, holding candy, waiting for Mo Jingchun to get off work. Yesterday, Mo Jingchun mentioned that they would go out to a restaurant today. In the monitoring room, Zhou Yaling stared blankly at the rows of surveillance screens. Ding-dong at this moment, a message notification and vibration came from Zhou Yaling's phone. 5,000 yuan was credited to the school bank card. Transfer. Besides, the tuition isn't that expensive, only a bit more than 4,000. Zhou Xing, putting his thermos cup away after taking a sip of tea, said calmly, "Just take it." Hearing this, Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and glared at his daughter. "Why? We advised you to study well, but you didn't. If you ask me, it's not too late for you to realize it now." Originally, Zhou Yaling wanted to say that her brother was only a college graduate, not a postgrad. But just as she was about to speak, she stopped herself in time. It wasn't that others weren't postgraduates. It was because her brother didn't have the intention. With her brother's performance of early graduation, whether it's guaranteed postgrad admission or the entrance exam, it should be a piece of cake. You played for 2 months, and he gave you more than 10,000. At this moment, Candy, who was lying on Zhou Yaling's lap watching cartoons, heard the alarm on her watch and handed the phone back to Zhou Yaling, and struggled to get down from Zhou Yaling's lap. Seeing Candy run off quickly, Zhou Yaling hurriedly went to follow her. In a military police lobby, Zhou Yaling followed Candy and sat on the sofa for less than 5 minutes before Mo Jingchun came down from the lab. Mo Jingchun was a bit surprised to see Zhou Yaling there. Blah, blah, blah. Mo Jingchun chuckled. "What? No worries. Isn't the Enterprise the one who decides during interviews?" Hearing Mo Jingchun say this, Zhou Yaling felt like that might really be the case. Would capitalists do something thankless? Probably not very likely. Once outside, Mo Jingchun suddenly turned to look at Zhou Yaling. At the dinner table, facing a table full of delicious food, Candy sat in a high chair, eating with a mouthful of oil. Zhou Xing, being the only one drinking, had quite a bit to drink by himself tonight. Mo Jingchun quickly spoke after swallowing his food. "Uncle, don't be so formal. We're family." Mo Jingchun picked up a milk-filled glass, and the two men clinked their glasses. Zhou Xing downed his glass of liquor in one go. In the car back home after dinner, Zhou Xing kept talking. In the evening, Mo Jingchun, not working that night, lay under the air conditioning with Candy, watching Peppa Pig. Mo Jingchun curiously asked Candy, "Oh, it's often said not to underestimate kids," and Mo Jingchun now understood the meaning. It's not that kids are adults, but rather that kids will tell parents when they go home. Just as Candy was about to ask what social anxiety was, a WeChat message popped up on the phone. The message was from Zhou Yaling, and it was a voice message. Candy quickly tapped on the voice message. "Ahem. Dear brother, thank you for looking after me these past 2 months." After listening to Zhou Yaling's voice message, Candy looked back at Mo Jingchun with a surprised smile and said, Chapter 176, The Formidable Think Tank's Founding. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. The formidable think tank's founding. Zhou Yaling bought a high-speed train ticket for a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The drive from the county to the city along the national highway only takes about an hour. If you drive slowly, it would at most take an hour and a half. At noon, Imo Jingchun, who had eaten in the cafeteria early, took Candy with him to send Zhou Yaling to the city high-speed rail station. This time, Imo Jingchun also planned to leave Candy with Su Wenyin to look after for half a day, but the little one didn't want to and insisted on going along. One suitcase and a pink backpack. That's all the luggage Zhou Yaling had. Outside the passenger seat window, Imo Jingchun's aunt leaned against the window, continuously giving advice to Zhou Yaling. Especially be cautious of telecom fraud and loans. At the driver's seat, Imo Jingchun wasn't in a hurry. He just leaned against the steering wheel, watching his aunt talk nonstop, while Zhou Yaling just kept nodding and saying okay. There was a hint of impatience on his face. After nagging for over 10 minutes, his aunt finally finished and said, "Having someone nagging at you, isn't that such a blissful thing? How could one find it annoying? Honest advice is hard to hear. If they didn't care about you, who would bother to say unpleasant things and risk annoying you?" Now, Zhou Yaling might not appreciate it, but one day, she will no longer resent her parents nagging beside her. Outside the entry gate of the high-speed train station, Candy, sitting in the child's safety seat, tilted her head and waved at Zhou Yaling with a grin, saying, Zhou Yaling pinched Candy's cute little cheek. "Sister is off to school." Candy thought about it, frowning. Hearing Guoguo's words, Imo Jingchun's mouth twitched. Candy's diploma was just something Counselor Na bought from who knows where. The seal on it was just a cute little bunny. Zhou Yaling pouted. "Candy, sister is leaving." Watching Zhou Yaling walking towards the ticket gate with her suitcase and pink backpack, Imo Jingchun started the engine and drove back to the company. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to be out today, Imo Jingchun didn't go to the lab upon returning to the company, but instead accompanied Candy playing in the park. Little ones, after all, need company. While work is important, you can't neglect the little ones, can you? Besides, for Mo Jingchun, work isn't all that important either. As long as he wishes, Imo Jingchun can slack off anytime, anywhere. Even before Imo Jingchun could pick up Candy, Dagger somehow understood Candy's words and lay down directly, letting Candy pet it. On the lawn, Candy petted Dagger's head, then Buns, blinking her eyes. "Oh, Montak Yingchun Chakot." Not far away, the armed police who were gathering for training were forming a line. After the formation, Wang Bing looked at Dagger lying beside Candy and shouted. The once lazy Dagger quickly stood up upon hearing the command, ran to the side of the queue, and sat down. With the setting sun in the west and the perfect temperature, it was the ideal time for training. With nothing much to do, Imo Jingchun sat on the lawn with Candy and Bun, who had gained another half-pound, leisurely watching the daily training of the armed police and Dagger. On this day, due to the typhoon's atmospheric pressure, the entire Hua County was experiencing strong winds and heavy rain. On the streets, apart from passing vehicles, there were hardly any pedestrians in sight. Of course, with weather like this, without an umbrella, a person lightweight could be blown away, not to mention when it's pouring rain. Who would be out on the streets in such weather? Even the employees working in the Candy Technology Park were using the basement to commute and eat, avoiding the surface. Inside the entrance of the office building, a cat and a dog were idly watching the raging storm outside. After a while, Bun tucked back its 4 small legs and started snoring right there. Don't think that a cat's purring only has a hypnotic effect on humans. It indeed has the same effect on dogs. In less than 10 minutes, Dagger, listening to Bun's purrs, also laid down beside Bun and fell asleep. This kind of weather is perfect for sleeping, isn't it? Candy had already been napping for over an hour in the bedroom behind the office and showed no sign of waking up. With nothing to do, Imo Jingchun started browsing short videos. As he was browsing, Imo Jingchun stumbled upon a video about how major companies have think tanks. The video mentioned that internationally renowned large enterprises all have their think tanks. It hadn't occurred to him before, but now that Imo Jingchun thought about it, setting up a think tank really seemed necessary. In modern society, think tanks are also known as knowledge pools, idea banks, think tank organizations, or advisory teams, serving as special organizations that produce knowledge and ideas. No matter what you call them, they are places where minds gather and sparks fly. In less than a minute, Su Pengfei came over from a couple of offices away. Su Pengfei knocked on the door. "Come in." Mo Jingshun looked at Su Pengfei and smiled, saying, "We now have quite a number of employees in the company, and I've decided to set up a think tank. We'll select people from within the company, and the number isn't fixed for now." "Absolutely feasible." Mo Jingshun tapped the table, pondering for a while, unsure what grand name to give the think tank. But after some thought, Mo Jingshun realized there weren't any other suitable names. Anyhow, the name was just a temporary decision. In the future, if it doesn't work out, you can always change it, right? So, this cute-sounding think tank, many years later, became something no longer seen as cute within the circles. Chapter 177. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Mo Jingshun was a person who took action without delay. That afternoon, Mo Jingshun came up with 100 questions related to emotional and intelligence quotient. Without informing the employees that this test was intended to select the think tank, Mo Jingshun sent out the electronic questionnaire to everyone. Even the security personnel responsible for safety weren't spared by Mo Jingshun. Mo Jingshun said it, so that exiting the questionnaire midway would invalidate the results and provided a pop-up reminder. After multiple reminders, Mo Jingshun sent out the survey link. In the monitoring room, Zhou Xing scratched his head and frowned at the questions on the computer. "What is this? What?" Fortunately, most were multiple-choice questions, and Zhou Xing submitted after randomly clicking through them. Unlike the security personnel, other employees took this questionnaire test very seriously. Someone, unknown to who, started the rumor that this exam was created by the boss and CEO, specifically to eliminate unqualified employees. When it comes to your job security, who wouldn't take it seriously? In the following days, Mo Jingshun was busy confirming the list of personnel. The questionnaire was just one data point for reference. If it were entirely relied upon for personnel selection, it would lead to big problems. On the Excel spreadsheet, Mo Jingshun typed in the last name, stretched, and exhaled deeply. Including himself, there were 30 people in total. Of course, these people were temporary selections. Their suitability might later be reassessed based on their performance. In Mo Jingshun's large office, half of the space was turned into Candy's children's playground. Various toys were scattered all over the floor. There, the little one was sitting on a pattern playmat, playing with toy cars. On a plastic racetrack, battery-powered toy cars were running continuously. Vroom vroom beep beep. Watching Candy play happily, Mo Jingshun rested his chin in his palm, smiling quietly at the little one from his desk. Other little girls her age typically played with Barbie dolls, but Candy was different. Candy's personality was like a little boy's. Even the toys she wanted were ones that boys typically preferred. For instance, toy cars, excavators, and toy guns that go pew-pew-pew. Especially when she played with toy guns, she would even run down to the paramilitary squad training outside, standing there earnestly like one of them. She mimicked them with some skill. The paramilitary officers were quite endearing too. During breaks, they enjoyed playing along with Candy. Candy looked at her toys, then at her smiling brother, and reluctantly nodded. "What does Brother need Guagua to help with?" Speaking as she got up. She skipped over to Mo Jingshun happily. Candy nodded and skipped away. Soon, Su Pengfei came over, but Candy, who was supposed to call him, was nowhere to be seen. Mo Jingshun asked in surprise. Mo Jingshun handed the freshly printed list of personnel to Su Pengfei, smiling as he said, "I forgot to ask before, could you have HR hire me as secretary? One who cooks." "Oh, get lost." Su Pengfei winked, revealing an expression that all men understood. "We'll announce to everyone then." Returning to his office, Su Pengfei didn't immediately have the secretary notify employees about the afternoon meeting. Instead, he looked at the list. The first 3 names he saw were incredibly familiar. They were Mo Jingchun, Su Pengfei, and Su Wenyan. Seeing his own name there, Su Pengfei was a bit surprised, but considering his position, it was easy to understand. As for Su Wenyan being on the list, Su Pengfei wasn't surprised at all. Even before the list was out, he knew she would definitely be on it. After spending over a year together, Su Pengfei had developed a deep appreciation for Su Wenyan's business acumen. No wonder the boss's advisor was so enthusiastic in recommending her back. But to Su Pengfei, even if Su Wenyan had business acumen, she needed a platform to showcase it. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Having reviewed the entire list, Su Pengfei looked up at his secretary, Li Lingyan. Li Lingyan took the list and nodded. Back at her desk, Li Lingyan looked at the list, very curious about what kind of meeting it was. Even the boss, president, and vice president were all on the list. She sneaked a glance at manager Li not far away, wondering why her name wasn't on the list. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became about what kind of meeting it was. Meanwhile, a team led by Qin Yuzhu departing from Jing City to Luzhou was on a plane about to land at the airport. Around 2 p.m., Mo Jingchun lulled Candy to sleep, tucked her in, then grabbed his notebook and a black fountain pen, heading to meeting room R17. Though the meeting was announced for 2:30 p.m., Mo Jingchun checked the time before entering the room. It was already 2:16 p.m. When Mo Jingchun opened the door, everyone was already present. Chapter 178. The Sudden Arrival of Qin Yuzhu. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. The sudden arrival of Qin Yuzhu. Mo Jingchun sat down, opened his notebook, and chuckled softly. Ahem, hearing this, those who still didn't understand were startled, thinking to themselves, this isn't good. Are we going to be laid off? The more they thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Some couldn't understand. They had been performing well at the company, so why the sudden talk of being laid off? Indeed, it's really about being laid off. The company has established a think tank, and you all are the talent selected from thousands of employees. However, that's not important. Of course, it's entirely voluntary. If you're not willing, I personally won't insist. The meeting room fell silent. You looked at me. I looked at you, but no one stood up. Mo Jingchun wasn't in a hurry, leisurely drinking half a bottle of mineral water. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to continue speaking, the phone rang. In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Yuzhu stood at the front desk, saying on the phone to Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun replied in surprise, "What?" Mo Jingchun sighed, running his right hand over his forehead in exasperation. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun's eyes glinted, and he smiled slightly. After hanging up, Mo Jingchun immediately turned serious, addressing all the members of the Candy think tank in the meeting room. A few minutes later, Huang Min entered the meeting room with some people. After Qin Yuzhu and her 10 people entered the meeting room, Huang Min left, closing the door behind him. Qin Yuzhu rolled her eyes at the mischievous Mo Jingchun, then looked at the approximately 30 people in the meeting room. Learn? Not likely. Those pairs of eyes, whether male or female, were clearly observing every move of Qin Yuzhu and her company. A minute later, 2 distinct groups formed in the meeting room. One group, led by Mo Jingchun, consisted of 30 people sitting at the east end of the meeting room, and another group, led by Qin Yuzhu, of 10 people sitting at the west end. Between the two groups, several rows of seats were left empty. Such a scene had a bit of the flavor of the river crossing in chess. In the meeting room, Mo Jingchun was smiling, Qin Yuzhu was smiling, but everyone else had a serious expression, focusing intently on the opposing side. Z_001 is the material for eyeglass lenses that Mo Jingchun had presented. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuzhu, sitting opposite Mo Jingchun, nodded, then shook her head. Qin Yuzhu thought for a moment and decided it didn't matter, especially since there was already approval for market release. No sooner had she finished speaking than she indeed saw astonishment on most of their faces. Clearly, aside from the core personnel, Mo Jingchun hadn't disclosed information about the leukemia special medication. What Qin Yuzhu didn't know was even Su Pengfei and Su Wenyin had only learned about a month ago. Before that, Mo Jingshun had not informed anyone in the company. Mo Jingshun reminded the dazed members of the candy think tank. If it's custom lenses, that's different. The next moment, Qin Yuzhu's expression turned serious. P.S. Asking for recommendation tickets, asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 179, Testing the Waters. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. Testing the waters for a moment. Everyone's eyes in the meeting room were on Mo Jingshun, who was frowning and deep in thought. Everyone understood that a war without smoke was about to begin with Mo Jingshun's next words. Especially Qin Yuzhu and her team members, whose attention was now highly focused, preparing to haggle intensely. Before coming, we thought the number of participants from Candy Technology wouldn't exceed 10. Who knew? It was actually more than 3 times that number. At that moment, Mo Jingshun suddenly spoke, heightening the tense atmosphere in the meeting room to the maximum. Everyone widened their eyes, thinking we were about to start dining, only to be told to go to the bathroom first. For a moment, Qin Yuzhu was almost fuming because of Mo Jingshun's antics. Qin Yuzhu clenched her fist, wanting to punch Mo Jingshun, but had no outlet for her energy. Isn't it infuriating? Qin Yuzhu took a deep breath, her lips curled slightly, with a half-smile. With consent obtained, Mo Jingshun stood up, winking at the still stunned people. Fortunately, everyone was sharp enough to stand up and prepare to go to the bathroom, upon seeing Boss Missouri wink. Cough, 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 cough. The clumsy acting was almost too bad. Even Mo Jingshun himself felt it was unnatural, let alone Qin Yuzhu and others. But it didn't matter anymore. Turning the corner, Mo Jingshun led the team into meeting room R22. On the other side, the 9 people sitting in meeting room R16 exchanged glances. No witty. In R22 meeting room, Mo Jingshun cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Su Pengfei, who hadn't even had a chance to sit down, nodded and began. After Mo Jingshun finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room leaned in to discuss and share their thoughts with colleagues. A few minutes later, everyone's suggestions were finally consolidated. The quote for Z_001 was 199,999 yuan per kilogram, with a low price of 69,999 yuan per kilogram. And we must ensure the selling price to other companies remains above this price. Otherwise, looking at Mo Jingshun and others who had returned, Qin Yuzhu had a barely discernible smile on her lips. Qin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Mo Jingshun nodded. Mo Jingshun wrote down 199,999 yuan per kilogram on paper and pushed it forward. The person sitting on the outermost side passed the paper to Qin Yuzhu. Qin Yuzhu picked up the paper with a quote, smiled, and said, pretending to be heartbroken, Mo Jingshun closed his eyes and gave another price on paper. 169,999 yuan per kilogram. Qin Yuzhu looked at it and shook her head. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun quoted another price. Back and forth, after several quotes, Mo Jingshun ended up writing 99,999 yuan per kilogram. Seeing the boss being so candid, Su Pengfei and others had their mouths twitching, and eventually, they became numb to it. Boss, couldn't we have reduced the price bit by bit? Looking at the latest quote, Qin Yuzhu looked at it for a long time without speaking, because it was still slightly off her expected price. Qin Yuzhu looked up at Mo Jingshun, her brows furrowed, speaking heavily. Hearing this, Mo Jingshun stopped writing and directly said, the people who had been worried for the boss felt relieved once they heard the boss hadn't immediately revealed the bottom price. Across the table, Qin Yuzhu was silent, and the others looked at her without making a sound. Mo Jingshun was puzzled for a moment. For a moment, the meeting room returned to silence. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 202103011065345 01986 for their reward support. Chapter 180. Candy's quest for her brother. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Candy's quest for her brother after silence comes compromise. Compared to a special leukemia drug that can save countless lives, even if Z_001 is a bit expensive, it's still acceptable. Besides, which of these wonder drugs for major diseases doesn't cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions? At this moment, Chin Yuju could only pray that the leukemia medicine from Candy Technology wouldn't be too expensive. But reality reminded Chin Yuju that the research costs for each drug must be recovered first, and only later would price reductions be considered. Now, let's talk about the leukemia drug. This time, Chin Yuju's face was not smiling, but full of sincerity. This time, Mo Jingshun also agreed very straightforwardly. He even took some people to have a side meeting in the adjacent meeting room. What Mo Jingshun didn't expect was that Chin Yuju stood up and gave her seat to an elderly lady whom Mo Jingshun didn't recognize. Previously, in Mo Jingchun's view, the other party seemed older than his deceased mother, especially with those wrinkles all over her face and the hints of gray hair. On the top floor of the Candy Technology Mansion, Candy kicked a light and comfortable feeling quilt. The little one rubbed her eyes and sat on the pillow in a daze for a while. Hearing the hum of the air conditioner and feeling a bit cold, Candy turned her head left and right, searching for the air conditioner remote control. Seeing the remote on the TV table, Candy puckered her lips and sighed softly. Sigh. Fortunately, the bed Mo Jingshun specially bought was not high, so Candy grabbed the bedsheet, and her small feet could reach the fluffy carpet. Her fair and tender little feet stepping on the fluffy carpet, Candy didn't even wear shoes and walked directly towards the direction of the air conditioner remote. Red button. Candy muttered about the red button while her eyes scanned the remote. Candy pressed the red power button, and the air conditioner immediately beeped and then turned off. After turning off the air conditioner, the barefoot Candy opened the bedroom door and, without thinking, shouted, "Brother." With her cheeks puffed up in anger, Candy searched the enormous office but didn't see any trace of her brother. Not to mention her brother, even Bun, who usually slept on the sofa like a pig, was nowhere to be found today. Returning to the bedroom, Candy awkwardly put on her wrinkled clothes. Looking in the mirror at her tousled hair, Candy pressed it with her little hand, but it remained the same. Candy sighed helplessly again. Forget it, carrot. Wearing the new slippers bought by her brother, Candy skillfully swiped her watch on the elevator. At the front desk, Huang Min watched as Candy yawned, wearing slippers with tousled hair, just about to chase after her to help fix her hair, but the little one had already run out of the hall. Running to the first floor of the laboratory building, Candy saw Big Black and Bun sleeping together, and she snorted at Bun. However, Bun just closed its ears in response to Candy. As for Dagger, it merely raised its head a little. Candy squatted down and used her watch to call her brother, but no one answered for a long time. Unbeknownst to Candy, Mo Jingchun was in the meeting room negotiating with the Healthcare Bureau representatives, and his phone had long been on silent. After calling several times with no answer, Candy had to give up. At this point, Candy was feeling a bit aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Walking into the armed police hall, Candy looked up at the armed police officer standing guard and asked helplessly. Candy's tearful expression was enough to soften anyone's heart, even a tough guy. Candy pouted. Okay. Looking utterly disappointed, Candy turned to leave, planning to find her uncle to ask if her brother had gone out. Upon seeing this, Wu Haijia, who was on duty, immediately shouted to Dagger, who was sleeping. Dagger, who was lazing around, instantly stood up upon hearing the command and sat upright, facing Wu Haijia. Dagger looked at Candy, who was already running off, then glanced at the soft pillow. The next second, Dagger, without any hesitation, grabbed Bun and ran after Candy. Meow, 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 Bun yowled in terror, its little head unable to comprehend why it was flying all of a sudden. In the monitoring room, Zhou Xing watched Candy outside the door, quickly bringing her in, and wiped the sweat from Candy's forehead with a tissue. Zhou Xing was taken aback. No, he should be with the leaders, right? He didn't go out. Brothers should be in a meeting. Seeing Dagger following Candy, Zhou Xing returned to the monitoring room with peace of mind. Listening to Bun's continuous meow, meow, meow cries, the sympathetic Candy snatched Bun from Big Black's mouth and hugged it in her arms. At the front desk, when Huang Min saw Candy holding Bun, she went over, but before she could offer to help Candy fix her hair, Candy, hugging Bun who looked like it had survived a disaster, looked up and asked, "Guhua is about to cry." Just as she finished speaking, tears began to roll down Candy's cheeks, all falling on Bun in her arms. Bun, still looking confused, glanced at the ceiling, unable to understand why it suddenly started raining. Seeing the little master upset and crying, Bun rubbed Candy's arm with its head to comfort her. Meow, meow, several girls at the front desk, offering delicious food and drinks, tried to comfort Candy but to no avail. Chapter 181. Between Life and Death, a Single Thought. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Between Life and Death, a Single Thought. Have you thought about it? If all drugs were sold cheaply and merchants made a loss, do you think there would still be business people willing to sell them? For a moment, the meeting room was so quiet that everyone could only hear the sounds of their breathing and heartbeat. Because what Mo Jingchun said was indeed true. Even as a representative of the Health Insurance Bureau in the negotiation, there was no way to refute it. Although it was unknown what price Mo Jingchun would propose, they had to face it, didn't they? Only when a price was given could there be room for negotiation. Mo Jingchun closed his eyes and thought. If leukemia patients were still in the early to mid stages, according to experimental data, it would take about 3 to 5 courses of treatment. Each course would require only 5 milliliters of the leukemia special effect drug. One could say it's almost like picking up money. Of course, this was all based on the fact that Mo Jingchun did not have much research costs. Just like the previous negotiations, Mo Jingchun did not immediately announce the price. Instead, he asked the representative of the Health Insurance Bureau. Everyone watched as Mo Jingchun held a pen but hesitated to write. At the moment, Mo Jingchun quickly wrote on the paper. Everyone's heart leaped into their throats. Ren Wenbin, who has been negotiating with major pharmaceutical manufacturers for years, could tell just by the sound that Mo Jingchun had written down 4 digits. Just when Ren Wenbin thought Mo Jingchun was going to continue writing, Mo Jingchun stopped. He casually pushed the A4 paper with the quotation written on it across the table. For a moment, Ren Wenbin was stunned. For digits? Even though Ren Wenbin was prepared for a long negotiation battle, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. As you know, the target given from above was more than 4 digits. What is this? A wasted trip? If possible, Ren Wenbin would be willing to make this kind of trip for free across the globe every day, just so that more patients could afford the medicine and be responsible for lives. When the Health Insurance Bureau representative received the quotation, Mo Jingchun directly capped the pen. Obviously, Mo Jingchun made it very clear that he would not accept any further price cuts. This kind of price, if cut any further, would feel a bit pointless to Mo Jingchun. The fact is the leukemia special effect drug didn't have much research cost, but others don't know that. Moreover, in order to realize artificial intelligence, Canny Technology has been hiring massively. As the number of employees increases, the monthly salary disbursed by the finance side is an astonishing figure. Whether it's building factories or company expansion, it requires a large amount of funding. Leukemia patients, spending just over 10,000 yuan can be cured. Is this medication cost high? It really isn't. Even at this stage, excluding medication costs, the hospital bills alone are likely more than 10,000. Moreover, isn't there health insurance as well? In the future, leukemia will be at most like having small surgery, the kind that doesn't even require entering an operating room. After taking the delegation out, Su Pengfei was puzzled and asked. Mo Jingchun asked back. Su Pengfei nodded, and everyone else in the meeting room thought the same. Mo Jingchun leaned back on his chair, looking at the ceiling. That's what he said, but only Mo Jingchun himself understood that right now. He felt like a 3-year-old child holding a gold brick walking on a bustling street with all kinds of characters. Mo Jingshun urgently needed a protective umbrella, one that could protect him and Candy's existence at any time. And the most robust protection is naturally the nation. On the other side, Ren Wenbin and Qin Yuzhu did not discuss, as they said before. Instead, they directly made a phone call to the higher-ups. As for the content of the call, only the people in the meeting room knew. After coming out of our 22, Su Wenyin coincidentally ran into Candy, who was coming out of the elevator, crying ceaselessly. Su Wenyin's tone changed. In Su Wenyin's memory, Candy rarely cried. Given how much the boss cared for Candy, if he knew who made Candy cry so sadly, he would probably get angry. Though the boss usually seemed easygoing and was good to get along with, Su Wenyin understood that the calmer a person is usually, the scarier they are when they get angry. Su Wenyin stepped forward to hold Candy, wiping away Candy's tears with her hand. Huang Min whispered because, "All right, I was overthinking." Not having to face the boss, Huang Min finally breathed a sigh of relief. The meeting room door was pushed open, along with Candy's crying. Without a second thought, Mo Jingshun stood up and walked over. "Brother Wu, dear, I thought it was something serious." Mo Jingshun casually tossed the bun from Candy's arms out of the meeting room and also sent the dagger out of the meeting room before carrying Candy from Su Wenyin's arms. Hearing this, Candy got even angrier, her cheeks puffing up angrily. Mo Jingshun was momentarily stunned, only then remembering his phone was on silent mode. Candy, with a pouting mouth, looked the cutest. Before long, Qin Yuzhu and others returned to the meeting room. Ren Wenbin extended his hand to shake with Mo Jingshun's. P.S. Thanks to Forgotten Honor and Cup Ken for tipping and supporting. Tisa Nung Wa. Chapter 182. Earning a lifetime's money, unable to afford a single illness. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. Earning a lifetime's money, unable to afford a single illness. Right up until they left by car, from beginning to end, neither Qin Yuzhu nor Ren Wenbin mentioned discounts again. In the eyes of Qin Yuzhu and the others, while Candy Technology might make a profit, the absolute profit wouldn't be too high. Asking Mo Jingshun for a discount again felt somewhat inappropriate. It's true that Candy Technology has made quite a bit of money this past year, but Qin Yuzhu and the others know that Candy Technology has also been spending money like water this year. In fact, Mo Jingshun has his own considerations. Although the medicine sold domestically is cheap, there's still a huge market abroad. According to the customs of foreigners, a life-saving leukemia drug, even if not over $1 million per shot, isn't it reasonable for it to be tens of thousands? For developed countries, since they have plenty of money, it seems justifiable for it to be a bit more expensive, doesn't it? Holding Candy, Mo Jingshun stood at the door watching the car drive away, silently thinking to himself, "Brother, it's hot." Candy, sipping her milk, tugged at her brother's sweaty big hand. Hearing Candy ask the very question everyone might want to ask, Su Wenyin silently gave Candy a thumbs up. Isn't that right? As a company owner standing at the door, how could the employees dare to go inside and enjoy the air conditioning? Mo Jingshun said, leading Candy away, heading towards the apartment building. Seeing this, those who returned to the office building finally began to talk freely. In the apartment dormitory, Mo Jingshun held a towel to help Candy wash her face. Slurp. Meanwhile, on the highway from Hua County to Luzhou, the minibus drove steadily. No one spoke inside the vehicle. Clearly, everyone was deep in thought. Suddenly, Ren Wenbin, sitting in the same row, asked Qin Yuzhu. Originally gazing at the scenery outside the window, Qin Yuzhu turned back to look at Ren Wenbin, shook her head and said. Qin Yuzhu paused, nodded and replied, "Exactly." For a moment, both didn't know what to say. Just 5 simple words, yet everyone understood very clearly that these words, spoken by different people, carried entirely different meanings. Suddenly, Ren Wenbin smiled and said, "Wenbin, you already have an answer in your heart, don't you?" Thinking of how Candy Technology had been crazily recruiting talent these past 2 months, Ren Winbin curiously asked, "Chin, is Candy Technology gearing up for something big, researching some amazing thing?" Qin Yuzhu shook her head. Qin Yuzhu truly didn't know what Mo Jingchun and his team were studying. While there had been analyses speculating that they were developing a system, the reality was completely unknown. There were even analyses suggesting that Mo Jingchun might be researching artificial intelligence. For now, let's say Qin Yuzhu doesn't know. Even if she did, she wouldn't tell others. In the stairwell of the inpatient department at Shanghai Jiao Tong University affiliated hospital, Wang Shan, eating a bun, seemed to have lost all her strength, leaning against the wall, tears streaming down her face, eating a bun that tasted flavorless. Passers-by merely glanced at her, nothing more. From childhood to adulthood, Wang Shan considered her family fairly well off. They had a house, and her impression was that her parents basically satisfied whatever she wanted. Until the bad news struck. While still in high school, her sister, who was 7 years younger, was diagnosed with leukemia. God! At that time, while working, Wang Shan couldn't understand why her perfectly fine sister would get such a disease. I'm not a medicine god. Wang Shan found the movie touching when she watched it before, but she couldn't comprehend how expensive medicine truly was. Now Wang Shan could truly feel it. Just like her sister's targeted gene therapy, it's $30,000 per bottle. A bottle lasts a month. Since her sister's leukemia diagnosis, they've been seeking medical help elsewhere, traveling between cities, more often facing rejection. Yes, rejection. Even kneeling wouldn't help. In just half a year, the family's savings were exhausted, now relying on selling their house to get by. But how much longer can that last? Wang Shan never complained, only felt pain. Listening to her sister cry in pain, gently touching her bald head, Wang Shan couldn't help but cry. She could only cry in secret, not daring to show it in front of her sister. After finishing dinner, Wang Shan wiped her tears, adjusted her mood, and returned to the ward. Wang Shuiying, lying on the bed, lay on the pillow with a disinfectant smell, looking at the sunset through the window. Even though the sun was still bright, it couldn't change the setting sun in the west. Just like her life, it was already counting down. When that last ray of sunlight disappears, so too will the beat of her heart. Afraid? Perhaps. She hadn't yet experienced an epic romance, hadn't skipped a class, hadn't... So many regrets. Wang Shan sat on the edge of the bed, habitually touching her sister's forehead to check for fever. Suddenly, Wang Shuiying smiled, looking at her sister Wang Shan with hopeful eyes. "Sis, take me traveling, let me go crazy just once." Wang Shan didn't know what to say, nor how to persuade her sister. Especially with that look, Wang Shan didn't dare to look directly at it. Good news. Great news. Leukemia miracle drug has an 80% cure rate. It's a cure. Originally excited patients and their families, when thinking of the high drug costs, felt disheartened again. The voice was very weak, but it immediately quieted everyone. Yes, the drug must be expensive, especially a new one. No, no, no. With an uneasy heart, Wang Shuiying opened a short video app to look, laughed, cried. It's true. Wang Shan hugged her sister's legs, unable to control herself, crying out loud. And Wang Shuiying, looking at the last disappearing rays of sunlight outside the window, smiled like a carefree child. The setting sun will rise again tomorrow from the east, won't it? In the apartment building, Mo Jingchun was happy too. Mo Jingchun didn't expect the higher-ups to help Candy Technology with a recruitment ad directly. P.S. Thanks to Rob My Lollipop, Booklover 20201018225408531, and Penguin S. Bro for their support. Asterisk. Chapter 183. The Powerful Effect of Official Promotion. Chapter 183. Chapter 183. The Powerful Effect of Official Promotion at night. Mo Jingchun slept exceptionally well. At this moment, being able to buy happiness with money seems to be a good deal. What's more, What's bought is not just happiness, but also a reputation that currently seems worthless, and the goodwill above. Even if one day Candy Technology is besieged by foreign capital and falls into crisis, they can still turn a mom. Which mom wouldn't be distressed when her own child is in trouble? Just like Mo Jing-chun, there are more people sleeping soundly tonight than ever before. Leukemia patients and their families, who have regained hope, can finally have a good night's sleep. The staff at Candy Technologies' HR department clocked out in the afternoon, not knowing that right now, the company's recruitment mailbox is already filled with emails. All of them are personal resumes from all over the country. People used to be unaware, but now everyone knows the incredible benefits at Candy Technology, and most internet technicians wanting to change jobs have submitted their resumes. In the morning, after waking up, Mo Jingshun glanced at his phone to check the time and found it was just past 8, more than an hour earlier than usual. But this was normal. After all, Mo Jingshun, who was in a good mood last night, had gone to bed early with Candy. Feeling the weight on his stomach, Mo Jingshun gently moved Candy's leg away and got out of bed. Perhaps the sounds from washing his face and brushing his teeth were a bit loud, because when Mo Jingshun came out of the bathroom, Candy was sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her little feet. Mo Jingshun's heart was warmed like that of a young girl. Mo Jingshun smiled at Candy and said, Candy, who had brushed her teeth and washed her face by herself, had her hair tied into 2 braids by Mo Jingshun. After giving her brother a sweet kiss, Candy ran off to feed Bun some cat food. In fact, Bun didn't need Candy to call him. Upon hearing the sound of the cat food bag, Bun got up from his cat bed, stretched lazily, and walked leisurely to his food bowl to wait. After pouring the cat food, Candy noticed that the bowl next to it was already out of water, so she diligently ran to the bathroom, stood on a little stool, and filled the bowl with water. Meow! After taking their time, Mo Jingshun and Candy arrived at the cafeteria by 9 o'clock. At that time, most of the employees were already having their breakfast in the cafeteria. After searching for a while, Mo Jingshun finally found 2 seats in the corner of the cafeteria. At the table, Candy sat in her seat, happily eating her meat bun. Just then, a big head popped out from under the table, resting its chin on Candy's leg, looking expectantly at her. Seeing Bun wanting to eat what was in her hand, Guobo was about to give her meat bun to Big Black. But then she remembered her brother's earlier warning that Big Black shouldn't eat salty food, so she withdrew her little hand. Candy looked at the table to see what else there was to eat and finally locked her eyes on the half-white bun in her brother's bowl. Seeing Candy's hopeful look, Mo Jingshun twitched the corner of his mouth. It's hard to be a brother these days. Even eating a bun, he can only have half. With the half bun she received, Candy happily tossed it into Big Black's mouth. That's all, Big Black, Candy said, waving her little hand at Big Black. Upon hearing there was no more, Big Black strode out of the cafeteria. At the HR center, Chen Hualing, the HR manager, was dumbfounded looking at the emails in the inbox. So many resumes. When can they all be reviewed? Ladies, let's get moving. But what troubled Chen Hualing the most wasn't this. It was that just a moment ago, a newly read email was refreshed and got lost in the pile. Emails were coming in every minute. It was just too overwhelming. Luckily, there was a batch processing function. Otherwise, Chen Hualing wouldn't know what to do. Of course, what impressed Chen Hualing more was how the company, without making a fuss, had researched a special drug for leukemia. That's some serious low profile right there. Half a month later, the ladies in the HR department were all exhausted. But the one thing that made the HR team happy was that, in just half a month, they had exceeded the year's goal of recruiting 10,000 technical talents. In Mo Jingchun's top-floor office, he watched as hackers fumbled around in the traps he had set, thinking they had breached the firewall and were madly downloading data. Mo Jingchun found it amusing. Initially, Mo Jingchun didn't have the mind to bother with these folks, since the company's servers that stored important data weren't even connected to the internet. But somehow, this group of people had been frantically attacking the company website for the past half-month. Mo Jingchun couldn't figure it out. There was no valuable information on Candy Technology's website, so what was the point of attacking it every day? Unbeknownst to Mo Jingchun, Candy Technologies' website had already gone viral in the hacker community. To this day, not a single person had successfully attacked it. Even the famous hacker Godhill had stumbled on such a small website. In the United States, night had fallen over the land. In the basement of a farm, someone was watching the continuous stream of data with excitement. This person elegantly and quickly tapped away at the keyboard as if playing the piano, finally hitting the enter key. Awesome. However, when he tried to open the Candy Technology website, his face turned blue. After inputting the URL, the Candy Technology website could still be accessed without any network congestion. Even the slowest person would realize by now that they had been tricked. The hacker disconnected, checked the files downloaded, and found they were all videos. The hacker who opened the video to watch fell silent. It seemed, perhaps, it wasn't a loss after all. At least the other party wasn't pursuing the IP trace. P.S. Thank you TL, Ling Luo No Xing Chun, Yang, Forgotten Honor, and Country Bumpkin returning to the city for your support. Disa, Nung, Wa. Chapter 184, Agents. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Agents? Montauk Yingchun laughed heartily. After seeing the other party leave, he stopped watching. The development of the AI with the immense manpower was progressing incredibly fast. Of course, at the same time, the number of bugs submitted daily was overwhelming. This was after the common bug detection system was applied. Otherwise, the submitted code might have a bug in every 100 lines. In the afternoon, several foreigners arrived outside the park. The sudden arrival of these foreigners increased the pressure on the security personnel on duty. All eyes were fixed on them, afraid they might do something sneaky. The foreigners' sudden presence naturally also drew the attention of the armed police. Although everyone continued with normal training, their gazes would deliberately or inadvertently glance over. Even Wang Bing, the captain, tacitly approved of everyone's behavior. These gentlemen are agents from the United States, wanting to discuss business with Boss Missouri. The security personnel on duty picked up a walkie-talkie to contact the front desk. The security initially planned to call them foreigners, but thought better of it. It's one thing to mentally call them foreigners, but since we represent the company's image, calling them that wouldn't be appropriate. Huang Min at the front desk flipped through the records, but didn't see any appointments for the boss today. The foreigners leading the group shook their heads. Listening to the front desk's report, Mo Jingchun was a bit surprised, but he quickly realized that these people were most likely here for the leukemia treatment drug. Mo Jingchun thought, if someone abroad got the regional agency rights, wouldn't they set prices as they please? With profits this large, it mustn't be just one agent interested. Originally, Mo Jingchun had no immediate plans to expand the company abroad. But now, someone came knocking on the door. However, soon, Mo Jingchun's message was conveyed to the security. Outside, although the group still had smiles on their faces, anyone could see those smiles were somewhat forced. Within 3 days, whoever needed to be there would arrive. Everyone thought the boss of Candy Technology was young and inexperienced. Now it seems this guy's quite the sly fox, very smooth. Not long after the group left, Huang Min came over. As Mo Jingchun suspected, it was never just one agent coming due to the news. And they weren't all from the same country. After 2 weeks of urgent construction, the factory producing the leukemia treatment drug had already taken shape. At noon on the 12th, after finishing lunch, Mo Jingchun crouched to help Candy tidy up her clothes, smiled, and said to Candy, "Guwa." In the afternoon, brother has a meeting. Candy furrowed her brow, clenching her tiny fists. What troubles could child her age have? Of course, it's that after waking up, she couldn't find her brother for a hug. Although slightly unhappy, Candy obediently nodded. Mo Jingchun ruffled Candy's face. After coaxing Candy to sleep in the office bedroom, Mo Jingchun settled into his office chair, waiting for over 100 agents from dozens of countries vying for the leukemia treatment drug agency rights. From around 1 in the afternoon, agents started arriving gradually. They were all pharmaceutical agents, naturally familiar with each other. Many even knew each other. Some had collaborated before, but mostly they were rivals. However, There's a saying, there are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends. As long as the benefits are maximized, even bitter rivals can become cooperative partners. Today, the busiest was the front desk, leading people around, serving water. Thankfully, nobody wore high heels, or their feet would have been done for. Aside from the front desk, today the armed police squad also halted normal training for full vigilance, especially towards the experimental building. They believed Mo Jingchun had stationed the armed police squad here to protect the lab. This time, not only did Mo Jingchun successfully mislead those foreigners, but also misguided his own people. The lab building indeed housed valuable equipment. However, as for data, there was none. Even the backup AI core data had been secretly transferred by Mo Jingchun. Every foreigner entering Candy Science and Technology Park, regardless of their purpose, seeing the armed police in the guarded building, anyone would think the building held Candy Technology's confidential information. For example, the production process of the leukemia treatment drug. At 2:30 p.m., regardless of whether everyone had arrived or not, Mo Jingchun punctually appeared in the conference room with Su Pengfei and the others. Mo Jingchun was fluent in English, but chose not to speak it, just for fun. Fortunately, these businessmen from all over the world understood Chinese. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Chapter 185, Regional Agency Rights. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Regional Agency Rights in the spacious meeting room. Representatives of agents from various countries and regions all perked up their ears, listening intently to Mo Jingchun's speech. Even those representatives with poor Chinese language skills were wearing real-time translation headphones at this moment. Let's talk about the agency issue first. Personally, I have no intention of expanding the company's business overseas for the time being. Everyone understood what this meant when Mo Jingchun said these words. This meant that out of the more than 100 agents present, most might return empty-handed, especially those relatively weaker agents whose faces turned a bit unsightly. Moreover, I will only manage the X-Factory price. Globally, according to the geographical division, it can be divided into East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Western Europe, Eastern Europe and Northern Asia, North America region, Latin America, Oceania, Antarctica. A total of 12 regions. As for Antarctica, Mo Jingchun directly ignored it. After all, except for the scientific expedition team, who would go to such a desolate place? Seeing someone raise a hand in the conference room, Mo Jingchun gestured for them to speak. Mr. Mo, I have a few questions. For guests who voluntarily come to offer money, Mo Jingchun always greets them with open arms. Fernando Cazares, speaking in somewhat awkward Chinese, asked, "The first question, I would like to ask how the regions Mr. Mo mentioned are divided. This means that among all of you present, only 10 representatives can return fully rewarded. After all, Candy Technology is a company dedicated to research and promoting social development. 11? Isn't it supposed to be 12? Mr. Mo, I apologize for interrupting your speech. I really didn't understand your meaning." Mo Jingchun was taken aback. Really? Someone actually wants Antarctica? No, Mr. Mo. As long as it can save lives, someone would be willing to go there. Does this gentleman have any more questions? Fernando Cazares, fearing missing out on the most crucial question, as this was his main concern. Mr. Cooperate? Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were digging a pit for him to fall into. If all these enterprises united, how could he profit by doing nothing? How could he entice them to willingly pay more money? However, not allowing collaboration doesn't seem appropriate either. Allowing large enterprises to lack competition and directly obtain regional agency rights implies they would spend less money. Mo Jingchun pondered slightly, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. As Mo Jingchun spoke, various agents in the conference room furrowed their brows. At this moment, another person raised their hand and asked, glancing at his phone for the time. Mo Jingchun raised it gently and said casually, In the next moment, the representatives of various agents in the conference room began contacting their headquarters, and some started looking for partners. Without exception, these were relatively weaker agents. 5 minutes passed quickly, with quite a few agents' foreheads sweating from anxiety. Unfortunately, the 5-minute span is neither too long nor too short. Those without decisiveness ultimately missed out. Some were happy, others worried, and the expressions on everyone's faces varied. Mo Jingchun initially thought there would be a moment of silence. After all, everyone might watch to see who bids first. However, what happened was beyond Mo Jingchun's expectations. Increasing by 1 billion at once. How bold! Though assuming the role of auctioneer, Mo Jingchun thoroughly enjoyed it. What's wrong with being an auctioneer? At least he was calling out genuine monetary value here. Alberto Weir-Shao, watching his old rival bid, recalled his boss's instructions and directly offered a price that surprised everyone. Instantly, everyone was indeed stunned by Alberto Weir-Shao. Montauk Yingchun internally cursed. 2 billion going once. Do I really need to elaborate on the value of the leukemia magic drug? However, everyone seemed somewhat discouraged, disappointing Mo Jingchun. Why wasn't anyone continuing? When Alberto Weir-Shao once again offered 2 billion, other agents couldn't sit still any longer. Alberto Weir-Shao sneered, glancing at the enraged Akshay Khanna. Everyone paused. Indeed, realizing no one had mentioned a restriction on acquiring multiple regional agency rights through continued bidding. Hiss with everyone considering the implications of Alberto Weir-Shao's offer. They suddenly contemplated a frightening possibility. That is, Alberto Weir-Shao might bid for all regional agency rights. Feeling the gaze of everyone around him, Mo Jingchun cleared his throat. P.S. Thanks to Heilong Wang, Shiguangyiji, 3141, 592, 6585, Xiaoyan WT, Innocence and Smile, Meng Ziliu, Layla Henhen, Kant Chkuk, Raindrop Footsteps for their tip support. Disa? Nung. Wa. Chapter 186, A Child? Chapter 186. Chapter 186. A child? The words had already been spoken. In any case, Mo Jingchun would never admit that he hadn't thought about the issue at all. This situation is like writing code. Novice programmers inevitably overlook some common bugs. Mo Jingchun isn't a god. How could he possibly think of everything? Besides, this was Mo Jingchun's first time, too. First times are never smooth and practiced. That's perfectly normal. Accompanied by Mo Jingchun's lack of rebuttal, and instead admitting it. With this, the major agents were genuinely panicking. With the constant bidding, Mo Jingchun couldn't stop smiling. At first, Mo Jingchun could still pretend to be indifferent. But as the agents shouted and turned red in the face, Mo Jingchun completely gave up hiding his emotions, his face full of smiles. Shout, shout. The louder they shouted, the more excited Mo Jingchun became. In the end, Alberto Weir-Shao once again secured a regional proxy right, and Mo Jingchun, naturally, became the biggest winner of the auction. 6 billion. This is all real money. Even placed in a bank to earn interest, the daily interest alone would be a fortune for most people globally. The agents who didn't win the proxy rights were invited out of the conference room by Su Wenyin, but none of them actually left. Because if they couldn't cooperate with Candy Technology, they could still collaborate with a first-level agent. And in the conference room, those who stayed wore smiles on their faces. Everyone, I'll be straightforward. Mr. Mo, can the price be discounted a bit? This time, Mo Jingchun was very straightforward and nodded directly, saying the implication in Mo Jingchun's words was obvious. Fortunately, everyone was perceptive and no one haggled further. After seeing all the agents off, Mo Jingchun felt thoroughly exhausted. Su Pengfei was still in shock, over 30 billion. They actually made that in one day. Returning to the office, Mo Jingchun didn't find Candy in the bedroom. Not in the lobby, and she wasn't seen at the door earlier. That means there's only one possibility. Candy definitely took Bun to play with Big Black. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to look for Candy, A voice echoed in his mind. Ding, ding. While Mo Jingchun was overjoyed, the finance department called. After hanging up, Mo Jingchun realized that in such a short while, several agents had already transferred the money to the account. Goodness, what a day, double the happiness. Made money and also received 200 points, delightful. In a laboratory building, Wang Bing and others remained vigilant even after those foreigners left. The true threat is tonight. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, crimes are committed. Mo Jingchun tiptoed behind Candy. Dagger and Bun had already spotted Mo Jingchun, but since Candy was there, they simply ignored him. Mo Jingchun covered Candy's eyes from behind. Using a creepy voice, said, the little one said as she pried Mo Jingchun's hand away. Candy turned around and leapt into Mo Jingchun's embrace. The Scent Brothers' scent is special. Mo Jingchun looked at the time. It was getting late. Mo Jingchun touched Candy's nose with his own, said, at night, a dark and windy night. Outside the laboratory building, only one armed police officer on normal duty. In the armed police hall, controlling all the surveillance in the Candy Technology Park, the fully armed Wang Bing and others took turns monitoring. Waiting and waiting, past midnight, still no signs of activity. 50 meters outside the park, Wang Jingtang lay shivering in the grass. That, dressed in all black with only his eyes showing, Wang Jingtang quickly dashed to the wall. Seeing the high-voltage danger warning sign, Wang Jingtang was fearless. What he didn't know was that a dozen pairs of eyes watched his every move in the dark. Where's the rookie? With just these brief exchanges, the night returned to silence. Send 2 men to bring him back, Wang Bing said coolly. From the surveillance, Wang Bing could tell this guy probably watched too many dramas, dressing all in black. Doesn't he know that nowadays, cameras are equipped with infrared sensors? And clearly, this guy's a rookie, just like a thief feeling guilty. Prepared, Wang Jingtang used his learned physics knowledge, successfully crossing the electric fence. While Wang Jingtang was still feeling triumphant, something cold pressed against his head. Facing those eyes, Wang Jingtang's legs turned to jelly. Wang Jingtang wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. In that cold, indifferent tone, Wang Jingtang trembled as he raised his hands, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Bien Wenliang searched him thoroughly from top to bottom, finding nothing, so he shook his head at his partner. Handcuffed, Bien Wenliang escorted him back to the armed police hall with his partner. Wang Bing looked at the young face, still not free of youth, before him and frowned. After only a mild scare, Wang Jingtang confessed everything. Sitting in the chair, Wang Bing read over the interrogation report, lost in thought. Chapter 187. Do you regret it? Chapter 187. Chapter 187. Do you regret it? As dawn was breaking, unknown personnel infiltrated Candy Technology Park from multiple directions. In the armed police hall, alert sound from the surveillance video were constantly ringing. The laboratory building is the most important place in Candy Technology Park. As long as the lab is secure, the intruders will leave empty-handed. Wang Bing, far from panicking due to the number of people, instead commanded his comrades methodically. On the surveillance footage, ropes were clearly seen leading into various floors of the lab building, indicating these people were unaware of the layout and purpose of the lab floors. After all, typically only Mo Jingchun and Candy go up and down the lab building. As for others, only during the original installation of equipment had technicians gone up. Seconds later, the sound of gunfire resounded through the park. Employees still caught in their dreams mistook the noise for someone shooting off fireworks early in the morning. Only Mo Jingchun, hearing the gunfire, pulled Candy into his arms and gently covered Candy's ears. Candy, deep in sleep, smacked his lips and, clutching Mo Jingchun's shirt with his little hand, continued slumbering. At the order from the captain heard through their earpieces, everyone halted, looking angrily at the fleeing intruders. In less than 3 minutes, the entire group had fled. Wang Bing, looking contemplative, picked up the ropes used by the intruders, pondering that this group seemed to be testing the waters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated so decisively. By now, quite a few security staff had rushed over from the dormitory building. The battle was over. The security team sheepishly hid the metal pipes behind their backs. Their goal accomplished, they likely won't come back. Go to the dormitory and ask Mr. In the van speeding along the ring road, John was sweating profusely, biting his clothes, his face twisted in pain. Looking down, one could see blood continuously flowing from John's chest. Yet still, John felt fortunate. Thankfully, his years of combat intuition saved his life. If he hadn't moved at the critical moment, it might not have been his chest that was hit, but his heart. A team of about 20 armed police, and there were 7 snipers, utterly insane. If he had stayed any longer, John thought it entirely possible they might bring out rocket launchers. Luckily, the probing mission was complete. As soon as the bullet was extracted by the accompanying medical staff, a ping was heard as it was tossed into a stainless steel cup. The doctor shot a cold glance at John. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Mo Jingshun didn't respond. Mr. Recognizing Wu Zhuang's voice, only then did Mo Jingshun relax his vigilance and breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in several different hotel rooms, the intelligence recipient side. In the armed police hall, Mo Jingshun, holding the still sleeping Candy, relaxed upon hearing from Wang Bing that no personnel were injured. After thinking for a moment, Mo Jingshun whispered in Wang Bing's ear. With that, Mo Jingshun winked at Wang Bing. Wang Bing was momentarily confused but quickly caught on. So the very thing everyone was after wasn't in the lab building at all. A perfect bait-and switch. Looking at the high school student wearing silver handcuffs, with dark circles under his eyes and a listless face, Mo Jingshun frowned. What puzzled Mo Jingshun was why there was a kid involved. After listening to Wang Bing's explanation, Mo Jingshun silently looked at the boy in front of him. How to deal with this boy was a problem. Furthermore, the boy's theft exposed an issue. That nationwide, some leukemia patients might not survive to see the day they use the leukemia miracle drug. After all, the disease waits for no one. Mo Jingshun sat on the sofa, holding Candy, and phoned Su Pengfei. "Boss, I'm awake." Su Pengfei, who had been lying in bed, quickly put on clothes and socks and ran to the armed police hall without even washing up. Su Pengfei couldn't tell whether the boss was pleased or angry from his face, but the boss acted too calm, as if nothing had happened. Just then, a siren sound approached. Apparently, someone heard the gunshots and called the police. Su Pengfei not dead. Hearing the siren, Wang Jingtang trembled with fear, collapsing to the ground. Everyone silently watched Wang Jingtang, especially Mo Jingshun, who looked at him quietly. After a while, Su Pengfei returned. "Boss, the police have left, thanks to this young man who went out with me." The sun hadn't risen yet, but the sky was already bright. Su Wenyan, who received Su Pengfei's message, rushed over from the dormitory. Seeing Su Wenyan arrive, Mo Jingshun stood up and handed Candy to her. After Su Wenyan left with Candy, Mo Jingshun walked over to Wang Jingtang, crouched down, and flatly asked. Just as Wang Jingtang showed a glimmer of hope, Mo Jingshun's next words crushed him. "P.S. Thank you, 22 Oath, and Ling Luo's star, Nian, Strangeness, Wandering Wind for your generous support. Tisa, Nung, Wa." Chapter 188. Small Automated Production Line. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Small Automated Production Line Regret? Wang Jingtang asked himself, and then shook his head. If he didn't try, his sister might not have any hope of survival, right? Seeing Wang Jingtang's pale face, Mo Jingshun asked in surprise. At this moment, Wang Jingtang found that the oppressive feeling in his heart seemed to have disappeared. Even his mind was surprisingly clear at this moment. After a long time, Mo Jingshun, seemingly unintentionally, but sincerely, nodded in agreement. Mo Jingshun stood up and slowly found a blank sheet of paper and a pen in the armed police hall. handing a full page of writing to Su Pengfei. Mo Jingchun spoke with a serious tone. Not everyone can wait for the day the medicine is approved for sale. Nowadays, with the special medicine for leukemia approved, why not do what we can? Though Mo Jingchun wasn't superstitious, he was willing to do good for Candy, just hoping Candy could grow up healthy and happy. After instructing Su Pengfei, Mo Jingchun got up and walked out, with Su Pengfei following close behind. At this moment, Wang Bing asked, "Mr." Hearing Wang Bing's words, Mo Jingchun stopped but didn't turn around. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. After Mo Jingchun left, Wang Bing nodded to Wan Fusen to unlock the handcuffs. "You're lucky, mister. If it were about stealing national confidential documents, even if Wang Jingtang were a minor, his life would be over." This is also what those above are pleased to see. Wearing more casual clothes, Wu Zhuang led Wang Jingtang, who was eating a bun, out of the compound. In the 5th-floor ward of the county hospital, upon seeing his mother and sister in the hospital bed, Wang Jingtang shamefully lowered his head. He used to be the pride of the family. "Hello, Annie." Yang Xiaofeng looked at her son with his head down, recalling he hadn't come home last night, claiming he was out playing games. Soon, Yang Xiaofeng guessed her son had done something wrong, and now people had come looking for her. Wu Zhuang looked into the ward, noticing that besides Wang Jingtang's family, there were other patients. And on the bed, the sleeping beauty looked pale and bloodless. If he talked about it here, it might really cause trouble. "Auntie, could you step out for a moment?" Following Wu Zhuang's gaze toward her daughter in the hospital bed, Yang Xiaofeng understood. In the stairwell, Wu Zhuang turned on the body camera hanging on his chest. After listening, Yang Xiaofeng's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. Wu Zhuang quickly grabbed Auntie's hand. Children make mistakes sometimes. After Wu Zhuang left, Yang Xiaofeng leaned against the wall and remained silent for a long time. After a while, Yang Xiaofeng looked at her son and asked. After the son explained, Yang Xiaofeng felt a complex mix of emotions. Later that morning, the investigation report instructed by Mo Jingchun was delivered by Su Pengfei's secretary. As for Su Pengfei himself, he was busy purchasing the items on Mo Jingchun's list. In the office, Mo Jingchun read the investigation report, a bit lost in thought. It turned out that from the time the news was released until now, in just half a month, several hospitals in the county were already full of leukemia patients. It wasn't that no one came to inquire, but upon learning that the manufacturing plant was still under construction, people stopped coming. Wearing a light yellow dress, Candy dragged a toy digger and looked up in confusion from under the desk at her brother. Mo Jingchun patted Candy's braids, slightly worried, and said, after playing with Candy for a while, Mo Jingchun felt much better. In the afternoon, cars arrived one after another, delivering the items Mo Jingchun had requested. A group of people labored extensively to move all the equipment to the 2nd floor of the laboratory. It wasn't until after 8 at night that the installation of the equipment was complete. After eating, Mo Jingchun walked on the 2nd floor of the laboratory with Candy. He watched Wang Bing testing something with an unknown device. Beep, 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 there really was something? Mo Jingchun stared in surprise at the black square taken out from the machine lying on the floor. After Wang Bing disconnected the internal power of the listening device, he finally spoke. After the inspection, looking at the 6 listening devices in Wang Bing's hand, Mo Jingchun shivered. Although these devices are automated and produced without human presence, if they can hide in these devices, what about other places? Seeing Mo Jingchun's worry, Wang Bing spoke up. Mister, after seeing Wang Bing off, Mo Jingchun found a small stool for Candy to sit on. He then started inputting data and adjusting the equipment. At night, the bright moon shone in the sky as Candy sat on the small stool, resting her chin on her hands, yawning, and watching her brother, focused entirely. Brother, how much longer? A few minutes later, looking at the newly produced and packaged special medicine for leukemia, Mo Jingchun smiled. Fortunately, when designing it initially, dust-free conditions were considered. Otherwise, Even with equipment, it would take 2 or 3 days to produce usable special medicine for leukemia. The special medicine made from these materials should be sufficient. Candy nodded, somewhat understanding, and yawned again. By the hospital window, Wang Jingtang leaned against it, gazing at the round moon. In his heart, he wondered if his sister would be able to use the special medicine for leukemia tomorrow. Chapter 189. It's the Secretary. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. It's the Secretary. Mo Jingshun woke up and, after having breakfast with Candy in the cafeteria, headed to the second floor of the laboratory building. In an elevator, just as Mo Jingshun was about to swipe his card, his hand was grabbed by Candy. While talking, Candy had already raised her left hand and placed her smartwatch in the sensing area. With a beep, Candy looked at Mo Jingshun and asked, though she hadn't attended kindergarten yet, Candy had proudly graduated from college. Numbers from 1 to 10 were no challenge for Candy. Candy's chubby little hand pressed the button for 2, and the elevator began to ascend immediately. With another ding, the elevator stopped on the second floor. Mo Jingshun gave Candy's little hand a gentle swing and said with a smile. Walking into the small automated production workshop, all the machines had stopped operating and were in standby mode. At the end of the production line were boxes of unregulated products. Mo Jingshun opened one of the plain white cartons. Inside were neatly arranged bottles of green leukemia medication. Beside him, Candy imitated Mo Jingshun's actions, leaning over the carton, stretching out her little head. Mo Jingshun picked up a bottle of the leukemia medicine, lifted it over his head to inspect it, and answered Candy. In Candy's memory, all edible medicines were sweet, just like Candy herself. What the flavor of the leukemia medication was, even Mo Jingshun didn't know, as it was an injectable drug and not an oral one. But for the leukemia patients waiting for treatment, even if the medicine was bitter, it would be sweet. Looking at these life-saving leukemia medications, and the patients in all the county's hospitals waiting for the treatment, Mo Jingshun didn't hesitate much and directly called Qin Yuzhu. Though Mo Jingshun's intent was good, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't cause trouble on purpose. Special situations require special measures, but permission is still needed. Mo Jingshun wasn't willing to do a good deed and then be blamed for it. After all, as of now, these leukemia medications were indeed unregulated products. Why are you calling me? When the call connected, before Mo Jingshun could speak, Qin Yuzhu on the other end started talking. In the building on the second floor of the lab, Mo Jingshun rolled his eyes and said, Mo Jingshun fell silent. All right, who could blame him when there was always a little tag-along behind him? For the little one, Mo Jingshun couldn't bear to leave this beautiful world. No, wait. How was he led into a trap by Qin Yuzhu, almost didn't climb back out? Calling was supposed to be for a reason. She knows too? Mo Jingshun quickly realized. Of course, many people knew about what Mo Jingshun asked Su Pengfei to purchase yesterday. A little speculation and they could figure it out. After hanging up, Mo Jingshun called Su Pengfei over and asked Su Pengfei to get the relevant documents from Wang Bing at the Armed Police Hall on his way. Several minutes later, waiting on the second floor, Mo Jingshun saw Su Pengfei exit the elevator and nodded, saying, Su Pengfei nodded, handing the documents to his boss. After reading them, Mo Jingshun felt completely relieved. If someone caused trouble, the authorities wouldn't hold back. Mo Jingshun patted the box beside him filled with leukemia medication and said, Mo Jingshun had his reasons for saying this. For hospitals, if they used medicine that had never been used on the market and something happened, they'd be really unlucky. In front of Mo Jingshun, Su Pengfei contacted the county. Upon learning that the county suggested injecting the leukemia medication at the county gymnasium, Mo Jingshun clapped his hands in delight. This was the best possible outcome. At that moment, just after Su Pengfei put his phone in his pocket, it rang again. Seeing a call from the Human Resources Department, Su Pengfei raised an eyebrow. With the phone on speaker, Mo Jingshun naturally heard the HR girl's words. Secretary? Mo Jingshun was momentarily surprised before remembering. Yes, he did ask Su Pengfei to find him secretary a few days ago. After hanging up, Imo Jingchun took Candy's hand and smiled at Su Pengfei. When they reached the first-floor armed police hall, HR didn't keep Imo Jingchun waiting long before showing up with the candidate. Imo Jingchun looked at her for the first time. Imo was a girl, tall, not particularly beautiful, but looked natural and comfortable. But after the girl stopped and stood there, Imo Jingchun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That stance. Quietly, Imo Jingchun pulled Candy back 2 steps and softly asked Wang Bing. Wang Bing leaned in and whispered in Imo Jingchun's ear. Upon hearing this, the corner of Imo Jingchun's mouth twitched. HR girl stood there feeling awkward. Should she leave or stay? P.S. Thanks to Losmpo and Juffsuff for the generous support. Disa, Nung, Wa. Chapter 190. Isn't this more meaningful than attending a charity event? Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Isn't this more meaningful than attending a charity event? Well, Xia Xiaomin gave a smile, handling the situation with perfect poise. But there shouldn't be much rush. However, Imo Jingchun miscalculated this time. The county, after receiving the documents, immediately refurbished the county sports arena and notified each hospital to be ready to transfer leukemia patients at any moment. Over an hour later, Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaomin, under the escort of 5 armed police officers, smoothly delivered the special leukemia medication to the arena. Entering the arena, both Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaomin looked surprised. Especially Xia Xiaomin, she truly didn't expect such efficiency from an unknown small county regarding execution. Even though it was a temporary refurbishment, the cost wasn't cheap due to the urgency. The labor costs alone were at least 3 times the usual, if not more. After shaking hands with the county head, Su Pengfei smiled and introduced Xia Xiaomin beside him. After a brief exchange, the county head had someone contact the hospital to begin the orderly transfer of leukemia patients to the arena. In the county central hospital, as Wang Jingtang returned to the ward with a water bottle, he heard a nurse standing by his sister's bed, saying something to his mother. Upon listening, he walked in and cried with joy. His sister was saved. As one patient after another was transferred to the arena, nurses in the arena started administering the special leukemia medication to them. In the temporary emergency room, all doctors were on high alert, ready to respond to any emergencies. Outside the arena, as Wang Jingtang got off the ambulance, ready to accompany his mother inside, he was stopped. Upon hearing the staff's explanation, Yang Xiaofeng found it reasonable. Supporting the stretcher, she turned to tell her son, "Son, wait outside first." Not wanting her brother to worry, the pale Wang Yingying gave a rare, slight nod and smile. Watching as her sister and mother entered the arena, Wang Jingtang, like other family members, sat on the dusty roadside steps without complaint. After the first 10 leukemia patients received the medication for half an hour without any issues, nurses started administering it to others. At Wang Yingying's bedside, a staff member smiled and said, "Hello, this is the informed consent for medication use." Seeing her mother still reading it, the weak Wang Yingying on the bed whispered. Hearing her daughter say this, Yang Xiaofeng's body trembled. Yet, she did as her daughter advised and signed it. Watching the green leukemia medication being injected into her daughter's arm, Yang Xiaofeng, like other families, waited with anxiety and hope. Everyone prayed for the medication to work. In the evening, after dinner, Imo Jingchun took Candy to the arena, wanting to check the situation in person. Before reaching the arena, still a traffic light away, Imo Jingchun was dumbfounded. The roads had long been under traffic control. Other than for vehicles, wasn't passable. Given the scene, Imo Jingchun even wondered if almost everyone in the county had gathered to watch. After all, people liked to gather where crowds were. Covering just over 200 meters took Imo Jingchun over 10 minutes while carrying Candy, squeezing through to reach the arena entrance. Seeing ambulances move unhindered, Imo Jingchun couldn't help but admire the county's leadership. Yet, getting inside seemed not an easy task. Unperturbed, Mo Jingshun pulled out his phone from his pocket. Hello? Old Sue. Can you have Xia Xiaoman come to the arena entrance to get me? Covered in sweat, Mo Jingshun carried a gleeful candy. So many people seemed fun. In no time, Mo Jingshun hadn't seen Xia Xiaoman yet, but heard Candy pointing at the entrance and laughing, saying, following Candy's direction, it was indeed Xia Xiaoman. In the crowd, when Xiao walked over, Mo Jingshun felt a hand firmly grip him, leading him to run. Inside the arena, Mo Jingshun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The cold air from the air conditioner especially made Mo Jingshun feel comfortable and his frown ease. Inside the arena, although there were quite a few people, it was nothing compared to outside. Following Xia Xiaoman through the beds, Mo Jingshun listened to her report. Boss, the doctors say, based on clinical manifestations, the leukemia medication is working. On a high platform, Xia Xiaoman held Candy, while Mo Jingshun leaned against the railing. Looking at the people below, a slight smile on his lips. Helping patients seemed more meaningful than attending some so-called charity events, didn't it? Most importantly, such benevolent deeds made Mo Jingshun feel happier. If there are any special situations, contact me immediately. After Mo Jingshun left with Candy, Su Pengfei rubbed his temples and said to Xia Xiaoman, such work was suitable for any employee. But as this was the first batch of the leukemia medication, Mo Jingshun felt uneasy leaving it to others to oversee. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes. Asking for monthly votes. Maihan Akat. Chapter 191. Candy who didn't want to leave the kindergarten gate. Chapter 191. Chapter 191. Candy who didn't want to leave the kindergarten gate the next few days were almost completely uneventful. At the start of the medication, comparing leukemia patients undergoing their second phase of treatment to before, one could see that the leukemia patients were recovering at a visibly rapid pace. Real-time tracking reports made this once unnoticed small county into a nationwide topic of conversation, even reaching abroad. However, compared to the harmonious discussions domestically, most overseas netizens felt it was fake. Considering the biomedical level of Great Xia country, it's impossible to develop a specific drug for leukemia that can cure it, especially with such a high cure rate. Regarding the overseas skepticism, Mo Jingshun was naturally aware but did not have the PR team make a statement on behalf of the company. In Mo Jingshun's own words, anyway, in a few days, the leukemia-specific drug will be on the market. A week later, the gymnasium in Hua County returned to its original state, and the patients not yet fully recovered were taken back by various hospitals. However, the fervor over Candy Technology's leukemia-specific drug had not decreased at all. Instead, it grew even more intense. It continuously dominated the top 3 spots on the trending search list. And today, in the tiny Hua County, a large number of journalists gathered. Everyone was waiting outside the pharmaceutical factory, which was not yet fully landscaped, hoping to see the drugs inside being shipped out to various parts of the world. While everyone expected Candy Technology to hold a press conference, as the factory gates opened, trucks drove out one by one without the slightest intention of stopping. This scene left the journalists dumbfounded. Xia Xiaoman watched as the first batch of the leukemia-specific drug was fully transported away, then turned around, ready to head back to the factory and drive back to the company. But the journalists, having finally caught someone from Candy Technology, even the legendary secretary of Candy Technology, couldn't let this opportunity slip away. If Xia Xiaoman hadn't been quick on her feet, she would have almost been surrounded. Fortunately, the security personnel hired by Candy Technology were competent and not just some old guards at the gate. The reporters were kept out, forming a dividing line with the security personnel. Xia Xiaoman closed her folder and answered the reporters' questions with clear thinking. Of course, our manufacturing facility operates nonstop, 24/7. The reporters clearly had more questions, but Xia Xiaoman had already politely turned and left with a smile. As for barging into the factory, only someone with a screw loose would do that. Otherwise, who would dare go in? Many journalists camped outside, the pharmaceutical plant for days for the scoop. During this time, apart from seeing 2 buses entering the park, there were clearly no workers, and there was no news of Candy Technology hiring workers. So take a guess, who were the people in those 2 buses? When you think of something, curse someone, and catch a cold. Mo Jingchun, sneezing twice in succession, rubbed his nose, cursing under his breath about who was speaking ill of him behind his back. Candy, who was shopping with his brother, laughed heartily upon seeing him sneeze. It's said that girls naturally love to shop, and Mo Jingchun felt this was absolutely true. Despite Candy being so small, she loved shopping but hadn't bought anything. With those little legs running, if Candy weren't holding Mo Jingchun's hand, he wouldn't be able to keep up with her pace. When passing by the gate of a kindergarten, Candy stopped, unable to move as she looked at the many children inside. Candy also wanted to go in and play, but the gate before her stopped her. Looking at Candy's envious little eyes, Mo Jingchun suddenly realized something. Since being a little baby in need of care, Candy has always been following him to school, and after school, she returned to her hometown. During this time, Candy hasn't had a playmate of her age. In the company park, there's no need to mention, as Candy is the only one under 18. During school at Jing University, only when strolling the playground did she occasionally meet kids of her age. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun squatted down, pulling Candy into his arms, whispering with a smile in her ear. As soon as Mo Jingchun finished speaking, Candy nodded vigorously. Looking at Candy's expectant eyes, Mo Jingchun smiled, patting her little head. Mo Jingchun didn't directly call out to the kindergarten teacher, who was playing games with the children, because he knew the teacher wouldn't grant his request. After all, if anything happened, a teacher earning 3,000 or 4,000 yuan couldn't bear such responsibility. Taking out his phone, Mo Jingchun found Xia Xiaoman's number and called her. On the outer ring road, Xia Xiaoman, who was driving back to the company park, answered immediately upon hearing the voice notification of a call from boss. Xia, I'm at the gate of Qixi Kindergarten on Weiqi Road, and Candy wants to go in and play with the kids. Slowing her driving, Xia Xiaoman replied. After temporarily parking her car by the roadside, Xia Xiaoman found the kindergarten's number online. 5 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman called the boss back. Boss, I've sorted it out. Before hanging up, Mo Jingchun saw a girl rushing over. P.S. Thanks to Zhou Quan 950726 for the reward and support. Thanks. Chapter 192. Thank you, miss. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Thank you, miss. Judging by the age, the person might have just graduated. Mo Jingchun even thought that the girl in front of him was definitely younger than him. After ending the call, Xia Xiaoman drove her boss Missouri Jingchun's car, continuing to return to the company park on the outer ring road. At the entrance of Qixi Kindergarten, Zhang Minmin, who received a call from the principal, ran all the way to the gate, panting. Seeing the young person with a child in front of her, Zhang Minmin found it hard to associate him with the boss of Candy Technology. In a hurry, Zhang Minmin opened the kindergarten door and apologized. Mr. Mo Jingchun smiled and said while holding Candy's hand. Zhang Minmin hurriedly waved her hand. Mo Jingchun looked down at Candy, who was impatient to join the game, and smiled. Mo Jingchun didn't know if his memory was right, but generally parents are not allowed inside the kindergarten. Zhang Minmin was a bit hesitant, mainly afraid that the principal would blame them when she returned. The person in front of her was a figure who stirred up the global scene. Not only a little girl like her, even the principal wouldn't dare to offend him. Candy, who was walking into the kindergarten, turned back to look at Mo Jingchun with a worried face and said, Mo Jingchun was amused by Candy. Maybe Candy wanted to say don't go too far, but probably said it hastily and used his usual catchphrase. Candy nodded, and without waiting for Zhang Minmin, ran towards the group of kids playing games on his own little legs. Zhang Minmin followed closely, running all the way to a colleague to explain the situation. Upon knowing the little guy was Candy, Han Shueping was taken aback. Limited knows that there's a line in the Baidu Encyclopedia entry that mentions the origin of the company's name. Yes, that's right, It's named after this little guy here. Han Shueping looked towards the kindergarten entrance and saw Mo Jingshun waving at her. Hoket, Han Shueping hodiet lunudet. Mo Jingshun stood at the door, watching Candy laughing and playing happily with other kids, and he smiled brightly too. After standing for a while, Mo Jingshun walked over to a nearby marble garden stone bench and sat down. Patting the marble bench, Mo Jingshun thought he might have seen it on short videos, and it seemed to cost over 10,000 each. Mo Jingshun couldn't help but sigh. It's really valuable. But luckily, Candy technology makes money even quicker. Just then, Mo Jingshun's phone rang. When he looked at it, well, it was an international call, and it was from that cunning Alberto Weirshao. Even before answering the call, Mo Jingshun could guess without thinking that this guy was likely in a hurry. After all, the small production line's limited leukemia medication was used for local critical patients, and it was normal not to ship to their distributors. However, after the first batch of leukemia medication was shipped out, Mo Jingshun still hadn't shown any signs of supplying the distributors. So how could Alberto Weirshao not be anxious? Keep in mind, he spent billions for the agency rights in 2 districts. Answering the call, Mo Jingshun laughed and said, Mr. O. Mr. Mo. Sure enough, Alberto Weirshao was already anxious. And it's probably not just Alberto Weirshao who's anxious. Mo Jingshun chuckled and said, You can now place an order with my secretary, but Mr. O? Thank you so much, Mr. You're welcome. Please also help convey the message to the other area distributors, Mr. After hanging up, Alberto Weirshao chuckled to himself. He would definitely convey the message, but whether it would be in an hour or after 10-something hours was another story. Speaking of Mo Jingshun as a businessman, he looks fair and fresh, but when he acts ruthlessly, he's darker than anyone else. For such a large order, requiring payment first and then delivery, only Mo Jingshun would dare do it. But what can be done? There's only Candy technology that can produce leukemia medication. As for imitation, they wouldn't even give you a chance. Everyone has been waiting, but Candy technology just doesn't file for a patent. Even checking the patents under Candy technology's name, there's pathetically few. It's not that Candy technology lacks technology, it's that they're confident you can't crack it. Seeing Candy play happily, apart from it being a little hot, everything seemed fine. Candy kept playing until it was time for the kindergarten to dismiss for lunch, then reluctantly came out of the classroom. Zhang Minmin, holding Candy's hand, finally relaxed after handing him over to Mo Jingshun. To be honest, Zhang Minmin had been on edge the whole morning, afraid that other kids might bully Candy. Youngsters still at an innocent age, a little squabble is normal, but for us teachers, it's not acceptable. Throughout the morning, Zhang Minmin's attention was always on Candy. Seeing his brother, Candy ran into Mo Jingshun's arms. Candy thought for a while and happily said to Zhang Minmin. After picking up Candy, Mo Jingshun smiled and said to the teacher in front of him, P.S. Thank you for the official prize reward support. Chapter 193. Ideas. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. Ideas in the cafeteria of Candy Technology Park. Candy found her meal particularly delicious today, probably because she had played a lot in the morning. She used up a lot of energy. A few minutes later, after Candy had eaten the last grain of rice in her bowl, she gently patted her small belly and said with a smile, Mo Jingshun took a sip of seaweed egg soup, nodded. With her tummy full, Candy rested her chin in her hands on the dining table, watching her brother eat with big, adorable eyes, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Brother, thinking about it, Candy frowned. When Candy said this, Mo Jingshun knew that Candy really wanted to go to kindergarten and, more importantly, wanted a perfect childhood. A childhood where she could play with other kids every day. A child's life is certainly richer with family around, but at the same time, they also need interaction with peers. Seeing Candy's furrowed brows and worried face, Mo Jingshun felt both heartache and amusement. The little one really was fooled by that mock diploma from the counselor. Such a cute little one, smart as she was ultimately still just over 2 years old. In many ways, she was still at the unknown stage. This magnificent world was still waiting for Candy to slowly discover and explore it. Mo Jingchun, wiping his mouth with a tissue, laughed and said, "Then how about brother opens a kindergarten just for Guo? Lots of kids." Guogua's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that mean she could play with the kids anywhere in the park? Yay! In Candy's world, as long as her brother said it, there was nothing that couldn't be achieved. On the way back to the office with Candy to prepare for their nap, Mo Jingchun was deep in thought. If they wanted to build a kindergarten in the park, they would need at least a basketball court-sized area. Basketball court? The park has 3 basketball courts in total. Losing one shouldn't be much of an issue. Anyway, when the kindergarten is finished, the children attending will be those of the employees, and it won't cost them anything. In the bedroom, Candy, with her little feet bare, climbed onto the bed for a nap and fell asleep almost immediately. Mo Jingchun tucked Candy in with a light quilt and gently closed the door. In the spacious office, there was originally only one desk, but with Xia Xiaoman's arrival, another desk was added. However, compared to Mo Jingchun's, Xia Xiaoman's desk was child-sized, less than a third of the size. Also, Xia Xiaoman's desk was placed not far from the office entrance. Within the morning, the nearest major cities had already received the leukemia specialty drugs. And although the reporters following up on the story didn't see the boss of Candy Technology, Mo Jingchun, today, the online coverage of him remained high. As the saying goes, even when the brother is away, his legend remains. The hottest topic was a report from somewhere called C. Shocking. On the day the leukemia specialty drug hit the market, the boss of Candy Technology others wondered why Mo Jingchun was absent. But when they clicked the article, they found that the report from C Department never disappoints. Oh wow, on the day the new drug was released, the boss of Candy Technology went babysitting. In Hoa County Hospital, Wang Yingying, who had undergone 4 treatment cycles, was already out of bed. Her complexion looked just like that of a normal person. According to the latest blood test results, the doctor said after one more treatment cycle, she should be able to leave the hospital and would just need to have regular checkups to prevent any possible relapse. However, after coming back from the stadium for treatment, the costs were covered partly by insurance, and the rest was out of pocket. At Wang Yingying's strong insistence, her mother had taken her brother home because he needed to attend school. If he missed too much, he might not get into college, and Wang Yingying thought she might regret that. For life, Wang Yingying didn't want her situation to affect her brother's future. Since she started feeling better, Wang Yingying didn't want to wear those ugly hospital gowns every day. Wearing a set of sports clothes, Wang Yingying was in the corridor outside the ward, eating an apple. Luckily, just by picking up her phone and opening a browser, she could see overwhelming news about Candy Technology. Because of her illness, her family's savings were almost depleted. After being discharged, she also had to consider finding a job, and Candy Technology seemed like a pretty good option. However, she heard that Candy Technology had recently hired a lot of people, so Wang Yingying was a bit worried the positions might be full. Carrying this burden of thought, Wang Yingying bit her lip, resolving to give it a try. After all, submitting a resume didn't cost anything and required no real effort. In the park, lying on the sofa for a nap, Mo Jingchun woke to find Xia Xiaoman had returned. A bit dazed from his sleep, Mo Jingchun went to the bathroom to splash some cold water on his face before coming out and calling to Xia Xiaoman. Mo Jingchun took a deep breath and slowly said, "Drop off the kids before work and pick them up after work. Even if they're picking them up late, the kindergarten has a place for them to sleep. It's entirely an employee benefit. As for opening a kindergarten, there's really not much difficulty, unlike opening all those high schools and universities, which require lots of procedures and qualifications." Xia Xiaoman was slightly taken aback, but after thinking of Candy, everything became clear. Many companies have kindergartens, and the purpose of these is quite obvious. They're all for their own kids. It didn't take long for Xia Xiaoman to hand over the drafted announcement to Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun glanced at it, found no issues, and signed his name with a flourish. While the announcement was being posted, most employees were still on their lunch break. When everyone woke up, Those without kids had little emotional reaction to the news. As for the basketball court, there really weren't many people who played basketball. But for those employees who had kids, there was some anticipation. With Candy Technologies' resources, the kindergarten teachers were sure to be top-notch. P.S. Thanks to Hoshin Zasi and Gimi Rian for the rewards and support. Chapter 194. A Small Token of Gratitude. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. A Small Token of Gratitude Saturday. The weather was clear and the temperature was just right. It had been a long time since Mo Jingchun had returned to the old home, coupled with the feeling that Candy lacked playmates. So, in the morning, he drove with Candy back to the old home. The key to the old home was kept at Uncle's house all year round. After returning to the old home, Candy started playing with the children in the bay and didn't want to leave. With no other choice, Mo Jingchun told Annie that he would come back later to pick Candy up. Candy, already engrossed in playing with mud, nodded without looking back. Mo Jingchun parked the car at Uncle's house and handed him a carton of cigarettes from the car. Mo Changyu accepted the cigarettes after a moment of courtesy. He casually took out a cigarette, but then put it back, remembering Mo Jingchun doesn't smoke. After chatting with Uncle in the yard for a while, Mo Jingchun drove back. Just like the past 2 years when he returned for the new year, there were hardly any weeds along the road home. But when Mo Jingchun opened the door, he was surprised. It didn't look like a place uninhabited for a long time, covered in dust. Mo Jingchun chuckled bitterly. No guessing needed. Uncle had cleaned it again. With cleaning and being called for lunch, Mo Jingchun felt a little embarrassed. Before noon, Uncle called to say lunch was ready and invited Mo Jingchun to eat. Mo Jingchun closed the door and went to the bay to pick Candy up for lunch. Walking on the village road, which was washed by the rain and full of cracks and potholes, Mo Jingchun thought as he walked. Seeing a large puddle, Mo Jingchun decided they should redo these cement roads and replace them with asphalt roads. Not for any other reason except when he went to university, every household contributed a lot of money. Though now, in Mo Jingchun's eyes, this money might be just a small amount. But 2 years ago, before stepping into Jing University's gates, it was considerable, especially for a normally developing village. In Mo Jingchun's impression, apart from those working outside, the villagers like his uncle could only earn some money through renovation work at home. Besides that, during the spring every year, they could earn money by picking tea leaves. Working from dawn to dusk under the sun, they might not even make 10,000 in 2 months. If the market was good, they could earn slightly over 10,000. When Mo Jingchun arrived at Aunt's house, he thought Candy might still be playing with mud, but she wasn't. Mo Jingchun went in to see Candy, clothes covered in dirt, picking wild chrysanthemums in the grass with her little friends. One by one, her small hands couldn't hold any more. Looking back at her brother, Candy raised her hands proudly. Mo Jingchun reached out to wipe the dried mud off Candy's face and asked, praised. Xiang wiped her nose, revealing 2 dimples with a smile. Mo Jingchun paused, his emotions mixed. Taking the wild chrysanthemums, whose leaves were already soft from Candy's grip, Mo Jingchun smiled as he patted Candy's hair, picked her up, and replied. Candy hooked her arm around her brother's neck and waved at Xiang, smiling. Xiang seemed a bit scared of Mo Jingchun, whom she rarely saw, and only nodded with a smile. At the dining table, Mo Jingchun spoke to Uncle, sipping his drink. Taking a sip of his drink, Mo Changyu blushed from the alcohol. After coughing for a while, Mo Changyu caught his breath and said, repairs won't change the deteriorating road conditions. Mo Changyu thought about it and couldn't find a reason to oppose his nephew's idea. But fixing the roads was good too. After all, everyone helped the nephew back then. Now, the nephew was well off, and though there were no rumors now, who knows in the future? If the village roads were fixed, there wouldn't be much to say. Uncle, I've made up my mind, the roadbed won't be widened. Similarly, the route remains the same. After thinking for a moment, Mo Jingchun said, so, Uncle, in the evening, could you invite the concerned households to your place? Let's all sit together. After taking a sip of his drink, Mo Changyu thought for a moment and nodded. After eating, Mo Changyu left, and though he drank and his face was red, he was completely sober. And after lunch, Mo Jingshun took Candy back to fetch some paper and went to the back mountain together. It was still the same grave mound, still no headstone, but compared to 2 years ago, now it had a stone embankment. There was also a square meter of cement ground specifically for burning paper. Mo Jingshun kneeled and burned paper, while Candy squatted and arranged the chrysanthemums neatly before the grave. Once the flowers were set, Candy saw her brother bowing and mimicked him, also bowing. Watching the ash drift into the sky with the wind, Mo Jingshun lifted Candy. Only Mo Jingshun knew who those words were for. Candy nodded. Chapter 195, Lighting the Road Ahead. Chapter 195, Lighting the Road Ahead. Although it's still late September, the nights in the mountain village are a bit chilly. Before going out, both Mo Jingshun and Candy put on an extra jacket. Having already caught a cold this year, Mo Jingshun felt that between style and warmth, he leaned more towards the latter. After all, the feeling of being dizzy from a cold and not being able to eat is quite unpleasant. The little one proactively grabbed her brother's big hand, waiting outside for him to lock the door. The porch light turned on, and the door was locked. Mo Jingshun led Candy to Uncle's house. At this time, the sky hadn't completely darkened yet. When Mo Jingshun and Candy arrived at Uncle's house, 7 uncles were already sitting in the courtyard. Mo Jingshun walked in, took a freshly opened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and politely handed one to each person. "Hey, Xiaochun, you truly deserve to have been accepted into Jing University." Seeing the cloud of smoke, Candy covered her nose and hid far away. Unable to play with her brother, Mo Changyu's big yellow dog bore the brunt of it. Before long, the big yellow dog tucked its tail and ran out of the courtyard gate, hiding somewhere unknown. Candy wanted to chase it, but seeing that it was already pitch dark outside, she shivered and ran to the kitchen without looking back. The uncles watched Candy run back and forth, laughing and saying. As time passed, the sky outside turned completely dark, with only the lights from each household illuminating the pitch-black earth. With nightfall, most of the neighbors had arrived. Seeing Xiaochun getting along well with everyone, without flaunting any wealth, Mo Changyu smiled contentedly. Humble and calm, very good. Mo Changyu thought to himself, the Xiaochun from the old Mo family has grown up and matured, and he comes with a little tale. With everyone present, Mo Changyu stood up and brought up the reason for tonight's gathering. Dear elders and fellow villagers, 2 years ago, everyone helped us tirelessly, even collecting tuition fees for Xiaochun. Mo Changyu looked at Xiaochun, who was holding Candy with a smile on his face, and said with satisfaction. Saying this, Mo Changyu raised an eyebrow with the cup of now-cold tea in hand and said, "Does anyone have any thoughts?" After finishing, Mo Changyu took a sip of the now-cold strong tea. Because there were children present, everyone was fairly restrained with smoking. Although there was a tobacco scent in the living room, it wasn't overwhelming. The village has a road base of 4.5 meters, and for now, it doesn't matter if it's widened or not. As for having asphalt that reaches homes, it's a good thing no normal person would refuse. As for each family building its own road base, that's understandable. As every village has a few peculiar characters, clearly making things convenient, and yet they won't budge an inch. During the initial village road construction, there were a lot of disputes. Getting compensated was normal and understandable, but some would take the money and still go back on their word and ask for more. When the cement road was being built, there was almost a failure to complete it. Everyone voiced, ultimately agreeing that road construction was a good thing. The current cement road indeed isn't great. It's full of potholes, and when it rains, there's always water pooling. Asphalt roads don't have these issues. After discussing enough, Mo Changyu stood up and went to the room, bringing out a notebook, a pen, and a box of ink pads. After sending off the neighbors, Mo Changyu handed the notebook to Mo Jingshun. Mo Changyu snorted softly. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. When the time comes, if someone really complains about you, don't worry about the neighbors. Mo Jingchun had never seen the scenes described by Uncle, but he nodded. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Mo Changyu said, "All right then, it's getting late." When Mo Jingchun left with Candy, the bright moon was already in the sky. On such a previously dark night, they could barely see the outlines of the surroundings. Candy was holding the phone with both hands, using its flashlight to light the way home. Okay, being told this, Candy held the phone upright, shining the light ahead properly. Candy looked at the mountain, curiously asking, "Brother, could there be big tigers on the mountain?" Howling. Mo Jingchun laughed heartily, saying, "There are no tigers around here. Just a relative of Peppa Pig." After washing up and ready for bed, Candy lay on the bed, still asking Mo Jingchun what the big Peppa Pig actually was. P.S. Thanks to Shai Jichuan for the generous support. Disa. Noon. Wa. Chapter 196. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Woohoo, take off. The next morning, Mo Jingchun was woken up by a call from Xia Xiaoman. But luckily, it was already past 10 in the morning. Otherwise, Mo Jingchun would have been grumpy from being woken up. After listening to Xia Xiaoman's report, Mo Jingchun thought there was some big news. It turned out that some of the leukemia drugs produced yesterday had been divided among several foreign regional agents. Mo Jingchun yawned, smacked his lips. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." After making a bottle of milk for Candy, Mo Jingchun lay back down on the bed for a while. For some reason, Mo Jingchun still felt that the bed at home was more comfortable to sleep in. Even though this bed cost just over 1,000 yuan when it was bought back then, it's in a completely different league from the one in the company bedroom. What a pity, Mo Jingchun thought. When the family renovated the building years ago, the only canopy bed at home was dismantled by his dad and used as firewood. That canopy bed would be considered an antique now. The sun? Mo Jingchun felt the sun on his face was just right, very comfortable and pleasant. Mo Jingchun wanted to pull Candy back to sleep a little longer, but Candy, who was already awake, wouldn't have it. The mischievous little guy used his fingers to block Mo Jingchun's nostrils. Seeing Mo Jingchun open his eyes, Candy burst into laughter. Looking at the mischievous Candy, Mo Jingchun also started to tickle Candy. This made the little guy jump around the bed. The lunch was very simple, with only 2 dishes: a plate of greens and a bowl of steamed eggs. The greens were picked from the garden of the old man's house. These greens were truly natural and pollution-free, something you could hardly find today, except in the countryside. Of course, the picked greens still needed to be washed thoroughly. Even though the fertilizer used was pollution-free, not washing them clean would still be a bit disturbing. In the afternoon, while driving on the road, Mo Jingchun saw Mrs. Li happily carrying a load of night-blooming flowers down the main street. The fragrance, very pure. It made Mo Jingchun have to roll up the car window. Even Candy, sitting in the back child seat, covered his nose with a look of disdain. Mo Jingchun chuckled and didn't say anything. As they passed in front of Xiang Er's house, Candy lowered the car window and shouted loudly to Xiang Er playing there. Watching the white car drive away, Xiang Er continued to play by herself. After returning to the company, Mo Jingchun resumed his regular work routine, but every time he had free time, he'd take Candy to Qixi Kindergarten to play. If they didn't go to the kindergarten, Mo Jingchun would take Candy around the county town for a stroll. After the company moved from Jing City to this historic small county, the employees looked forward to their first long holiday. National Day, a 7-day mini-holiday. September 30th, Friday, the day before the holiday started. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Mo Jingchun let the company off for the holiday. He knew if he let them off too late, the buses from the county to the city and other cities would stop operating, and the employees who wanted to go home would have to wait until the next day. On the eve of the holiday, Mo Jingchun made clear in an announcement that all technical development staff should enjoy the 7-day holiday, eat well, drink well, and have fun, because they were about to face a huge and challenging project development task. Overtime might even become the norm. Most of the company's employees had left, either going home or going on trips. The next day, Zhou Yiling came home for the holiday too. carrying a backpack. Zhou Yaling picked up Candy and lifted him high. Sitting on a chair and petting a cat, Mo Jingchun glanced at Zhou Yaling and said, at those words, Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes at Mo Jingchun. Uncle said to visit home this afternoon. Fanawild? Zhou Yaling's eyes lit up. Zhou Yaling grabbed Mo Jingchun's arm, acting cute and coquettish. Instantly, Mo Jingchun felt goosebumps all over. Mo Jingchun, while shielding Candy's head resting on his leg, said nonchalantly. Zhou Yaling pouted, thinking to herself, Dad wouldn't scold you anyway. Not long after, Zhou Yaling, who had gone out, came running back in. With an obviously justified look, Zhou Yaling replied, How impressive, how noble. Mo Jingchun gave Zhou Yaling a thumbs up. Before Uncle left, he still didn't feel at ease and gave some lengthy advice. After summarizing for a long time, Mo Jingchun boiled it down to a few points. First, be safe on the road. Second, keep an eye on Candy, don't lose the little guy. Third, don't let Zhou Yaling run around by herself. Early in the morning, Mo Jingchun, Candy, and Zhou Yaling set off on a self-drive trip and arrived at Wuhu Fanawild in 3 hours. Once inside the park, Zhou Yaling dashed like a wild horse towards the pendulum ride, where people were screaming nonstop. By the time Mo Jingchun pulled Candy close to the pendulum ride, Zhou Yaling was already seated in the safety chair, letting the staff check the safety measures. A few minutes later, as the music started, the pendulum began to swing. Once, twice. The swings got bigger and bigger, and Mo Jingchun could even hear the whooshing sound. Candy, scared, took a step back and hugged his brother's leg, sneaking glances at their sister who was howling excitedly. Mo Jingchun twitched his mouth corner, quickly covered Candy's little mouth, and said, Because for many things, good words don't work, but bad ones do. But the little guy still didn't get it now. Candy nodded, half understanding. Chapter 197. Ouch. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Ouch. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Zhou Yaling, who even rode the giant swing once, wanted to line up for another ride. Seeing Zhou Yaling's excitement, Candy felt as if she was seeing her real sister for the first time. Zhou Yaling, whose heart was still pounding, stylishly flicked her bangs and asked Mo Jingchun with a big smile. Mo Jingchun remained silent, simply pulling Candy, who was hiding behind him, to the front. Seeing Candy clinging to her brother's leg was just too cute. Rolling his eyes at Zhou Yaling, Mo Jingchun said. Zhou Yaling gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. Well, I'm going to play that one. Zhou Yaling pointed with her jade finger at the roller coaster in the distance. Mo Jingchun looked at the roller coaster Zhou Yaling pointed at and still thought it wasn't suitable for him. Zhou Yaling shrugged her shoulders. After saying that, Zhou Yaling ran off. Oh well, Mo Jingchun didn't expect her to take money out of her pocket anyway. Unless Candy wanted something, it was like trying to climb the heavens to get money out of Zhou Yaling's pocket. At the carousel ride, at first Candy was a bit scared, but once Mo Jingchun held her through it, she fell in love with the little horse. Could this be love at first sight? They played it again and again. Candy insisted on pulling Mo Jingchun for 3 rides before reluctantly leaving. Candy thought to herself, if it weren't for her brother saying there were even more fun and interesting things, she wouldn't have wanted to leave. Teacups, Bear Adventures, Extreme Leap, they couldn't stop playing. In the park, Mo Jingchun took a bite of sausage, running to keep up behind Candy. As soon as Mo Jingchun shouted, Candy turned and smiled at him, then ran straight into a young couple on the girl's leg. Ouch! The fallen Candy hurriedly reached out to hold her little head, almost falling to the ground. The girl quickly reached out to grab Candy's clothes, and the boyfriend wasn't slow to react either, just a step behind, also helping protect Candy's head. Mo Jingchun picked up the troublemaking Candy and apologized to the couple. Zheng Huiwan, holding her boyfriend's hand, smiled gently, covering her eyes and secretly watching through her fingers. When Candy saw her sister smiling, she said, Zheng Huiwan said with a smile, Really? Zheng Huiwan was amused by the cute little fellow. Indeed, human children are always adorable when they're young. As the big and little figures left happily talking and laughing, Qi Jidong suddenly said to his girlfriend, Zheng Huiwan, Zheng Huiwan looked at her boyfriend in confusion. Zheng Huiwan blushed instantly and shyly punched her boyfriend's chest. What did you say? Zheng Huiwan glared at her boyfriend. He definitely heard, but pretended not to. Didn't hear? In the magic castle, seeing such a long line, Mo Jingchun estimated that every 2 hours might not be enough. Feeling helpless, Mo Jingchun had to discuss with Candy. Lining up for a short while, Candy, who had made another little friend, stood on tiptoe to look but only saw adult butts. Zaya Kingqing, I'm going to have lunch with my brother first. By Mo Jingchun smiled and nodded at Zaya Kingqing's parents, then picked up Candy and left the line. After Mo Jingchun and Candy left, Zaya Kingqing's mom nudged her husband and said, Yang Yuqing adjusted his glasses, pondering the guy's face, and well, there was indeed a familiar feeling. Like déjà vu. While Yang Yuqing and his wife were racking their brains, the guy behind them couldn't hold back and reminded them, how could he not be familiar? Yang Yuqing and his wife were stunned. No way. How could he look like a billionaire? Those clothes looked like they were all the same styles from the trending list on Taobao. All the clothes together probably didn't cost over 1,000. Mo Jingchun, carrying Candy, walked around the dining area for a quick glance. All right. No sign of Zhou Yaling as expected. This guy must have gone crazy playing. Little did Mo Jingchun know, from behind him, Zhou Yaling made a shush gesture to Candy, sitting on Mo Jingchun's shoulder. Being tapped on the shoulder with a loud shout, Mo Jingchun admitted he was startled. After all, the body's reflexes were beyond Mo Jingchun's control. Ha ha ha. Candy laughed along with Zhou Yaling, making Mo Jingchun give Zhou Yaling an annoyed glare. After eating, Mo Jingchun didn't want to move for the time being, just sat on the bench, not wanting to go anywhere. And Candy had reached nap time. Though she wasn't sleeping, she was low on energy. Only Zhou Yaling, full of vitality after the meal and drinks, was energetic. With that, Zhou Yaling ran off to have fun again. P.S. Thanks to those who supported with rewards like Don't Know If It's Wrong, Future Rising Star, Howlong Wong, When Roe Blood Wolf 2. Asterisk. Chapter 198, 10,000 Troops, All to Achieve Artificial Intelligence. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, 10,000 Troops, All to Achieve Artificial Intelligence during the 7-day National Day holiday. Mo Jingchun spent 5 days wandering around various tourist attractions and amusement parks. Candy, who was used to staying up late with Mo Jingchun, would fall asleep as soon as they got back to the hotel every day. On waking up in the morning, she was grumpy as a bear. For 5 consecutive days, Candy was nonetheless having a blast. However, in Mo Jingchun's opinion, the happiest and most cheerful person was probably Zhou Yaling, who slept in the next room. During these days, Zhou Yaling's social media updates exceeded 10 posts every day. Mo Jingchun was even a bit skeptical whether Zhou Yaling's 256 gigabytes phone memory was enough or she had encountered any memory shortages. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Mo Jingchun had to climb out of bed, yawning to open the door. Mo Jingchun thought it was hotel staff, but it turned out to be Zhou Yaling herself. We're going back today and not going anywhere else. Zhou Yaling patted her rumbling stomach, looking pitifully, and said, Where's the breakfast coupon? Mo Jingchun stared at his little sister for a long time without saying anything, eventually letting out a sigh. Bam! Mo Jingchun shut the door. But Zhou Yaling didn't mind. She took the breakfast coupon and headed straight for the restaurant on the 12th floor, looking satisfied. Zhou Yaling wouldn't tell Mo Jingchun that she had already gone to the 12th floor restaurant earlier, ready to have breakfast. But they asked for a breakfast coupon, embarrassing Zhou Yaling. Come to think of it, she couldn't really be blamed. After all, the hotels they stayed in over the past few days didn't require breakfast coupons. You could just go and eat. By the time Mo Jingchun and Candy woke up, it was already noon, and the restaurant on the 12th floor had stopped serving breakfast. But who cares? Mo Jingchun took candy and directly ordered lunch. At the dining table, Mo Jingchun sipped chicken soup and, with eyes like candies, watched Zhou Yaling chew on a chicken leg. Maybe, isn't losing weight better? Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Just then, a phone rang. It was a video call on WeChat. Upon answering, Mo Jingchun hadn't even started speaking before two furry faces squeezed onto the phone screen. Candy excitedly brought her face closer. Meow, 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 woof, woof, woof. Mo Jingchun thought there was some issue, but it was just this. All right then. Mo Jingchun handed the phone to Candy. In the afternoon, after getting on the highway, Zhou Yaling, sitting in the back seat, fell asleep shortly after. The white Audi parked steadily in the underground parking lot. Candy pushed Zhou Yaling's arm, waking her up. What happened? Zhou Yaling rubbed her eyes. On the last day of the holiday, Mo Jingchun and Candy slept in, while Zhou Yaling took the county's coach bus back to school in the morning. By evening, over 10,000 company employees were gradually making their way back from across the nation. Especially the tech developers, who tonight did not work late into the night and went to bed early, a rare occasion. Everyone was preparing for the challenge the next day. October 8th, Saturday, and all employees are back to work as usual today. After breakfast, the technical development managers, armed with company-issued thick notebook and a pen, walked with their colleagues, chattering and laughing, to the large auditorium on the 6th floor. Technically speaking, this auditorium, capable of seating 10,000 people, spanned 2 floors. The seating was divided into 3 tiers. Even though only project managers of each group were present, the auditorium was still filled up to the first tier. At 9:50 in the morning, Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman walked into the auditorium with Candy in arms. Soon after, the previously noisy auditorium fell silent. Sitting in the chair like her brother, Candy's eyes were just level with the table. Luckily, the first tier of seats was level with the stage, and the little one could barely see heads in front of her. Suddenly, a wave of muffled laughter swept through the audience. Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, and silence returned. Xia Xiaoman whispered something in his ear, causing Mo Jingchun to look back. Finally, Mo Jingchun understood what everyone was laughing about. It turned out that because the auditorium was so large that people sitting further back couldn't see the leaders on stage, the design already considered using cameras and video screens. And Candy's adorably curious big eyes, darting around, had been captured perfectly by the camera. After speaking into the microphone, Xia Xiaoman nodded at the boss. All tech developers were split into agile development teams of 8 people each, consisting of developers and testers. The development tasks of these agile teams were independent, yet interconnected, needing only to follow the requirements documentation and design the necessary interfaces to avoid issues. This also maximizes the prevention of code leaks. Mo Jingchun sternly warned everyone below, "Let me make it clear in advance. This development task involves the company's trade secrets, and no employee is to disclose any content outside." Upon hearing this, the employees were speculative but still unsure. Only Xia Xiaoman seemed stunned. Degree asterisk operator asterisk star operator. Degree star operator. Degree asterisk operator asterisk star operator. Degree requesting recommendation votes, subscriptions, and monthly tickets. Chapter 199, Minimalist Style. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Minimalist Style, all non-core artificial intelligence code had already been divided into development tasks by Mo Jingchun over the past half-month. Once each development team completes a function and submits the code, the system will automatically allocate a new development task from the repository. The tens of thousands of technical developers have one simple task: to continually develop and test. This large army is assembled with one goal in mind, and that is to realize artificial intelligence, or in other words, to recreate the intelligent steward. The meeting did not last too long, just over half an hour, and most of the project managers participating did not even take a note in their notebooks. After speaking, Mo Jingchun nodded to Xia Xiaoman. Understanding Mo Jingchun's intention, Xia Xiaomin picked up the microphone and said, watching the employees get up and leave orderly through the second door, and Mo Jingchun also picked up Candy, who was bored and tapping on the table. Candy nodded vigorously. Candy had already decided inwardly that next time she definitely wouldn't come to accompany her brother to any meeting. It was too boring. Unable to speak and unable to make big movements, it was no fun at all. Returning to their desks from the meeting room, the project managers gathered their team members to stand together, have meetings, and recount the content just addressed by the boss in the meeting. Ordinarily, they could apply to have meetings in a small meeting room, but today it was clearly unrealistic since all the agile development teams needed to hold meetings. So gathering in a circle became the best choice for everyone. The morning passed just like that in meetings. At lunchtime, in the cafeteria, it was easy for employees from other departments to notice that colleagues from the technical development department all looked somewhat troubled. In fact, most groups immediately went to the system to retrieve development tasks after their meetings. Everyone was quite interested in the promises of the boss because they knew that what the boss promised was always tangible. Unlike many other company bosses or high-level managers, who only make empty promises that are never realized. The little one pulled the quilt, smiled mischievously, and said to his brother by the bed. Mo Jingchun patted gently on Candy's chest with his left hand, and in just a few minutes, Candy, who had closed her eyes, drifted off to sleep. When kids need to sleep, they can always fall asleep quickly. How envious adults are of this ability. Even Mo Jingchun was no exception. Reflecting over the past 2 years, unless he was too exhausted during the day, he would only fall asleep quickly after getting into bed at night. A year ago, when Candy was still a baby, not only couldn't he fall asleep quickly, but Mo Jingchun also dared not sleep too deeply at night. In professional terms, he spent a whole night mostly in a light sleep state. In this state, just a sound would quickly wake him up. After making sure Candy had fallen asleep, Mo Jingchun casually took a jacket from the wardrobe and lay on the sofa to prepare for a nap. If you don't nap at noon, you won't have energy in the afternoon. Besides, Mo Jingchun, who also needs to write code in the afternoon, would be more tired. The most core codes of the intelligent steward cannot tolerate the smallest errors. Otherwise, no one can determine whether there will be uncontrollable situations when the intelligent steward is running. And the non-core codes developed by the employees, even if there's a bug, it's not important since the steward will perform self-checks and has the authority to correct non-core elements after it runs. Thinking about this, Mo Jingchun didn't know when he had fallen asleep on the sofa. In his sleep, Mo Jingchun consistently felt someone was touching his nose, making it itch. Mo Jingchun frowned and woke up in no time. Ha ha ha. Seeing her brother awake, Candy quickly backed away and stood laughing. Near the sofa, Mo Jingchun, seeing Candy still holding some hair in her hand, didn't need to ask or guess who the real culprit was. Checking his phone, it was already 2:35. Mo Jingchun rubbed his eyes, yawned, and got up to wash his face in the bathroom. Hearing Candy's footsteps approaching, Mo Jingchun, while washing his face, asked Candy, "Guwa, why did you wake up?" "I'm already wide awake," sounding quite reasonable. Mo Jingchun, whose head was still a bit foggy, was left speechless. Shaking his slightly dazed head, Mo Jingchun realized this was a sign he had overslept at noon. According to data, a half-hour nap is ideal. The research is great, but what Mo Jingchun wants to say is, who knows how quickly they can fall asleep. If you set an alarm, it might go off just as you fall asleep. Walking out of the bedroom, Mo Jingchun saw Xia Xiaomin already busy with her work. As for what she was busy with, aside from Xia Xiaomin herself, no one else knew. After pouring half a cup of cold boiled water from Candy's bottle into his own cup, Mo Jingchun handed the bottle back to Candy. Since it was a dry day, it was better to hydrate a bit after waking up. Holding the bottle, a thirsty Candy gulped down the water. Shortly, the cold boiled water in the bottle was completely drunk by Candy. Afterward, Candy approached Mo Jingchun, blinked while holding up the bottle, and said, "The water boiled at noon was still warm." So Mo Jingchun filled Candy's bottle and handed it back to her. After drinking some water, Mo Jingchun felt much more awake. Mo Jingchun went over to Xia Xiaoman's office area, and Xia Xiaoman looked up with curiosity at Mo Jingchun. In interior design, a minimalist style is more favored by young people. P.S. Thanks to Shouhu, Hongming Zillian, and Lulong Mosen for the reward support. Nung Hadikri Maihan Akat Nung. Chapter 200. Wang Yingying successfully joins the finance department. Chapter 200. Wang Yingying successfully joins the finance department. Xia Xiaoman nodded and then habitually pressed Ctrl+L on the keyboard to lock the computer screen. Watching Xia Xiaoman's movements so skillfully, Mo Jingchun twitched. What's going on? Are you guarding against me, the boss, from peeping? Seriously, there's nothing interesting to see. If Xia Xiaoman, who had already left, knew what Mo Jingchun was thinking at this moment, she would definitely nod seriously. That's exactly who I'm guarding against, you the boss. As the boss's secretary, sometimes her position is definitely higher than the CEO. Other than the boss, who would be silly enough to look at the boss's secretary's computer? This is absolutely no joking matter. You need to know, as a secretary, most of the time is spent with the boss. With just a few words, do you still want to stay in the company? Xia Xiaoman doesn't want Mo Jingchun to open the browser and see her search history. As a girl, chat records can be seen, but browser search history is absolutely not. Don't believe it? Male readers who don't believe can check their girlfriend's browsing history. If you don't have a girlfriend, just ignore. After a while, Xia Xiaoman returned. And coming along was Li Wanning. Mo Jingchun glanced at the memo open on Li Wanning's phone and said, I have the design drawings for the villa on my computer. Thinking about Candy's future room, Mo Jingchun raised his eyebrows and said, hearing her brother mention Guogua's name, Candy, who was petting a cat, looked at her brother in confusion. Realizing her brother wasn't calling Guogua, Candy resumed playing with Bun. And Bun stared blankly at the ceiling, letting Candy rub him as she pleased. Luckily, Candy, who was just over 2 years old, didn't yet understand the dangers of the world. Otherwise, at this moment, she probably wouldn't be in a mood to pet cats. Damn brother, already thinking about homework. After Li Wanning noted down the requirements and left, Mo Jingchun sighed. Despite how restored Li Wanning's complexion was and how much her face had filled out thanks to Su Pengfei's feeding, the depression in her eyes, though well disguised, was apparent to those who knew the truth. Especially recently, even more so. Mo Jingchun dared not entrust any pharmaceutical production-related matters to Li Wanning. Seeing leukemia patients recover under the treatment of the leukemia special medicine, it's strange that Li Wanning's mood could be good. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun said to Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman nodded, remembering the matter. Chaque Xiaoman understood Mo Jingchun's intention. To be honest, if it were her in the same situation, Xia Xiaoman believed she couldn't stay in the company after experiencing such events. She'd rather take a pay cut to work in a new environment. Otherwise, her mind would just keep overthinking things all day long. When it comes to emotional intelligence, Mo Jingchun really can't compare to Xia Xiaoman. Even though Mo Jingchun isn't as straightforward as Su Pengfei, he's only slightly better. In comparison to his IQ, Mo Jingchun's emotional intelligence isn't on the same level. In the small conference room, R12 on the 6th floor, Wang Yingying, who had passed the HR interview, was obviously in a good mood, which was reflected on her face. The HR smiled at Wang Yingying, collected her folder, and stood up to say to Wang Yingying, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll get someone from the finance department." Wang Yingying, who also stood up, replied with a soft smile. After about 10 minutes, the HR brought down the finance director, Chao Mingxin. Originally, for such a simple interview, anyone from finance could help Wang Yingying. But Chao Mingxin was nervous. Having steadily progressed from the company's founding to the director of finance position, Chao Mingxin didn't want to randomly pick someone and risk taking the blame if something went wrong. Wang Yingying, looking at the finance director sitting opposite, squinting silently with a serious expression, felt uncomfortable. "Come on, big guy, say something at least." Next to her, The HR also hesitated to speak. Compared to the finance director, she was just a small HR. The implication was asking Wang Yingying if the company should cook the books. This question could directly decide if Wang Yingying successfully joins Candy Technology. Tian Lijuan, the HR, wisely backed out of the meeting room. Regarding whether the company was falsifying accounts, Tian Lijuan neither wanted to know nor could know. Wang Yingying was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded without thinking. With a loud slap. Wang Yingying was startled by the finance director's sudden table slap. Fortunately, her leukemia was already cured. Otherwise, she felt that such a shock might have sent her packing. Had it not been for the finance director's beaming smile, Wang Yingying would have feared her path to joining Candy Technology was at its end. We are law-abiding citizens, and Candy Technology is a major taxpayer. Since the company was established on all the bank accounts, Chao Mingxin has only seen the numbers keep increasing. Sure on cash? No way. More than an hour later, after completing the onboarding and orientation, Wang Yingying was taken back to the finance department by Chao Mingxin. As they passed the boss's office, Chao Mingxin whispered to Wang Yingying. Chao Mingxin then pointed to the office next to the finance department and said, "That's the CEO's office. P.S. Thanks to Ziren Raji and book friend 201-909-200-719-28504 for the reward support."